Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right, cool. That works. All right, what up, everyone? It's Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be posted up right here for the next 3 hours watching Mike Waltz cry. So this is a Senate hearing right here involving Mike Waltz from the representative to the United Nations for the United States. Oh, ambassador, yeah. Mike Waltz, the ambassador to the United Nations. All right. This came out earlier today, so this is fresh. Feel free to share your comments. Hang out. Please hit the like button. Thanks for anyone that hangs out and shares your comments. Hope you guys are all having a good Wednesday. All right, let's get this YouTubeville watch party started. All right, here we go.
I would ask everybody to rise. Join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everybody. The purpose of today's hearing is to evaluate reforms and challenges at the United Nations to increase transparency, reduce waste and politicization, counter malign foreign influence, and ensure that the U.S. taxpayer contributions advance principled and measurable outcomes aligned with American interests and values. And I will now recognize Ranking Member Meeks for any opening statement he may have.
Decided you want to follow me, huh? Well, I'm going to thank Chairman Mass for calling this hearing and welcome Ambassador Waltz and Ambassador Bartos. You know, we're in the 8th decade. It's been 8 decades since the United Nations.
All right, hang on. We're gonna watch the same thing, but we're gonna watch it from another channel because that one doesn't have closed captions. So in case somebody has hearing problems, they can at least read along. All right, let's. Oh man, it's like 100 degrees still over here in Los Angeles. Oh my goodness. Ooh. All right, this one should be better.
The obstacles that you continue to face and learning about those UN institutions and cultures where the rot is so deep, you and your leadership team have yet to been able to affect it. Now recognize other members of the committee that opening statements may be submitted for the record. Again, we are pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this topic. The Honorable Mike Waltz, Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations for the U.S. Department of State, and the Honorable Jeff Bartos, Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations for UN Management and Reform for U.S. Department of State. We're honored to have you both. Ambassador Waltz was honored to have you as a colleague here. This committee recognizes the importance of the issues before us and is grateful to have you here to speak with us. Your full statements will be made a part of the record. I'll ask each of you to keep your remarks as short as you can. I recognize you, Ambassador Waltz, for any opening statement that you would like to make.
Well, thank you, Chairman Mass and Ranking Member Meeks and members of the committee. It's good to see you again. It's good to be back. A little different to be on this side of the dais, I have to admit. Mr. Chairman, colleagues, it should surprise no one that I share the view that the UN has drifted badly from its core mission. We've all seen it. And that's from my former constituents in Florida to my UN colleagues who say the same thing every day to, I think, most of you this morning. My charge from President Trump is to help the UN realize its potential. We are getting the United Nations back to basics, back to maintaining the peace and maintaining security around the world. Unfortunately, the UN has tried to become all things to all people and has literally done nothing but grow for its 80-year history. Its budget just in the last 25 years has tripled in size. And I don't think we've seen a tripling of peace break out around the world. We, as part of our reform effort, have worked with the UN, which they have to do by consensus, to cut its budget for the first time in its existence ever. We cut it by $1 billion over the last 6 months alone. And by the way, again, that requires consensus of all 190 countries to agree on every line of the budget. Imagine if this body had to get but this Congress had to get 535 members to agree on a budget. But this gentleman, Ambassador Bartos, and his team got all 190 countries to agree, and they should be, I think, appreciated for that. We've also eliminated 4,000 headquarters bureaucrats, cut peacekeepers by 25% around the world. And importantly, we've ended peacekeeping missions that have not lived up to their mandate, that have failed, those like UNIFIL and Lebanon. We have made it clear that UNIFIL needs to stand down, and negotiations are underway with.
What the hell? What's going on here?
Condemning Iran's attacks on its neighbors and the weaponization of the Straits of Hormuz. I hear all the time, we don't have countries that agree with us, that we don't have allies that agree with us. Yet, in this instance, we set a UN record. 136 countries agreed with us that Iran's behavior is an absolute violation of international law. When President Trump proposed his 20-point Gaza peace plan, we secured a Security Council endorsement without opposition of that plan. It now anchors an international stabilization force, local Palestinian governance, a World Bank managed reconstruction fund, funded largely by regional partners, not American taxpayers. I say again, not American taxpayers. And for the first time in a decade, there are 0 hostages in Gaza, something that just 6-7 months ago, everyone thought was impossible. In Haiti, Mr. Chairman, where you mentioned under the last administration, we had $1 billion of US taxpayer dollars going to fund just 1,000 Kenyan policemen, where drugs, guns, thugs threaten the United States, our southern border, Europe, West Africa, and the Caribbean. We now have a gang suppression force with an offensive mandate with international troops, Francophone troops, not US troops, and UN logistics have now cut our costs by 75%. In Western Sahara, we're pushing peace for the first time in 50 years, and our friends and adversaries are seeing what the UN can accomplish when it gets refocused, when it does fewer things better. Colleagues, there's still more to do. We certainly realize that. There is more in our crosshairs for reform, slashing these ridiculous benefits programs. I think that would be quite hard to explain to your constituents why UN bureaucrats have private schools paid for, yet our own constituents are struggling to go to their schools. A 17% pension contribution, 17%, more than anywhere else in the United States and the world that we're aware of. And we're fighting this year for a reform-minded Secretary General. Look, at the end of the day, we need more Americans serving in UN agencies, for our businesses and standard-setting bodies, and for ultimately a UN that, again, does less better for the American people. Our charge is to make the UN great again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Waltz. Ambassador Bartos, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, just briefly. First, Chairman Mass, thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for allowing us to be here. It's an honor to be with you, Ranking Member Meeks, and to your staff. We've had a wonderful working relationship both with the majority staff and the ranking member staff, the minority staff. throughout my time. We've been at the Post for about 10 months and worked very, very closely with the staff here. I really appreciate the professionalism and the diligence of everyone we get a chance to work with. If I could just set the table, last July, when Ambassador Waltz, Ambassador Lasetta, and I sat for our confirmation hearings just across the way in the Senate, in the Foreign Relations Committee, we were told things like, very fairly told, by the way, UN and reform is an oxymoron. It's impossible. Some senators even said, good luck with that. My wife even asked me, why are you doing this job? It seems impossible. But we hit the ground running in September. First day at work was the president's speech on the floor of the General Assembly. And we have not come up for air. We have not stopped running hard since minute one of putting our right hands up and taking the oath of office that we were also honored to do. And this work is amazing, the work we get to do. Ambassador Waltz and I wrote an op-ed in January, just a couple months ago, and it was entitled, Reforming the UN was Impossible Until President Trump Came Along. And that is the spirit in which we've taken all of our work here. And what we've achieved in 6 months with the president's vision and leadership, with the secretary's support, vision, and leadership, and with the remarkable team we get to work with at the State Department, and of course with Ambassador Waltz's leadership as our chief of mission. As he said, we have achieved $1.1 billion in budget cuts across the regular budget and the peacekeeping budget. Not only is this historic reform, it has the first budget cut in the history of the 80-year history of the organization. And we did that in the last 6 months. 4,000 civilian posts cut, repatriating 25% of peacekeepers who were underperforming. That's diplomatic, nice, sweet speak of saying these were sexual abusers. These were troops who were engaging in sexual exploitation and abuse. And because the U.S. drove these reforms, force commanders had the political cover. Those their words, not mine. They had the political cover to send home these abusers. First time, really, in a long time that they've been able to do that. Culture at the UN. What have we done to address culture? Our team, for years, has worked on, before you, as a troop contributing country, you could send equipment into theater, park it, and get reimbursed just for having it sit there. Our team, and I have a remarkable management reform team that I get to work with at the mission, they've been working on this for years, but we drove it through this spring in the Contingent Owned Equipment Working Group. There is such a thing at the UN, who knew? We changed the way the culture of the UN. Now, to get reimbursed, you have to put the equipment into use. It has to be used. It has to be working. It has to be effective. It has to go out on patrol. Saving $30 million a year when it's fully up and running, but more importantly, the culture of the UN, no longer are you getting paid for not doing anything. And these are such important foundational changes. And Chairman, as you said, as Ambassador Waltz said, what we have reached for thus far exceeds our grasp. We have to go way further over the next 2+ years to achieve real, meaningful, durable, consequential reform. That's our charge from the president, but that's what we're doing every day. And so we bring, as you and I have discussed, there's so much work left to do. If I could just say also, and the ambassador touched on this, the UN in standard setting bodies like the ITU, like WIPO, like IMO, we are bringing US leadership to make sure that our interests are not only preserved, but also our interests lead. Because if we're not leading, our adversaries are waiting in the wings to do that. And so we are bringing that American leadership, that American innovation, that American focus to do just that. I look forward to your questions. As I said, it's an honor to be here, and thank you for having us.
Thank you, Ambassador Bartos. Ranking Member Meeks, do you want to forgo your questions?
Go?
Yeah. Okay. Just checking. You're up.
Let me start this. I want to, because this committee has not had any real oversight on this war of choice of President Trump. And I know that Ambassador Waltz, you've been the face of that at the UN. And so I just have a few questions I want to ask you in that regards. You know, the White House declared on June 19th that President Trump's ceasefire agreement with Iran, quote, ensures Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon, unquote. But the International Atomic Energy Agency, an organization in the UN system, has reported that its inspectors have been unable to access Iran's highly enriched uranium stockpile or previously declared nuclear facilities for nearly a year. So I'm going to ask you a simple question because I'm trying to figure this out since we have not had any oversight in this regards and any hearings on it. I'm going to take advantage of this. Can the IAEA account today for all of Iran's enriched uranium and verify that Iran has not moved nuclear material or equipment to undeclared locations? Do you know? Yes or no?
Thank you, ranking members. In terms of oversight, I'll note that Secretary Rubio has testified before this committee this year. But in terms of the IAEA, you're absolutely right. Iran is not allowing the inspectors access to the sites in contravention of its obligations to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Unfortunately, that's one of the things that our technical negotiators are negotiating now. We are in constant contact with the Director General, Rafael Grossi. Iran has to let those inspectors back in. By contrast, you have the United Arab Emirates just over the Gulf with a civilian nuclear program that does allow the inspectors full access. So Iran kicked the inspectors out. They have to let them back in.
What confuses me is that the president will then tell the American people on June 19th that his ceasefire agreement has eliminated Iran's path to a nuclear weapon. So why would he say that if in fact...
Hey, what's up? What's up, madam? How you doing? Hey, what's up, Corey? I appreciate you, Corey. Hope you're doing well. Checking out this this Mike Waltz, ambassador to the United Nations. He testifies in this hearing, in this Senate hearing that happened earlier today. So this is fresh. So I'm watching this for my first time. We'll be chilling for the next 3 hours. These are like the opening statements right here. I got my snacks right here, though. I got some In-N-Out burger, some animal style. What do we got here? I got my Senate hearing snack. Some animal style In-N-Out French fries. It's got like grilled onions, cheese, and Thousand Island sauce. All right, here we go.
Just said that the IAEA cannot verify, and there's no one else verified, so it has not been eliminated. But at one time, the president said because of this agreement that he made, that that Iran's path to a nuclear weapon had been eliminated. In fact, he also said that they was completely annihilated, on June 19th, etc. But it seems...
Hey, what up, Eric Klein? How you doing? What's up, Raptor?
He was not telling the truth then. And now we hear something else differently then. So that's what I'm concerned about is, what the president is talking about, because it is the president that tore up the JCPOA in his first term. And I believe that you told Fox News on June 22nd that, quote, that what we never saw with Obama or the Biden administration trying to do the JCPOA 2.0 was a credible military option on the table. Now, we've spent, the DOD budget has almost tripled, and I don't see more peace that's happening there. The American people is paying for that. So look, there was you pursued the military action. It has cost at least $37.5 billion according to Pete Hegseth, and others say up to $100 billion. So what I'm trying to find out and what I'm asking you before I move to the UN real quick, what has this war achieved on the nuclear threat?
Oh, the guy that's speaking right now, it's Senator Meeks.
Diplomacy, sanctions, inspections, and allied coordination did not.
Well, number one, going to the UN, we have snapback sanctions that are back in place. The international community has joined the United States, and that maximum pressure that is in place
with the JCPOA also.
Well, that's the sanctions. No, I'm sorry, ranking member. The sanctions were lifted. They were snapped back under this administration. Number one. Number two, you're right. The Iranians cheated under JCPOA. That was exposed. The IAEA verified that there were sites that they hid that were not discovered under that agreement, and that they were growing their nuclear program. President Trump did obliterate the nuclear program last June. But but it is very clear the Iranians still intend to reconstitute it. They still intend to enrich, and they still have highly enriched uranium that we have to deal with in negotiations.
Gas prices wasn't over $4. Food prices were not going up. We were not spending nearly $1 billion almost a day. He's coming back now asking the Senate, and we'll be asking the House about $300 billion more. He's not come to Congress. He has not talked about and talked with us on how we end this war.
Secretary Rubio has been before Congress.
And he has not answered the questions also. So I'm taking advantage of everybody that is coming here because unfortunately there's been no oversight in this committee, and you have been the face of this war at the UN, sir.
I'm here today, Ranking Member, and proud to be here.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. You may not recall the oversight of Secretary Rubio just about a month ago because you left halfway through and never came back. So maybe you forgot about it. That might make sense. I'm going to recognize Representative. You must have.
I did not. He did not. He has not. Have we had? He came here.
You probably don't remember because you missed half of it.
I didn't miss half of it. I could see it in my office.
You missed half.
You don't know what I missed.
So I know what you missed. I know you weren't. I know you weren't sitting
I know
here
you
next
have not
to the.
had any hearings and oversight.
I know you weren't
I know
sitting
that.
here next to the rest.
Hey, Mike, nothing ever changes.
But this was him when he was here.
Also, I would thank you for attending Monday's classified briefing. I think it might have been the first one you attended, so thank you for attending that. But Representative McCall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ambassador Waltz. Great to see you again. It's great to see a friend and a former colleague in this position. And let me just say, I think you're doing an outstanding job. Reforming the United Nations is quite a daunting task, as Ambassador Bartos, you mentioned your wife questioning your son.
Oh yeah, for sure, Madame. That Mike Waltz guy is just another traitor to the country. That's part of Trump's criminal cartel.
And taking on the job, but I commend you for it. I want to follow up with Iran. Since 1979, a dark veil of terror has reigned over the Middle East. This, in my judgment, was a reckoning that was eventually going to happen. It was unavoidable with this regime as long as the regime is in power. I commend this president for being the first president to take on this regime in Iran on its path to a nuclear bomb. Negotiating in the past hasn't worked. I have to be honest with you, Ambassador, I'm not sanguine about the current negotiations. I understand we have to give that a chance and give peace a chance. We have to try to negotiate. But I do think that, as Reagan said, peace through strength, as Colin Powell talked about, the Powell doctrine, either you go all in to win or you get the hell out of there. Right now, they're reconstituting their centrifuges in underground storage facilities. And their launch pads are still striking. It is my sincere hope, and it's not your responsibility, but that the president unleashes our Department of War on Iran. I know that's what is happening now, to take out the launch pads, to take out the IRGC, to let Mossad and...
Listen to this warmonger right here. Man, he's just another clown just like Trump.
do its job.
These people think it's a game.
Because I think as long as this regime's in power, we're going to continue to have this problem. And Russia providing targeting information is absolutely unacceptable from my point of view, and I think from the United States point of view. I'm really pleased to see the White House join with Lindsey Graham as I went to Ukraine. His last wishes were his Russian sanctions bill to pass. I will be introducing that in the Congress here today. And I want to thank the White House for its work there, because nothing will end that war sooner than passing that sanctions bill. It's a path to peace, not a path to war. My question to you is the Straits of Hormuz. We're a net gain producer. We don't really even have to rely on this. We are doing this to the benefit of our European allies. The UN Security Council, I want to ask you, where is the UN Security Council? I applaud the president as well for getting the Gulf states involved to help finance this operation, because it's in their best interest to open up these straits. I think it's a very doable thing if we unleash our military and allow them to do what they do best. Sir, and you know the military better than I do. They're fully capable.
Man, the only thing you're going to unleash is your Grindr account.
pushing this mission. I know that's not the hat you wear today, but I'd like for you to comment on the overall status of the Straits and what role, if any, or the Gulf states, but I think the Gulf states are stepping up. What role, if any, is the United Nations and Security Council playing in this?
Well, thank you. And just to set the table for the answer, and I want to answer that very specifically. You're absolutely right. Iran has been at war with the United States since 1979, has killed thousands of my fellow servicemen in Iraq, in Lebanon, in the Gulf, literally all over the world, in addition to its plots here in the United States and to kill the president of the United States and members of his cabinet. Yet, Iran is in the worst place, is in the weakest place it has been through a combination of both military and diplomacy in its war against the United States. In Lebanon, you have the Lebanese government, you have the president here yesterday and today. You have Lebanon negotiating with Israel for the first time. You have the Assad regime is gone, and probably the most hope in Syria that we've seen in a generation. You just had the Iraqi president here in Texas signing deals with American oil and gas companies, and the Iranian regime is literally cratering economically, militarily, and at war, frankly, with its own people, in addition to the region. To your point on the Straits of Hormuz, Secretary Bessent just said yesterday, China, the main buyer of illegal Iranian oil, has cut its purchases by half and nobody else wants to buy it. The blockade is absolutely working. And then on the UN, look, we've had Iran absolutely diplomatically isolated. We may not pay a lot of attention to what happens in the UN Security Council here in our media, but I can tell you around the rest of the world, they are glued to every word. It's the only forum Iran really has on the global stage, and 140 countries have sided with us and condemned their attacks on civilian shippings, the mines that they're putting in international waterways, and their violations of international law across the board. Keeping them diplomatically isolated is my job. And as the ranking member mentioned, we also have sanctions authority. The snapback sanctions that were lifted under the JCPOA are now back in place, and the rest of the world has joined us in that economic isolation.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Sherman. I thank Mr. McCall for pointing out that America is self-sufficient in oil. Our oil does not go through the Strait of Hormuz. If we prohibited the export of American oil, except for refine and return, then we would be paying American prices for American oil. Instead, the president has decided that we need to pay that world price to the great enrichment of American oil producers that have done nothing except sell us the same oil at the same gas stations now for a much higher price. The ranking member was correct to point out that this committee has not provided oversight for this horrendous war in Iran. But even more timely is that we need hearings in this committee about the proposed nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia. Now, there are those who think that the Saudi possession of nuclear technology is totally benign. But I've been involved in this for a long time. And I remember when the most powerful monarch in the Middle East was a good friend of America. And the Shah got his hands on important U.S. military technology. Thank God, nothing nuclear. And everything the Shah had in 1978 was in the mullah's hands in 1979. We have no idea who is going to be running Saudi Arabia 10 years from now. Mr. Waltz, the administration has decided to share certain elements of the nuclear cooperation agreement with the press. And so all I have is press reports. Have you read the agreement?
Mr. Sherman, I have seen the agreement.
Any chance we'll get to see the agreement? Could you provide it to us perhaps today, perhaps either in a classified session or an open session?
I would happily take that for the record, and that's obviously to the secretary and the president, what he shared.
Well, as to the secretary, let me point out that Senator Rubio and I, in 2018, introduced the No Nuclear Weapons for Saudi Arabia Act, which mandated that any agreement with Saudi Arabia would have to have the affirmative approval of the United States Congress. and I miss Senator Rubio. This Secretary Rubio takes a completely different position. Now, the press reports indicate.
Can I just be clear for the record? I understood you to mean the MOU that with Iran. I have not seen any.
I'm talking about Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
So you have not.
Here's my
Okay, so
no, I have not.
Oh, so you've not read. Okay, well then he won't share it with you or us until some later date. He'll have to share it with us at a later date. But the press reports indicate that there'll be that Saudi Arabia is not agreeing to the additional protocol. The United Arab Emirates did agree to the additional protocol. Is there any reason we should be bombing Iran because they won't agree to limit their nuclear program, while telling Saudi Arabia we give them the green light and they don't even have to agree to these additional
absolutely.
inspections?
There's been half a dozen UN resolutions saying Iran cannot and should not have a nuclear weapon.
Reclaiming my time.
There's a reason we should.
Mr. Chairman, can you keep order?
Saudi Arabia. It's kind of a ridiculous.
Mr. Chairman, can you keep order?
You asked him a question. He's trying to answer.
I reclaimed my time. Who owns the time?
That's not a real thing.
It's not a real thing for members of this committee to control their 5 minutes of time.
You asked a question.
I did, and I got a filibuster, and I stopped the filibuster.
It's also rich to hear this side of the aisle.
I look forward to this committee being run in accordance with committee rules, and only the departure from committee rules prevents us from exposing the great hypocrisy.
Jesus, these MAGA meat-riding politicians got to go. Hey, make sure you guys all vote blue. Blue Wave Tsunami. Vote out all these MAGA orange ball licking politicians. They're a disgrace to the country. They're treasonous.
Saudi Arabia is not agreeing to the additional inspections that could make sure that their program is not used for nuclear, to develop a nuclear weapon. We have no idea who will be running Saudi Arabia 10 years from now. We are bombing Iran because they insist upon enriching and reprocessing. We are entering into an agreement with Saudi Arabia giving them the green light to reprocess and to enrich. We are, and the only difference I see here is that Westinghouse stands to make an awful lot of money on this deal, whereas the Iranians were not enriching American companies. I look forward to having a process with Congress where you'll tell us what you're doing, and I hope that Senator Rubio will return to us and insist that Congress approve any agreement. I know that someone will introduce, or I predict someone will introduce a resolution of disapproval, and I invite members of this committee who have worked with us to prevent nuclear weapons in the Middle East from non-democratic countries to join in that effort. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Just so everybody knows, I shouldn't have to tell people this, but if you ask the witnesses a question, I'm not going to prevent them from answering you. I would think that's common sense. Representative Smith, you're recognized.
Look at this guy. Nah, man, he reclaimed his time, you jerk off.
The time belongs to the member. The member, you don't have that time. But I'm going to make sure that we have the regular order in this hearing.
There's order. He asked a question. The witness was trying to answer.
The witness was trying to filibuster.
This is your
And
MO.
his
You guys ask questions.
It's his determination to make sure
You ask
that
about
he controls
Rubio's
his
shoes,
time.
and you don't want answers about his
He
shoes.
controls the time. Members control the time.
As you
asked
seem
the question.
unfamiliar with the rules of this committee.
Members control the time.
Don't ask questions
Not
if
a witness.
Don't ask questions if
Witnesses
you don't want
do
the
not
answers.
control. Well, the witnesses can't answer yes or no also.
They can answer. You got to give them a chance.
They don't answer. They try to filibuster.
They don't if you talk over them.
They try to filibuster.
Consider yourself warned. You ask them a question, they're going to have the opportunity.
We got to apply by the rules of this committee. The members control the time. You're not going to control the time of the members of at least this side of the aisle. The members control their own time. They determine whether or not their question is being answered or not. They determine, because they only have 5 minutes, whether they want to move on to another question. We're not going to have a situation where witnesses can filibuster and members can't ask the questions they want to answer.
Let me just
That's
be clear
not the
again.
rule of this committee.
You will have a situation. I want you to be, make sure you understand, because sometimes you leave and you don't come back. I want you to understand that if your members ask a question, the witness are going to have the opportunity to answer. Whether you leave and come back, it'll be the same rules. So just so you know.
This is not high school trying to be
Representative
personal with
Smith,
me.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. And first of all, let me just say,
Yeah, bald-headed freak is a
thanks to
clown.
Ambassadors Waltz and Bartos for your extraordinary leadership, your tenacity.
Yeah, the chairman, the bald-headed chairman freak is a clown. Guy's totally in the wrong.
Vision. I am.
He got all in his feelings because he's a MAGA snowflake.
We have the A team at the United Nations, and you are indeed that. You know, in 2011, I would note parenthetically, even President Obama cut off funding to UNESCO. I remember it well because of their rampant anti-Semitism. So withholding funding to an egregiously flawed institution or agency is in the best interest of not only the United Nations, but of course, the United States of America. So thank you for that. I do want to thank you for working and pushing so hard to reform a system that is so egregiously flawed and broken. So many of the agencies, it is in disrepair, including peacekeeping. I went to Darfur and I went to Sudan several times, but in Darfur, I met with the peacekeepers when they first were deployed. Found out they were getting $1 a day. Came back, talked to Condoleezza Rice, our Secretary of State, said, this is outrageous. And of course, she worked to reform that and to fix that. In 2005, I became aware that UN peacekeepers in DR Congo were...
Hey, what's up, Angela? The only thing that you need to understand about the Iran war is Donald Trump's committing war crimes and his illegal war. And the only other thing you need to know is vote blue.
Little children. Ambassador Swain was in charge of that mission. When I raised these issues, I was dismissed and then dissed. So I went there. And I met with the people. I ran into an OIOS Mountie who was in charge of investigating. He was a font of information, came back here, had 4 hearings on it, and said, how dare they go in there to protect, and they're raping little children, 10, 12 years old, and for a meal, these kids were being exploited by UN peacekeepers. Kofi Annan, to his credit, tried to reform it, and then what did he do? He turned around, he had a zero tolerance policy, and he repatriated people who were, committing these crimes. And then I had another hearing because we soon found out, and the hearing was called Zero Compliance with the Zero Tolerance towards human trafficking. I say that as the author of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 and 4 other anti-human trafficking laws. I take this seriously, and the UN has to be on the side absolutely of protection. So thank you for what you're doing there as well. On Nigeria, Mike, Secretary Waltz, thank you for your leadership on Nigeria. You are one of the few people I know who was deployed there to try to help protect those who are being slaughtered, including the Christians. Yes, Muslims get killed too if they speak out. Christians get targeted because of the infidels, and the radical Islamic belief is you deserve to die. And whether it be Boko Haram, ISIS West Africa, or the Fulani, we need to do more. And you have taken the lead on that. And you might want to speak to that if you would, because I think Nigeria is one of those cases where if the government gets serious, and I mean really serious, they can come up.
Hey, what's up, Yvonne? Yeah, I totally agree with you. The guy that's talking right now is a complete moron.
PC designation, but do so by meriting it. I yield.
Well, thank you, Representative Smith, and thank you for your long history of taking these issues on and actually getting out there on the ground to see them firsthand rather than opining from DC. And I will say, I have to give credit where credit's due. Secretary Guterres has taken on the issue in a meaningful way of not just peacekeepers, but it's often local vendors being paid by the UN who are conducting this type of abuse. On Nigeria, yes, we are taking the persecution of Christians very seriously. I have to say, I did not have Nicki Minaj on my dance card, but to have her with her global following at the UN to put a spotlight on this issue was a real honor.
Listen to this moron right here talking about Nicki Minaj. Nobody gives a crap about Nicki Minaj.
I think it's one of the...
Not even Charlie Kirk cared about Nicki Minaj.
The UN can do well in terms of having that global platform and having the entire world right there in New York. And we've seen the Nigerian government move as a response to the president's attention, our attention, her attention, and others on the issue. They're cooperating with us more than they were on counterterrorism. They're cooperating in terms of their security force capacity. They still have some work to do, frankly, in terms of the Sharia law that is in place in many of these local provinces. And make no mistake, churches are being burned, pastors are being executed, people are being arrested, literally.
All right, it's dinner time, guys. I got an In-N-Out cheeseburger, a double. Let's get it. I got it with extra lettuce.
Wearing a cross around their neck. And the Christian religion is the most persecuted religion in the world right now. And this administration, and I as its representative at the UN, are taking it incredibly seriously in every action that we can.
Thank you so much for that. You know, on anti-Semitism, almost at a time that the UN has been accused credibly in many of its agencies of being profoundly anti-Semitic, including UNRWA, which is a child soldier factory where you teach a kid, a Palestinian youth, from his earliest days to hate Jews and to hate America. And I've read their documents. I've had hearings on the textbooks, so I'm out of time. So thank you for the work that you're doing in that regard on this one.
Representative Keating.
Mr. Chairman, may I just a quick response to the work we're doing on combating anti-Semitism? Yeah, very briefly. Representative Smith, thank you for the point. The UN's really at a crossroads. Since the day we landed, but really even before that, the president came into office with a focus on this, his leadership and vision, the secretary and everyone we work with at state has been focused on this issue. The UN's at a crossroads. It does a lot of good work in the field in the humanitarian space, really important work. And at the same time, it employs a lunatic like Francesca Albanese, the absolute lunatic of a virulent anti-American, anti-capitalist, anti-West, anti-Judeo-Christian, anti-Jew, anti-Israel bigot. She puts on that UN uniform, and it's such a disservice to the brave humanitarians who are out in the field risking their lives for total strangers. And it does such a disservice to the brand of the UN. It is the greatest self-sabotage as a businessman I've ever seen in my business career, that the UN allows its brand to be soiled and spoiled by this bigot. And the UN has a decision to make with a new Secretary General coming in. Are they going to continue to tolerate this bigotry, this hatred of America and the West and Jews and Israel? Or are they going to move in a new direction? And we are watching, not only watching very closely, we have a great team that works on it every day. And we are, rest assured, sir, we are going to hold them accountable.
Representative Keating.
Ambassador Waltz, in your opening statement, you took great pride in pointing out the hundreds of countries that sided with the U.S. On given resolutions. And I just want to note a point of shame brought to this country when the U.S. sided with three countries, Russia, Belarus, and North Korea, in refusing to condemn Russia's actions, illegal aggression against Ukraine, and denied supporting their territorial integrity. Prior to being in Congress, I was a district attorney. I had my own sexual assault unit, my own sexual assault investigatory unit, prosecutorial unit. I started a child advocacy to treat children that were victims of sexual assault. And I worked with regional and federal-based task force dealing with human trafficking, particularly trafficking of children. And in Congress, I had the opportunity to travel and to hold a hearing with Ukrainian, mostly women, on the ground, risking their lives in a hot war zone, trying to bring rescue, recovery, and treatment to children that were sexually assaulted by Russian soldiers. The stories they told me were horrific. Serial rapes occurring to young children with Russian soldiers, starting in the morning, continuing through the day and all night, with their parents and grandparents being forced to witness this. Terrible, terrible examples of sexual assault, time and time again, and war crimes with Ukraine. Now, I want to ask you, given all that, and given my experience knowing that we're going to combat this, we have to do this on an international basis and a regional basis to be successful, the way I was with those task force. Why did the U.S. withdraw from the UN on key offices, the offices for children in armed conflict, the Office of Sexual Violence in Conflict, the Office of Violence Against Children? Why would the U.S. ever withdraw, given what I just laid out, given what Russia's doing, but given what's happening all over the world? why would they ever withdraw for that?
Congressman, I would not conflate our evaluation of the effectiveness of a particular office of an organization versus caring about the issue. I just last week hosted with Tim Tebow and the Tebow Foundation.
To your point, sir. I know.
Can I answer your question?
Thank you for
5 seconds.
No, you answered that. Now I'm taking your answer that you gave me and I'm asking you another question.
Sure.
And I wasted time doing it. Don't filibuster me. Listen.
It's 10
Listen,
seconds.
you just said you were talking
Chairman.
about having agencies that you didn't have control over, that were ineffective. Okay, let's talk about one that the Trump administration does have control over, that does have the ability to shape, and that's the State Department. If that's the case, why did the Trump administration, when it has control of the State Department, why did they fire 70% of the department's trafficking in persons office? And that office, as you know, closes legal gaps and deals with online exploitation, sexual exploitation of children. The office develops protection and partnerships with foreign countries with the goal of strengthening that capacity, preventing and effectively prosecuting and convicting child traffickers. So, all right, you just want to dismiss the meager, probably monies that it takes to deal with international. You had control
President
over.
Trump just signed this year an executive order. President Trump just signed this year an executive order getting after, in a very serious way, sexual exploitation of children. I just hosted a major event at the UN around the sexual exploitation of
why
children
isn't that
with
effective? Why is that
INL,
so
with the International
when
Narcotics Law
countries as a
Enforcement,
whole,
with the UN
when
Office
that's
of Drugs
ineffective?
Control,
You're
with
subjectively
the
choosing
Tebow
what's
Foundation.
effective, what isn't.
No, I'm giving you an answer. The
No, I'm
president takes
giving
this
you
very seriously.
my
You just don't like the
statement.
answer
So this is a
because
great
it
way
cuts
to have a
against your
hearing,
narrative.
isn't it? I wonder how you would have
I'm sorry
reacted
if
when
the
you were on the
facts
other side
run
of this.
headlong
Listen,
into your
Chairman,
I am
would you
just
allow
telling
the
you,
witness
the
to
Trump
answer the
administration
question?
has
Take
control
this very
over its State
seriously. The
Department.
First Lady
It cut
has
70%
expatriated
of the people
Ukrainian children
and
from
they're sitting
Russian
there
camps.
trying
The
to
First Lady
say
herself
that
is
they're
going
for an
after this
executive
issue.
order, and we know how they're working out. The executive order dealing with it.
It has the force of law, as you know.
Your administration is sitting there withdrawing from having a place at the table on these critical issues, and you're sitting there putting
I just
your
gave
own
you
spin
3
on the
examples
religious
of how we're
aspect
taking
of
the
that
issue on.
being the most important thing, and you're hurting children.
We
You
are
have to be a
saving
leader
children
in this.
around
They
the
shouldn't be
world while this
withdrawing
body
from this. They shouldn't be
works
cutting
higher. I
personnel
don't know
from
what it
this. I yield back.
Mr. Keating, would you like an extra 5 seconds where he was answering you earlier?
Sir, I was answering the in-part question that was there. He kept trying to filibuster. Let's not have this hearing
Wanted to
be
make
about
sure.
filibustering. What goes around comes around.
Just wanted to make sure you didn't want an extra 5 seconds when you tried to answer. Representative Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chairman Brian Mast, and indeed, thank both of you for being here today. And I particularly appreciate Secretary Waltz, your lifelong achievements as a graduate of Virginia Military Institute, and for the people of the United States, military service, public service. Thank you, and Mr. Bartos, we appreciate UVA Law School too. With that in mind, I want to congratulate you on your success implementing a streamlined U.S. mission to the United Nations. For far too long, America has helped foot the bill for programs that are undermining American national security. Your success has amplified the reforms so appreciated by former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. Friends of freedom and democracy are to be recognized in totalitarian dictatorships promoting terrorism are exposed by you and former Ambassador Haley. Additionally, I'm really concerned that to assist you, I've addressed a letter to you and Secretary Rubio requesting a review of certain UN officials who are promoting extremist and anti-Semitic ideologies. These bureaucrats have called for the arrest of President Donald Trump and Secretary Hegseth. They have minimized Hamas atrocities, dismissing murderous rapes that claiming they didn't occur. Additionally, they have questioned democracy while visiting Tehran and praising Havana, Cuba. With that in mind, I'd like to submit the letter for the record.
Without objection.
Additionally, Mr. Ambassador, under your leadership, I appreciate your efforts to address diversion of critical aid to prevent food and other critical aid to provide that it go to those intended instead of being diverted to dictatorships. What's the status of reforms to protect programs that really are legitimate? Ambassador Waltz, or both?
Well, I'll just tell you from a broader sense that we have worked at the aid diversion program by pooling our funding, by downsizing the number of agencies that receive some of the funding. Again, that doesn't mean we don't care about the issue. It means we're trying to make it much more effective. I can tell you, Representative, how many times across Africa and the Middle East that I pulled up to a ministry in a small country. It has maybe 6 people in it, and there's 18 UN cars outside from 18 different agencies, all well-meaning, but highly, highly inefficient. So we pulled that funding. We forced a number of these agencies to use shared warehousing, aviation fleets, vehicle fleets, shipping mechanisms so that more cents on the dollar actually gets to people in need. And they now have the UN organization called OCHA now has data up on a dashboard, publicly available. We are auditing that data. We are providing that kind of oversight, but the entire world can see now where that money is going. That level of transparency was not there just a year ago.
And indeed, to get the aid to the people rather than divert it to dictatorships to maintain their power. With that in mind, too, President Trump has acted courageously to destroy the Iranian nuclear capability. It was Envoy Steve Witkoff who identified that Iran was bragging that they could provide 11 bombs with the capabilities they had. And it should be reminded to the American people, simultaneously they're chanting death to Israel, death to America. And so it's not a hypothetical of what they might be doing. With that in mind, Ambassador Waltz, you said our relationship with the Gulf allies has never been stronger, which I agree with. Additionally, they've all thanked the United States and President Trump for acting before Iran could destroy the region with nuclear weapons. With that in mind, the only country that has not adjacent to Iran that has been helpful is the Republic of Georgia. The rigged elections in Georgia by the Georgian Dream Party has resulted in a political party which is anti-American, pro-Iranian. What's being done to strengthen our allies and then to try to reform enemies?
Well, I would just add, importantly, to the countries that don't necessarily neighbor Iran, but that have been incredibly helpful, Jordan as well, which, as you know, was just struck and has been struck repeatedly, not just as a result of this conflict, was struck where he lost servicemen and women under the last administration as well. I'll have to take that for the record, Representative Wilson, in terms of our specific actions in Georgia. There's not a large UN presence there, and I don't know if Ambassador Bartos, you wanted to comment.
Representative Wilson, I just want to say thank you for your leadership on the issue of the special rapporteurs. I made reference to one lunatic, Francesca Albanese. Unfortunately, she's first among equals amongst the crazies, but she's not the only crazy. And your letter is really important. And just to give a quick example, there's a special rapporteur on unilateral coercive measures that we happen to know has received over $1 million in foreign funding from countries like China and Russia. Rest assured, sir, that our administration is taking action and that every option, sir, is on the table.
Well, we have faith in both of you. Thank you for your service.
Representative Barrett. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the UN was founded in 1945, the core mission was maintain international peace and security, protect human rights, deliver humanitarian aid, promote sustainable development, and uphold international law. What we accomplished as the United States of America, creating an architecture of relative peace, stability, prosperity, and I think the UN was a component of that. I'm not one here who is going to deny that the UN doesn't need to be modernized. The P5 was a reflection of the world, what the world looked like in 1945 in the post-World War. Multiple proposals to either expand the permanent membership, include the G4, bringing in Brazil, Germany, India, Japan. If we were designing a United Nations that was reflective of today's world, we would design it very differently. The politics of the UN are worse than congressional politics. Obviously, you have to get to consensus, and it becomes difficult, but it's what we have.
Hey, yo, what up, everyone? Hey, thanks for everyone that's hanging out and sharing your opinions. What's up, Amber, Leslie, Rafi, What's up, Rush? Heron, Tart, Tate, William, Abib, Nasir, Heath, Lara, Jfo. What up, Jfo? Good to see you. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Little Pa. What's up? Lori Ranzino. We got Freedom Fighter. We got Shame N64. What's up, Tosh? What's up, everyone? All right, we're in it for the long haul, guys. We're gonna watch this till the end. We're about 50 minutes in to this like 3-hour long hearing, so we still got another 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go. But good news is we get to take a little smoke break whenever we want. I don't know about you guys, but I'll be smoking up a storm over here. Some of that hippie lettuce. Let's see what I got here. We're smoking up on this. I'm making a coffee right now too. But yeah, so far this hearing's pretty interesting. And it makes it more enjoyable hanging out with YouTubeville, so I appreciate everyone that's hanging out. Thank you.
And we've got to reform it to be a reflection of the 21st century world. If we want our kids and grandkids to have the same peace, stability, and prosperity that I think we've benefited from. An example of where I think the UN is breaking down is, I'll look at the South China Sea. In 2016, a tribunal under UNCLOS rules essentially delivered a unanimous, legally binding decision in the case brought by the Philippines against China's 9-dash line. And they said there's no legal basis for what China's claiming here. And they are encroaching on the Philippines' EEZ. Obviously, that's been ignored. It's not been enforced and so forth. And it does create a real flashpoint that I worry about. I'd like you guys to give us an update. Internally, the UN's looking at UN 80 reforms, if that's...
Don't really see this guy too often. This Barra guy. I guess he's a Democrat. Anybody know what state he's from?
And then also strategically, I do want to modernize the UN. I do want to make it an effective organization that's reflective of its original core mission and reflective of the 21st century world. What would need to happen for us to make those reforms take place to change the P5 membership?
Well, thank you. I'll give a very broad answer, and we have our ambassador here who has the unenviable mission of actually leading that reform. There's a number of reforms underway under this Secretary General. One of the questions we're asking the candidates of the next Secretary General is what would they keep, what would they discard, and what do they propose themselves? But for example, set aside the debate on climate. I don't think we need 7 agencies that list as its primary, with its own headquarters, own executive bodies, right, that are focused on that issue. Let's get it down to 1, do less, better. We have 4. These are the Secretary General's proposals, not mine.
I do worry about the P5 not reflecting today's world though. And
so I'll just tell you very candidly, Representative Barra, there is very little consensus, whether it's on Russia, China, UK, France. On the P5, there has been proposals to have more elected members. There have been proposals to make them permanent, but not have a veto. It's really kind of all over the map in terms of Security Council reform. And the Secretary General is part of UN 80. That's not part of it. So there's just a lot of discussion and not a lot of consensus.
If we were to try to put some muscle into it, lean in, what's the best? Because again, I think the UN is going to be very hard to reform in its current structure with the permanent membership of the...
I think we could make the most gains by what happens in the General Assembly, where you just have literally 80 years of accumulated mandates that then the UN bureaucracy has to try to fulfill. There's no end date, there's no cost associated, there's no deconfliction. And we actually just worked with New Zealand, who led this reform effort, to try to put some brackets and some guidelines around what happens in the General Assembly. That also drives costs onto the UN Secretariat that they struggle to fulfill, and it's one of the reasons they've done nothing but grow for 80 years.
Congressman, if I just may jump in, an example of U.S. leadership working with the Secretary General has for 10 years tried to reform the credit system at the UN. And it's crazy. Basically, the system was whatever the assessments were, what was unspent, there would be a refund based on the assessments, not based on what people contributed. And the UN, regardless of who was paying what, the UN was on a pathway to insolvency, regardless of anything else, because these credits were just growing. We took the mantle of leadership working with lots of other countries at the most recent second resumed session of the Fifth Committee. And after a decade of the Secretary General pushing on this issue, we ultimately, with US leadership, reformed the credit system. It's for a 4-year trial period. We all want to see how it works out. But that's the type of thing, to Ambassador Waltz's point, this is happening in the GA, and I'll say proudly in the Fifth Committee, which is completely consensus driven. It's the most professionally challenging thing I've ever worked on in my life. It's actually crazy when you say 193 countries have to agree, but somehow it works. It's 3 different bites at the budget. We'll have, Sarah, when we come back and see you next, we'll see how the regular budget goes this fall and then into the next.
Oh, all right, for sure, JFO. Thanks for the info. Yeah, I'm going to check it out. Yeah, whenever I watch these hearings, I always have my other phone, and I Google what they're all about. You know, I'll read their Wikipedia page, LOL.
Very general, but those types of reforms, that type of working together to common sense.
Like this guy right here, Jeff Bardos. I don't really know too much about this guy.
But sometimes it takes a lot of leadership just to get there, and we're providing that leadership. But thank you for the question.
Representative Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ambassadors, for being here. I'm going to start with Ambassador Bartos, since colleague on the other side of the aisle essentially accused the United States and this administration of not caring about children. So I just want to highlight the case of, or the fact that 747
Hey, JFO, for sure. That's a good question.
147 open cases, including minors, among the victims of sex used as currency for food and shelter by the organization itself. And just, Ambassador Bartos, if you want to take a moment to briefly address America's views on that circumstance.
First of all, General, it's great to see you, fellow Pennsylvanian. So great to see you, and thank you for the question. I would say I've had a lot of proud moments in my 10 months at Post. Perhaps one of the most proud moments was watching our chief of mission last week, sitting up with Tim Tebow, with representatives from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, our own colleagues at the State Department and the INL Bureau, leading a panel discussion on real efforts to combat transnational sex trafficking of children. Now, the statistics, the work that's being done, the Tebow Foundation, Tim and his wife, remarkable people. They devoted their now post-professional football lives to this issue, and to sit there and listen to the devotion they have to fighting this issue, to Ambassador Waltz for convening all of us. It was one of the most proud moments I've had at Post. And any assertion that the Trump administration, that the State Department, or at USUN, we're not laser focused on combating this issue, not only in the UN, but there's a lot of, and Ambassador Waltz could go into greater detail, a lot of just shockingly making nauseous statistics about what's happening, the flow of minors from Africa to Europe I didn't know about it. And it redoubles and retriples our efforts to combat this scourge.
Yeah, American taxpayers don't want their dollars to be spent on trafficking of children on some official capacity. Ambassador Waltz, I wanted to ask you about the UN's Peace and Development Trust Fund. The Secretary General himself said that the 2019 Belt Road Forum, BRI, and the 2030 Agenda are inextricably linked. The report catalogs programming between Belt Road Initiative, UNDP, UNEP, UNICEF, UNCTAD, UNESCO, spanning Ethiopia, Serbia, Kazakhstan, and dozens of other countries. The UN didn't just stumble into this. There's a partnership by design, and it is not foreign aid, it's debt statecraft. From leveraging ports, telecom backbones, critical infrastructure. For instance, Sri Lanka handed over its port on a 99-year lease after it couldn't pay. And of course, it's by design. Pattern repeats itself. And of course, the Belt and Road Initiative countries shift their UN General Assembly voting patterns to align more closely with Beijing after the money arrives. Now, this is a voting bloc that's bought and paid for over time with these loans. And then it involves military basing, surveillance infrastructure, all that follows the money. With that pattern in mind, what do you assess the risk to UN agencies using taxpayer dollars to pimp out developing nations to our greatest adversary? And what do you think the administration is willing to demand regarding our funding for UN entities formally serving the co-programming and the co-publication activities tied to the Belt and Road Initiative?
No, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. I think it gets to the broader issue when we get asked, why do we even participate in this thing at all? Like, why are we even there? And, one of my answers is, unfortunately, if we didn't invent it, somebody else would. And I don't want to see UN Beijing or UN Brussels or what have you. My second answer is there's these global standard setting bodies, these little baby UN agencies that many people have never heard of that set the rules of the road for our industries around the world. There's a World Intellectual Property Organization. China was running to head that. Imagine China heading global IP for how we treat our patents. We supported a pro-business Singaporean that's now the head of that agency, the International Telecommunication Union, cables, spectrum, radio, things that truly matter to our economy. We're running now an American for re-election to set those rules of the road. I want pilots around the world speaking English, air traffic controllers trained to a certain standard. So these bodies matter. We can't just walk away because then there would be 192 countries without us. We just need to get in there and fight and win. To answer your question, Representative Perry, more directly, we've demanded the UN Secretariat stop using that slush fund. And as part of our pooled funding model, we have much greater transparency and visibility on those aid dollars as they go out. But make no mistake, whether it is the EU and their version of safety standards or censorship on AI, or whether it's the Chinese trying to set the rules of the road that's not in line with our interests, we have to get in there and fight and win. We have an example of that when the International Maritime Organization was within a week of putting a global carbon tax, $1 billion a month on global shipping. It was absurd. They thought it was a done deal. We got in there and fought and won to the point where our representative on the ground said the EU ambassador just called us diplomatic gangsters. So we're going to get in there and fight and win for the American people and for American industry and put America first.
Appreciate your service. Yield back. Representative Jacobs.
Chairman, Ambassador Waltz, it's great to see you back here.
Good to see you and appreciate you coming up to New York last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you about the war in Iran. As you know, I represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country. So this is personal for my constituents, for me, as I know it is for you. Right now, we've got about 2,500 San Diego service members deployed off the coast of Iran. Thousands more have received 48-hour deployment notices. I know you served multiple combat tours in Afghanistan, so you know firsthand what these service members and their families are going through. And while they willingly make the sacrifices for our country, it's our job on both sides of this dais to make sure that those sacrifices are worth it. So I wanted to ask you a simple question. Are we better off now than we were before we launched the war in Iran?
The world and the American people are safer.
Okay, let's get into some more specifics. Before the war, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Are Americans better off when the Strait of Hormuz is open or when the Strait of Hormuz is closed?
We fortunately, I find it a little bit rich to hear this kind of clamoring for oil and gas when, frankly, your side of the aisle has been at war against the American fossil fuel industry for quite some time. In fact, we had an LNG export ban just under the last administration. But fortunately, because of drill, baby drill, because of fracking, we are largely self-sufficient in the energy space.
Well, my constituents who are paying on average thousands of dollars more a month in costs because of this war would beg to differ that our economy is not impacted by the Strait of Hormuz being closed.
California imports much of its oil and gas, unfortunately, because of its own regulations.
Yeah, I want to talk about the national average of gas, actually. The national average of gas before the war started was $3 a gallon. It is now once again over $4 a gallon. You said actually in saying that the war was getting better on June 21st on Face the Nation that it is now below $4 and falling to show that we're making progress, but it's back up at $4 a gallon now. So are Americans better off when they're paying $3 a gallon nationally for gas or $4 a gallon nationally for gas?
I think Americans are better off than not paying the highs of over $5 under the last administration. Because
that happened for 2 weeks during the Ukraine war. It's been over $4 for more than 3 months just this year. Let's turn to
Americans are better off with Iran not having a nuclear weapon and the rest of the region exploding in a nuclear arms race. Saudi Arabia has said.
I knew that answer was coming. I knew it. I knew he was going to say, well, Americans are better off without Iran having a nuclear weapon. Shut up, you jerk off.
They'll get a nuclear weapon if Iran tests it.
I wanted to ask about the nuclear threat, actually, so thank you. Mm-hmm. Before the war began, Iran had 440 kilograms of near weapons-grade uranium. We can all agree on that. Yes. Enough, according to nuclear experts, for up to 10 bombs.
Look, check it out. We got to take a little break to see this this new Donald Trump hit.
What a beautiful spring day. I cannot wait to get some things done.
They just bombed a school in Iran. Hundreds of children died. Your taxes are paying for war crimes.
Maybe I'll just go back inside for a little while. Oh, yeah, time to plant some potatoes. This will help me clear my mind for
ICE
sure.
has one of the highest fundings of any military.
They just
detained a Sunday school teacher, a farm worker, a grandmother. You're probably on a domestic terror watch list.
I feel like I need to lay down. Just a few steps left on the cabin. I can totally get this done in a week or two.
Gas prices are more expensive than ever. They're planning to steal the midterm election. Hundreds of thousands of Americans won't be able to vote.
God, nature is so beautiful. It always makes me feel better.
They want to dismantle the forest. They're selling public lands to oil. The next generation will have no trees.
Oh, maybe I'll just sit here and relax for a little while.
Do more.
Do less.
Go to a protest. Protest, do nothing. Take a break. Stay informed. Try harder.
Fuck this shit.
Don't let go. Whatever you do, don't let go! I'll never let go.
The president says Iran's nuclear program has been completely obliterated, but Ambassador, you testified today that every single kilogram of that enriched uranium is still in Iran. And you know that because the president is currently negotiating what to do with it, and you don't negotiate the disposal of uranium you've destroyed. So the uranium is still there, but we currently have no inspectors to see the uranium or know anything about it. So are Americans better off when we knew where the uranium was and had inspectors, or are they better off now when we don't?
Well, I think the premise of your question, respectfully, is flawed. Iran had kicked out the inspectors, was not allowing it to those sites, developing its program. And so when the president says he obliterated the program, he was talking about its enrichment capability. That was a year ago, and they are working to reconstitute that capability.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Bloomberg, Iran atomic risk seen higher than before Trump attacks began.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, we are obviously not better off. This administration has just asked Congress for $87 billion more to pay for this war. We've lost at least 18 American service members with at least 427 wounded. Before the war, the strait was open. Now it's closed. Before the war, the national average of gas was under $3 a gallon. Now it's $4. The nuclear risk from Iran is higher now than it was before, and Americans have already paid $37.5 billion for this war, according to Secretary Hex's testimony yesterday. Last year, you personally added a reporter to the signal chain where this administration was texting about war plans, and at the time, many of us were concerned that your administration's incompetence would get people killed. Well, now we've lost at least 18 U.S. service members because of your administration's incompetence, and you should all be ashamed. It's very clear that Americans are not better off. Potentially the only people better off are the Ayatollah and his cronies. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Burchett. Thank you,
Chairman, may I respond to that? We have a lot of talk of filibuster here, and it's quite the.
This Mike Waltz clown is just like Pam Bondi, always trying to get the last word in. Bunch of babies.
Sure. In response. Lebanon is in a better place and in peace negotiations. The Assad regime is gone. Syria is on the best path we've had in my lifetime. Iraq is now visiting the United States and in the best path in my lifetime. Iran is absolutely trying to hold the world's economy hostage in violation of international law. And thankfully, we finally have a president that is doing something about Iran killing Americans for 47 years. This did not start this year, last year. It started in 1979.
Point of order.
And we finally have.
What a bunch of baloney right there. Well, then I guess Trump's a failure because he didn't do crap during his first term. Well, we all know Trump's a failure, though.
Mr. Ambassador, I can concede.
And Mr. Burchett.
I can concede that some things are better off, but none of them are because we bombed Iran at the behest of Bibi Netanyahu.
Mr. Burchett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, you graduated from BMI, you're special forces, you're decorated, you love your mama, you got some beautiful babies. We got show ponies up here and we got work.
Oh my goodness, who the hell is this guy? Good Lord. This guy's awful.
Brother, you are a workhorse, and I'm proud to know you, and I consider you a friend. And we came to Congress together, so I really appreciate you and your incredible service to our great nation. So, the Burchett household, you're a pretty big deal. And now I'm not going to go for the juggler. I'm going to say all those nice things. I'm going to come after you. I just want to ask you some simple questions. What does the United Nations provide that America could not achieve through direct diplomacy or alliances or other international organizations?
Two things, just to answer you three, to answer you very directly. We need one place in the world, especially with a president who puts peace and diplomacy first, backed by military strength, but puts diplomacy first. I want one place in the world where everyone can come and talk. We don't always agree, but I can tell you as a soldier, as a veteran, if we're using words and not bullets, that's a good thing. I don't want to see UN Beijing, UN Brussels, or UN anywhere else. I want it right here in the United States of America. The second thing, burden sharing is a key part of an America first foreign policy. I don't want to see US troops in places like Gaza or Haiti. We now have UN troops there, but in order for all their flaws, but better than American troops in my book. And in order for them to do that, they need a stamp of international law, which by treaty is agreed upon by the UN. And then finally, I talk about the standard setting. We have to get in there and fight and win for our industries. We have these global regulatory bodies that set the rules of the road for everything that crosses a border. And it's been astounding to me how absent we've been in those fights, but no more. We're in there fighting and winning for the American people.
I'm sure the Latin folks had a saying for it, but East Tennessee, they say you're either at the table or on the menu. So I suspect you're an at the table kind of guy. I'm still not a fan of the UN. But they've been promoting these crazy liberal policies like abortion and gender identity. How do those things align with promoting global peace and security?
They don't. That's why we regularly vote against them. Case in point, we just had a commission on the status of women, and 11,000 delegates showed up. And rather than dealing with countries who still have rape laws where you have to have multiple witnesses for a woman to bring a case, instead of dealing with countries that have abusive and ridiculous domestic violence laws, instead of dealing with countries that have genital mutilation laws still on the books, or those types of things, instead they're going on about this gender and other kinds of nonsense. It's not only a waste of time and money, it's a huge missed opportunity for women who are struggling under these types of oppressive circumstances around the world. And as a veteran of Afghanistan, I've seen the worst of the worst.
Why do we continue providing funding to the United Nations peacekeeping initiatives when they're almost always a colossal failure?
Well, I'll hand the mic over to our reform ambassador, but I'll tell you we're trying two different things, at least in our time under President Trump's leadership. The Gang Suppression Force has an offensive mandate, unlike everything that's been tried before, so they can go after the likes of Barbecue and ESO and others that are recruiting child soldiers and terrorizing the Haitian people. We now have the International Stability Force under the Board of Peace with a heavy American hand on that, rather than surrendering that force over to the UN bureaucracy. And I'll defer to Ambassador Bartos for additional points.
Thank you, Congressman. Very briefly, what we would manage to achieve, we just finished the peacekeeping negotiations for the budget for the 26-27 year. And through Ambassador Laseta, our colleague, and her great team in the political section, they negotiated a major streamlining of the mission in South Sudan, which led to an almost $90 million reduction in that budget on a going forward basis. We've sunset, with Ambassador Waltz's leadership and the Secretary's leadership, we've sunset UNIFIL. And so on December 31st of 2026, UNIFIL will sunset, and then it will be wound down in the first part of 2027. So we are taking a real hard look at every single budget at the level of, sir, the granularity of what we're looking at. We're even looking now going forward at the calories per day per troop to try to get the UN's metrics to align with US Army and Navy, Air Force, Marines metrics. That simple change will save, we estimate, almost $40 million a year just getting it in line with US standards. So we're taking a look at every single part of peacekeeping. The last thing I'll say is there is a mission in the Central African Republic that I visited earlier this year that is on the pathway to stabilizing that country, and they had successful elections, so keep an eye on that one. But you're right, sir. Too often, failure.
Thank you, sir. You're a credit. Both of y'all are a credit for what you do, and that still scares the hell out of me when I see those blue helmets show up in newsreels. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am astounded that at a time when our soldiers are dying in the field and our bases are being bombed throughout the region as we fight a war of choice, that you have called the president a peace president. I can't even believe that. Apparently the Nobel Committee didn't agree with that assessment either. But anyway, that gives us some idea of where you're coming from, apparently. I want to ask you just about the cuts and how they're affecting our relations with our allies. Now, some of our partners and allies agree that they need reforms at the UN for operational efficiencies, but they don't support this kind of Doge-like approach to just blanket cuts and withholding of funds to the regular budget or the peacekeeping budgets. In fact, they've communicated this to the administration and said that the impact of these cuts is undermining their own contributions to the UN, and it's struggling now, as we've heard, just to keep the lights on. And in doing that, the U.S. is isolating itself from our once like-minded allies and partners. We've taken extreme positions on several issues recently. I just name a couple of them. On February the 24th, 2025, which was the third anniversary of Russia's invasion, the U.S. voted against a Ukraine-sponsored General Assembly resolution, just said advancing a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. It reaffirmed Ukraine's territorial integrity and called for Russian withdrawal. We voted against that. We broke with Ukraine and our NATO
That's
allies.
incorrect, Representative. Your staff has given you bad information. We abstained from that resolution.
well, I'll double check that, but the people we were in line with there were Russia, North Korea, and Belarus. I don't think that's incorrect. How about this one? March 2026, the U.S. was one of just 3 nations to vote against a resolution that was against the transatlantic slave trade, saying that slavery did not violate contemporary international law. Is that correct?
A key provision of an international slavery reparations fund. I would not put a single dollar of your taxpayer money from your constituents into that fund.
Well, this didn't create a fund. It was just
It proposes an international reparations fund, and even for African Americans who are fighting for reparations, should it pay for the entire world? How far does slavery go back? Who has participated in slavery? It was a wide open money grab on behalf of a number of these countries.
Taking my time back. All right, how about this one? We voted against 38 resolutions in the General Assembly Human Rights Committee alone in 2025. That included, and we've heard some reference to this, combating exploitation and discrimination against children, a resolution on children's access to nutritious food, a Second World Summit for Social Development that we opposed 180 to 3 with just Argentina and Israel on our side. You consider that us working with our allies? And tell me, since you're so strong on some of these issues and feel so determined that they are a good idea, how is this helpful? How is this incompetent and extremist foreign policy that you support, you carry out, you're championing? Isn't that driving a wedge between us and our allies? And doesn't that fracture the foundations of U.S. diplomatic partnerships? And is that a good thing for our national security?
Congresswoman, just on the point about the General Assembly and the resolutions you're referencing, it costs $28,000 per hour to run the GA. They run the same resolutions year in, year out. They're performative, almost all of them, and it is a colossal waste of the time and resources of the UN. The Security Council costs $15,000 per hour. That is how these things cost. We are looking at all that and pushing the UN to get back to basics. So it is actually promoting international peace and security and all of its core missions, and not doing this performative year in, year out.
I appreciate that, Ambassador. Thank you. I'll take my time back. I appreciate your assessment. As I understand it, you had no prior government service, no diplomatic experience, and nothing really to recommend you to serve in this role because you're a real estate lawyer. So I thank you for that assessment.
Well, in fairness, Congresswoman, the U.S., I have led the efforts of the United States to build consensus on all of these budget resolutions, which is helping the UN. I led the efforts, my team, and I led the efforts to help the UN save itself from itself on the credit system. So that you can say that all you want.
The witnesses respond.
But yeah,
whose time is it? Whose time is he using? The gentlelady yielded back.
I've provided the leadership.
Whose time is he using?
He's responding to a question. Again, it seems like you don't want questions answered.
No, I just want to point of order that the gentlelady have yielded back her time, and so I want to know whose time he's now using.
Clock is still going, as you saw.
The time does not belong to the witnesses. The time belongs to members of Congress.
Clock was still going, and again,
Mr.
if you don't want answers to your questions,
the gentlelady yielded back her time.
You've made it abundantly clear you don't want answers
So when
to
the
questions.
gentlelady yielded back her time, I just wanted to, my question was whose time was being utilized.
One time when you were the chairman, you took my time away because you didn't like my questioning.
That is
the chairman, respectfully.
Other chairman, former
ranking member, respectfully.
Representative Kim, you are
Focus
recognized.
on today, please. Focus on today, please.
Always.
Representative Kim, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. And Ambassadors Waltz and Baltus, I want to thank you for joining us today and testifying, answering questions. I do want to start by commending the administration and your efforts to deliver more than $1 billion in UN budget savings in just 6 months recently. I call that real progress on behalf of the American taxpayers. That demonstrates what strong principled leadership can achieve at the UN. So with that, I want to ask Ambassador Bartos, can you walk us through the strategy that you used to build that coalition and support from other member states for those savings? And what was the most effective ways that you were able to overcome opposition? Was it targeted engagement? Was it burden sharing arguments or something else? I want to hear from you how you did it.
Thank you for the question. It turns out that applying common sense business principles to an organization that is failing in its fundamental purposes and is hurtling every year closer and closer to insolvency through its own ineffectiveness, not through who pays or doesn't pay, but it's its own failure to meet its mission. Applying common sense business principles and good old fashioned roll up your sleeves, go meet with other representatives, go meet with other ambassadors, go meet with the experts who do this work in, day out. Look, I'm blessed to have an outstanding team of professionals who spent their whole careers on UN reform. But what wasn't there before we got to post was the leadership. The Trump administration has brought the leadership that so many reform advocates have been yearning for.
Send Barron to the front lines.
I hear this from across the UN. The president's vision and leadership, the secretary's support, vision and leadership, Ambassador Waltz is charged to make it happen, get this organization back to basics, make it hit and then exceed its fundamental purpose, has been our driving mission since day one. And it is good old fashioned work with everybody, build consensus, build relationships, honor your word, do what you say you're going to do. And so it turns out it's actually not that hard to reform an organization.
Bringing that common sense leadership into UN, and we need more of those here on the Hill as well, if I may say so. It's no secret that U.S. adversaries like Iran, Russia, and China, they seek to advance their interests through the UN. And we saw how Iran's terrorist proxy Hamas infiltrated UNRWA. This is a fatally flawed organization. Investigations uncovered that over 100 UNRWA staffers participated in the October 7 massacre, and Hamas terrorists were disguised as UNRWA school principals and teachers. Ambassador Waltz, can you talk to us what steps you are pursuing within the UN system to permanently dismantle UNRWA and ensure that humanitarian assistance to Palestinians across the Middle East is delivered through alternative mechanisms that are not tied to refugee status?
Well, thank you for the question. As you know, Secretary Rubio has labeled UNRWA a virtual arm of Hamas. The USAID Inspector General has identified over 100 employees that actively participated in the October 7th massacre. We have ended U.S. funding to UNRWA as effective last year. We've also, just as an aside in the broader fight against anti-Semitism, withdrawn from the so-called Human Rights Council that has the likes of Francesca Albanese, who is now under sanction, and UNESCO, which I'll remind everyone the Obama administration also withheld funding from. In terms of additional actions, I want to make it clear that we're focused on UNRWA Gaza. UNRWA also has activities in Jordan that our Jordanian partners and allies find incredibly useful, activities in Syria and Lebanon. But we are focused on UNRWA. About 70% of what they do is education. Sadly, it is shown again and again to be radicalizing the next generation of Palestinians, talking about eliminating the state of Israel completely. There's no two-state solution coming out of Hamas and coming out of these schools. They're talking one state, which is eliminating Israel. The bottom line is we are looking to transfer that function to the newly established National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, which was established under the Board of Peace by UN resolution. We've got a lot of help from Morocco, a lot of help from UAE on the curriculum. And then the other pieces, the humanitarian pieces, need to be handled by other organizations that have not been compromised and radicalized.
I want to quickly touch on your role and your leadership because in regards to dealing with China, because they are significantly expanding its pressure there, both financial contributions and institutional influence at the UN. So can you talk to us about how administration is working with like-minded countries to expand Taiwan's meaningful participation in the international organizations?
Well, we have repeatedly pushed back on the PRC's interpretation of its role and Taiwan's role at the UN. So part of that is just constantly level setting of what the UN resolution that established the seat for China actually did. And I know we're out of time, but we are fighting for Taiwan's meaningful participation in UN bodies across the board as a matter of US policy.
Representative
Luke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you for the witnesses for being here today. My questions will be for Ambassador Waltz.
Oh hell yeah! Ted Lieu's about to make Mike Waltz cry right now, like a little baby, like the little baby that he is. Yeah, I seen a clip of this. Ted Lieu drops the hammer. He pretty much ends his career right here. I could watch this over and over again.
First members are in the middle.
Yeah, Ted Lieu's a solid senator. Shout out to Ted Lieu from Orange County, I think.
Risking their lives in the war with Iran. How many U.S. troops have been wounded in the Iran war?
My understanding from the Defense Department's latest numbers is over 100, but about 70% or 90% of those have immediately returned to duty.
Okay. That number is wrong. According to Defense Casualty Analysis System, 482 American troops have been wounded. Now, it's not surprising to me that you did not know the answer to that. The reason you are here today and in your position is because you were fired by the president from your former position as National Security Advisor. You disclosed classified information that harmed American pilots and put them at risk.
About me. That's your spin, I guess, for your next campaign commercial. I don't know.
How many American troops have been killed in the Iran war?
In these ongoing operations, 18.
Okay. Now, President Trump has repeatedly stated that Iran's military was obliterated. On March 16th, President Trump stated that Iran's military was, quote, literally obliterated, end quote. How is it possible that 482 American troops have been wounded and 18 service members killed by an Iranian military that's been purportedly obliterated?
The Iranian Navy, Air Force, air defense system, and industrial capacity have been massively damaged, if not completely ineffective. But this is a state that is trying to reconstitute. This is a regime that is obsessed with a nuclear weapon. And it's a regime that still maintains some missile and drone capability that it's firing on all of its neighbors, including our bases. I think that's a pretty common sense evaluation, but if I need to explain it to you further, I can.
You need to explain to American people how an Iranian military that's been purportedly obliterated killed 18 U.S. service members and wounded 482
As you know, 7 of those service
well,
members died in a plane crash.
Let me finish my question. And has struck multiple U.S. facilities in the Middle East repeatedly. So I'm going to show you a video from Jordan, and this is an Iranian strike. And if we could play the video, that would be great. Thank you. I would hope the Republican-controlled Foreign Affairs Committee would know how to use audio next time, but we did see the video, and it showed multiple missiles hitting this base in Jordan. Let me tell you what happened. It was disclosed later that 2 U.S. troops died in that strike from a purportedly obliterated Iranian military, and this is what Donald Trump said. He said that the Iranians, quote, did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, it would not have happened. He then went on to say, when you let other people do your job, when the United States, we let other people do a job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. So let me ask you this question. Do we still have American troops stationed in Jordan right now?
Doesn't surprise me that you're referring to Al Jazeera. In terms of your video, I'm here as the UN ambassador, but I'm happy to refer you to Pete Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth's testimony yesterday. Of course,
in your opening statement, you bragged about doing a Security Council resolution on Iran. So yes, Iran is in your job responsibility. Focus on it and focus on the troops that have been wounded and killed. Do not be so callous with the safety and lives of American troops. I'm going to ask you again: Are U.S. troops currently stationed? Are U.S. troops currently stationed in Jordan?
Oralized to me. Go back
U.S.
to your
troops currently stationed in Jordan?
Try to get reelected.
I will.
You should.
November is coming for you and this administration. Are U.S.
Yeah, tell them, Ted Lieu. Midterms, baby, blue wave tsunami. Vote out all these MAGA meat riding political pricks.
Jordan? It's not even a trick question. Are they?
Of course they are.
Okay.
With a
And
great
if Donald Trump doesn't trust the Jordanians to protect U.S. troops, do you trust them? Who are we going to have protect U.S. troops? They are exposed right now in the Middle East. Repeatedly being exposed to Iranian missiles
when they died
and missile strikes and drones. You don't even know how many U.S. troops were wounded in this Iran war. Shame on you for not even know basic facts. You are the U.S. ambassador, and you don't even know how many U.S. troops were wounded in the Iran war. You got that wrong. You should be shameful. You don't know basic facts.
Because
you should resign. You don't even care about the number of U.S. troops that were wounded.
Someone who was never
You did not know how many U.S. troops were wounded. You gave false information to Congress. You should be ashamed of yourself for not even knowing how many U.S. troops were wounded in the Iranian war.
Yeah. Hey, Ted Lieu just cooked that clown right there. Had him for dinner. Yeah, that fool should resign. Mike Waltz is a clown. He's a traitor. I want to hear that again.
The Middle East, repeatedly being exposed to Iranian missiles
when they died
and missile strikes and drones. You don't even know how many U.S. troops were wounded in this Iran war. Shame on you for not even know basic facts. You are the U.S. ambassador, and you don't even know how many U.S. troops were wounded in the Iran war. You got that wrong. You should be shameful. You don't know basic facts. You should resign. You don't even care about the number of U.S. troops that were wounded. You did not know how many U.S. troops were wounded. You gave false information to Congress. You should be ashamed of yourself for not even knowing how many U.S. troops were wounded in the Iranian war.
The gentleman's words should be taken down. You should not use such derogatory language for the distinguished ambassador. Seriously, I know you're upset, but
nothing in the last administration. Zero. Politics and the worst of it.
He lied to Congress.
Well, one thing's for sure is tempers are flaring. It's going to be one long hot summer.
Flat out false number, minimizing the number of U.S. troops wounded in Iran.
Mr. Chairman,
that's what he did in his first answer to my question.
It should be recognized that the ambassador is a 27-year veteran of the military. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, do you have a point of order?
I would ask, disagree all you want, but do it civilly. And that was not civil.
No point of order. No. Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, I yield my time to you as you may consume for anything that you would like to comment on that past exchange. And it is my time, and either you or I will be speaking. Mr. Ambassador.
Yeah, I would just thank you for your time, Representative. The Iranian regime has been killing Americans for administration after administration after administration. We finally have a president that has said enough is enough. I don't think that nonsense merits additional response.
Okay, very good. First of all, I want to just verify one thing with you. Should we decide that we do not want to meet what dues, assessments, whatever, we would keep the most important thing in the UN for us, which is our seat on the our permanent seat on the Security Council. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I don't mean to use your time.
If we choose not to meet our dues or assessments for the UN, we would lose our voice in the General Assembly, but we would keep the most important thing,
correct.
Which is the seat on the permanent veto.
That is correct. And importantly, the UN Security Council, the resolutions that come out of there are binding in international law. What comes out of the General Assembly is not binding.
Correct. I want to turn to peacekeepers. You mentioned in your testimony there were 90,000 at the height of peacekeeping. You mentioned the sexual abuse, which happens often with those forces. I wanted to talk about measures of success. And my example is UNIFIL in Lebanon.
Damn, Ted Lieu got me all fired up.
A total failure. So what measures of success are you trying to get the UN to use in their peacekeeping forces?
To your point on UNIFIL, it's an important one. Its mandate was to prevent non-armed actors from arming and operating south of the Litani River in southern Lebanon. I think we've seen the exact opposite for the last 20 years from Hezbollah at the cost of $500 million a year for that peacekeeping force of 11,000 international troops. And the administration has put a policy in place that UNIFIL will not continue. What we have tried to do with every year, typically these peacekeeping forces are renewed. And we have made it very clear to the rest of the Security Council that they cannot just continue. For example, DRC Congo, that force at the cost of $1 billion a year has been there for 30 years. And I don't think we've seen it result in peace. So we are tying the renewal of these peacekeeping forces to an actual peace process, to a political process, whether that's in DRC Congo or Western Sahara or Libya or other locations. They need to work themselves out of a job and not become a cash cow for the troop contributing nations and not become an excuse for the actors on the ground to not have to make the compromises they need to make to achieve peace.
Yeah, Mr. Ambassador, I would just recommend you come up with measures of success for each of them. I mean, concrete measures of success.
Thank you. We just had a report for the gang suppression force in Haiti with actual measures of success.
Great.
It is we're a few months into the job. We're trying to undo 80 years of not always great performance and behavior.
Yeah, one of the most egregious examples of institutional bias in the UN was a special committee to investigate Israeli human rights practices, SHURP. And I will tell you, they failed to mention not a single word about the atrocities in their 10,000 plus word report, 21 pages. I believe that you have had some successes in turning the vote into SHURP vote. Can you share that with us?
Ambassador Waltz, on March 25th, 2026, the United States was one of only 3 nations to vote against the United Nations General Assembly resolution declaring the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, what the hell happened? Man, I think the internet's down or something. I don't know what's going on. Shit. Let's see what's cracking over here. What the hell? Probably too hot or something. All right, 1 second. Let me see what's going on. Husky dog crashed out. All right, give me a second. Let's see. Oh, man. What's up, Carlo? Just trying to figure something out. Good boy, stay right there. All right, what's going on with this internet? All right, give me a second. I gotta troubleshoot this. My guess is too hot. It's like 100 degrees over here in Los Angeles still. Oh man. All right, let's see what's going on over here. No access, huh? Network settings. All right, let's see what's really going on. says we're connected now. I gotta figure out where we were at. Oh man. It's too much internet. All right, hang on. I think we might be back. All right. But where were we? All right.
Vote. Can you share
All right,
that
here we
with
go.
us?
We're back.
Congressman, we'll take that one for the record in terms of looking at that vote. On the more broadly, with respect to UN, the Commission of Inquiry, the Special Rapporteurs, the Human Rights Council, which of course we've withdrawn from, and other measures, as I mentioned before, the UN is at the decision point, and it has to decide whether it wants to get back to basics and foundational peace and security, or whether it wants to just be a machine to have General Assembly resolutions, 183 against Israel over the last so many years versus 70 against the rest of the world. It's a shocking, and it's a hotbed, or as the chairman said, a snake pit of anti-Americanism, anti-West, anti-Judeo-Christian values, anti-Israel, anti-Jew. They have to decide, and we have a selection coming up that's going to decide the future of this organization with the next Secretary General.
Okay, well, I know you've got plenty of examples, but that report, which was literally weeks after the October 7th attack, in which their report did not mention a single atrocity, might be a good one to use in your working on Sherman. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. And
I think it was, you know what it was? It was the new Trump phone. The new Trump phone's a piece of crap, just like everything else Trump does.
On March 25th, 2026, the United States was one of only 3 nations to vote against the United Nations General Assembly resolution declaring the transatlantic slave trade and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans the greatest crime against humanity. The resolution passed by the world 123-3 with 52 abstentions. For many Americans and for people of African ancestry and descent around the world, that vote raised serious questions about our nation's moral leadership. I would ask you, Mr. Waltz, why did the United States vote no, as did our few and so few allies with us?
I think there were 2 issues that we had with the resolution, and of course, the issue of slavery, both here in the United States and around the world, was abhorrent and should be condemned. But the issue with the language of that resolution was that it advocated for international reparations fund, something that the administration is not in favor of. And further,
let me follow up on
our,
the second question.
we tried, but despite our efforts, they could not put a real bracket around what was slavery.
Let me ask you a second question. Do you personally recognize the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity? And if so, what specific language in the resolution would you prefer to have in the proposal for you to
I can go back, and we're happy to come talk to you about the language that we proposed. I'll have to take that for the record.
And the United States, for the record, has paid reparations in the past.
We tried to put some brackets around what was slavery.
We have paid reparations to those that
Egyptians,
enslavers, as well as those that
does it affect African nations that participated in the transatlantic slave trade? We couldn't get a good definition.
Let me finish my question. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Many African leaders have raised questions about the restrictions during the World Cup. It was a great time, and a time that we should have been very joyous. It was the 48 nations that participated. But something came to light during that period is that there were 12 African nations that have total bans on travel to the United States. Also, embarrassingly so, I would say, for the grandmother of Cape Verde and Goldie, country of 500,000 people, he couldn't get his grandmother in here. I don't know what threat she meant to the United States or to a person that works in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. But fans were denied the opportunity to be here. There are 14 other countries that have partial bans, such as Zambia, having to pay $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 for a visa. So effectively, that's 26 nations that are banned in the African continent from coming to the United States. Almost half of Africans are banned from entering the United States of America, roughly 700 million people. Do you agree with this policy, or would you like to see it changed?
The only restrictions that I dealt with from the UN context are around the Ebola issue, and which did affect DRC. I just spoke to the DRC foreign minister this week about those. In terms of the visa bond issue, if that's what you're referring to, I would have to refer you to DHS in terms of those restrictions. I thought the World Cup was a fantastic success. We spoke to the Algerians, to the Moroccans, to the DRC.
Has been excluded. This came to light during that period. And as we look to our growth and future and relationships with the African nations, that they can't come here. I've heard of major foundations and other people that cannot bring employees over here, and companies that have investments in Africa that want to do job retreats cannot get their employees to come over here. So it's excluding us from a nation. Let me ask you, with Cuba, would you say we are at war with Cuba in your definition?
I would not say that we are.
And I only highlight that because we have a naval blockade around an island
We do
nation.
not have a naval blockade. That is Cuban propaganda.
So goods and fuel to get to the island nation.
Propaganda.
Can fuel get to the United
We contributed over $500 million in goods, from the United States to the Cuban regime.
To get to
a blockade would be a ring of Navy ships that are stopping anything from going in. That is literally Cuban propaganda. There is no blockade on Cuba.
So Cubans can receive fuel from anywhere around the world.
There are humanitarian waivers
So
that the administration has put in
if you
place.
just simply were to answer the question. Last question regarding the Middle East.
Cuba
Who's your
is failing
primary point
because
of
of
contact?
communism and
Do
the
you
corruption
deal-
of its
Do you deal
regime.
specifically with Secretary Rubio, or do you take advice from Mr. Jared Kushner and Mr. Witkoff? Who's your primary point of contact for Middle East negotiations?
I deal with all three on a regular basis.
Are they on the same par?
I'm not sure you're.
I mean, are they equal in stature? One person's in the administration, two people are super volunteers. I just want to know for a point of structure.
Well, I think our
process.
Secretary of State has been Senate confirmed in accordance with our Constitution and Senate rules.
Okay, thank you very much. I yield back.
Representative Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to our witnesses, and it's appreciative to have a colleague doing the job you're doing. Mr. Waltz. The UN is filled with inadequacies in its personnel management and its implementation of programs and oversight or accountability of UN agencies. While originally established to maintain peace and security as we develop a friendly relations, worldwide cooperation in economic and humanitarian issues, the organization has now forged its own policy that frequently contradicts the policies of the United States. And one example of this is UNRWA employing proven Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip. As at least 10 employees of the agency were identified.
Oh, hey guys, my executive producer just let me know we got to go to a commercial break. All right, we got to go to a commercial break right now, real quick, guys. Let's see here. All right, here we go. Brought to you by the Trumpstein Files. to our regular scheduled programming. All right, let's go.
Cooperation in economic and humanitarian issues. The organization has now forged its own policy that frequently contradicts the policies of the United States. And one example of this is UNRWA employing proven Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip. As at least 10 employees of the agency were identified to also have partaken in the heinous acts of October the 7th. Another example of this is when the UN interim forces in Lebanon personnel shot down an Israel surveillance drone that was conducting a mission against Hezbollah terrorists. So President Trump and the United Nations Ambassador Mike Waltz have taken a step in the right direction to ensure that the UN acts in the interest of our member countries instead of formulating its own policies that serve well its...
LOL, the maggots still believe that nonsense of Trump kicking Epstein out? If that's the case, then why did Trump beg for Epstein to be on the cabinet during his first administration, years after that?
And its balance sheet. So how can the U.S. effectively conduct oversight within UN agencies?
And then we got Trump transferring with Todd Blanche, Ghislaine Maxwell to pretty much like a club fed.
Sure, terrorists and human rights violators aren't retained for employment.
That's a very kindly stated question, Representative Baird. I appreciate your service as well, but not an easy answer. We are trying to get oversight and effectiveness and, frankly, better leadership for many of these UN missions across the board. In the case of UNRWA, as Secretary Rubio has said, it has served as a virtual arm of Hamas. It is radicalizing the next generation of Palestinians. It is literally as aiding and abetting a terrorist organization as it brutalizes the Palestinian people of Gaza. In fact, many of them just tried to rise up against Hamas. And according to the UN's own report, Hamas went on a kneecapping campaign to prevent those protests. So I'll just turn it over to Ambassador Bartos in terms of additional actions.
Thank you, Representative. Great question, important question. Broaden out just for a second. In the aftermath of the atrocities of October 7th, many UN organizations, as one of your colleagues just referenced before, were silent. UN Women could not speak. The organization UN Women refused for months to even acknowledge the sexual violence, the rape, the mutilations against Israeli women on that awful day. So for the UN to lecture about these things is offensive, should be offensive to every American. UNRWA, as the Secretary has boldly and very clearly said, and it's an honor to serve under his leadership, he's boldly and clearly said, UNRWA will have no future in Gaza, no future. I had the honor to deliver remarks on behalf of the United States a couple of weeks ago at a pledging conference for UNRWA, and I said on behalf of the United States, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, is the definition of insanity. And I looked around that room and said, you all keep contributing, expecting a different result. And every year, same speeches against Israel, same failure to condemn Hamas, same sort of platitudes that you give. In fact, I said, you give the same speeches every year, you just change the date. What was interesting about this year, and again, credit to President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Ambassador Waltz, what was different this year is that the acting director of UNRWA actually agreed with a couple of the points we raised. I almost fell over in my chair. He agreed with some of the points, didn't agree with everything. Are we making progress glacially? We're making progress against this important issue, but we are making progress. I think stay tuned, sir, and be happy to come down here and brief your team or anyone here is interested on some of the work we're doing, not only to reform these UN agencies and organizations, but also to take a different look at how we serve the humanitarian needs in Gaza without the UN continuing to employ terrorists.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and the fact that you made any kind of progress, I think, is admirable for the work you're doing and the ambassador is doing. And so, I think I'm out of time, but I appreciate your comments.
Representative Ocheski.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, Ranking Member Meeks, and to our witnesses for being here today. Ambassador Walls, I want to start by thanking you for your years of public service as the father of a 10-year-old daughter and a former public school teacher. I appreciate your work in Congress, especially supporting children and especially women and girls. But I have to start with a topic that I've discussed with many of your colleagues across the administration during these hearings. And I do so because it is so foundational to the work that we do here. And that is my very serious concern with the clear conflicts of interest and the massive corruption coming out of this administration. So I want to ask you, from your personal perspective, your own values, do you think it's wrong for elected officials and their families to profit from positions of power?
Do I think it's wrong? Just generally speaking?
Your personal values, yes, sir. I'm pleased to hear that. So I guess the question then is, how do you square that circle working for a president who just last year made 20,000 stock trades, including companies who benefit from markets that he is actively manipulating, whether that's through announcing ceasefires, reversing course and allowing chip exports, or simply promoting these firms on his social media? How can you say it's wrong, but be silent as the president's sons benefit from mining deals paid for by U.S. taxpayers as one of America's top diplomats?
Oh, yeah, exactly, JFO. And then they're over there prosecuting people for touching the reflecting pool.
As a former member of Congress, does that not conflict with your values, sir?
Well, let's not talk about Congress and the stock trading that
I support full ban. I think it's wrong for any member to trade.
Here,
that wasn't the question, though, sir.
I hope to see that bill passed.
I'm on the discharge petition.
Number one. Number two.
And a full ban, not the joke that my colleagues are trying to put forward.
Members of his cabinet have all complied with the Office of Government Ethics, as have myself. We have ethics rules in place. We have an agency that oversees.
So you think
we all subject ourselves to the Senate and to this office and receive that clearance before we come for confirmation.
So you're okay with the president's stock trades?
In accordance with transparency and in accordance with the rules of the Congress, we publicly put our finances out there every year in our financial disclosures.
So you're comfortable with the president buying stocks in companies like energy before he announces a ceasefire? You're comfortable with?
The president is complying with the ethics rules as they sit on the books.
Do you think that they should be changed?
Do I think that
they should be changed?
I'll leave that to this August body.
Well,
I'm trying to change the United Nations, which makes this look like an appetizer.
Well, I think it makes your job harder because these conflicts of interest, the president's insistence on outsourcing high-stakes diplomacy to family members and business associates impacts our standing in the world in a profoundly negative way. They impact your ability to effectively do your job as one of our country's top diplomats.
And I just answer your question. I have never regularly deal with Secretary Rubio, with the president.
You answer the question. It's okay.
I have never seen them, ever heard them mention anything at all where they would gain personally from any of their policy decisions. They have the interests of this country first and foremost.
Ambassador, you don't have to ask. People don't often announce I'm corrupt, but we can see it plainly when the president has put billions of dollars in his pockets and the pockets of his associates, of his children, of his friends, of Mr. Witkoff, of Mr. Kushner. If you can't see it, sir, that's on you. But the truth is, whether you can look past it, and you're choosing to look past it, which is fine, but the world is watching. And it is, in fact, it isn't impacting our national interests.
I deal with them on a
regardless,
basis.
you're in this role, Ambassador, and I that's fine. So I'm going to go back to the first topic I mentioned. One, I think we actually agree on because we clearly disagree on this one. I think the corruption the president is executing is morally wrong. It should be legally reprehensible, and I think he should be out of office. But UNICEF has been one of the government's strongest and most transparent partners. Do you agree that UNICEF's field presence and cross-sector capacity make it a natural partner of choice for the U.S.?
UNICEF is led by an American. It does. It could always do things better. It often, both their mission at times is duplicative of others, like World Food Program, like UNHCR, and other organizations. But we are working with them through our pooled funding model to streamline their mission.
Okay, there's the organization's yet to receive its fiscal 26 core resources, even though we've appropriated funds. I'll follow up there with a few written questions. But I'll just end and say we have to be better. Any one issue of corruption this president has perpetrated would have ended prior presidencies. And I just hope that you and your colleagues can speak up and find the courage to push back against what's happening here. And with that, I yield back.
Representative Biggs.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimonies here today. China is the largest troop contributor to the UN peacekeeping missions among the 5 permanent Security Council members and the second largest funder of the UN overall. Chinese peacekeeping deployments are concentrated in strategically sensitive regions, including areas along Belt and Road corridors, near ports, mineral resources, and existing or potential basing locations. These are longstanding concerns about whether Beijing is using its peacekeeper designation as cover to advance military and intelligent objectives in regions where the U.S. has strategic interest. So, Ambassador Waltz, my question to you is, how would you characterize the military objectives behind China's peacekeeping deployments? And are these genuine contributions to UN missions, or are they a vehicle for broader PLA strategic positioning?
Thank you for the question, and it's frankly a very good question. China does contribute to these peacekeeping missions. They are often better equipped than many of the other countries. They come with what they've promised to come with. That said, I don't think for a second that they don't serve a dual purpose as eyes and ears on the ground for the Chinese Communist Party.
Do we have evidence of PLA-linked intelligence collection, reconnaissance, or military liaison building occurring under the cover of Chinese peacekeeping operations?
Representative, I'd be happy to come back and see you in a different setting and talk about what we know and don't know.
Thank you. So separate from the diplomatic or funding-based countermeasures, what is the Trump administration doing to monitor or counter the military dimension of China's peacekeeping footprint?
Again, Congresswoman, excuse me, I think it would be better if we talked about that in a different setting. However, as Representative Bartos just mentioned, one of the places that they have a substantial presence was in South Sudan, and we just worked through the Security Council to seriously streamline and downsize that mission. We did not find it to be as effective as it should be. The mandate was far too broad, and we refocused it on helping the South Sudanese government try to get security and stability to a much more manageable place.
Okay, I'm going to try one more.
Sure.
So in your assessment, does China's military posture within the UN peacekeeping missions pose a direct threat to U.S. force posture, basing access, or military partnerships in the regions where Chinese peacekeepers operate?
We are keeping a very close eye on all of those dimensions. I will say, in fairness to our colleagues, our Chinese colleagues on the Security Council, their contributions often are helpful. But again, they can serve a dual purpose, and we are very wide-eyed to that issue.
Well, I look forward to continuing this conversation.
I'm happy to come back and talk to you about it. And very good questions. Thank you.
Again, thank y'all for being here today.
Thank you.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, ambassadors, for being here today. And welcome back, Ambassador Waltz. I think we served on the Intelligence Committee together. The United Nations has been central to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict since General Assembly Resolution 181 in 1947, the partition resolution that called for 2 states and underpinned Israel's own founding and international recognition. Security Council Resolutions 242, 338, 1397, and 1515, the latter 2 adopted with U.S. support under a Republican administration, built the framework. 2 states, 2 peoples, each with the right to self-determination within secure and recognized borders. So there aren't just Israelis in this story, and there aren't just Palestinians. There are 2 peoples, and both have the same right to determine their own future. You drafted Resolution 2803, adopted last November. This is a ceasefire and, of course, border peace resolution. According to reports, France, a permanent member and one of our oldest allies, asked that it reference the 2-state solution and the return of a reformed Palestinian Authority to Gaza. And so did the other members of the council. The final text that you negotiated, however, never once uses the phrase two-state solution. And at adoption, France, Algeria, Pakistan, Guyana, and Sierra Leone criticized that omission on the record. And so I wanted to ask you, Ambassador Waltz, was that omission deliberate, not mentioning the two-state solution? Did the United States refuse to include the two-state solution in its own resolution?
Representative Castro, I'll come back to you and sit down with you if I'm incorrect in this, but out of memory, the Resolution 2803 adopted wholesale as an annex President Trump's 20-point peace plan, which the president of France was there at Sharm el-Sheikh and celebrated. And in that, for the first time ever, we had both no annexation in terms of directive to the state of Israel and a pathway to a two-state solution with appropriate reforms.
So
those are both in there now as international law.
So just to be clear, just for the record, it's the policy of the Trump administration to support a two-state solution
with appropriate reforms.
Okay.
So that was a United Nations resolution that adopted the president's 20-point peace plan.
Right, but because you had a big hand in negotiating it, I want to know, I'm asking, what's the Trump administration's policy, right? So the Palestinian Authority has said yes to the two-state solution. However, Prime Minister Netanyahu has told his cabinet that he's, quote, firmly against a Palestinian state, reformed Palestinian Authority or not. So what specific pressure is the United States applying on the government of Israel to accept the outcome that our own resolution envisions?
Well, the resolution, as you know, is very focused on Gaza. And putting in place the funding, the International Stability Force, and the new Palestinian governance mechanism to pull that away from Hamas and put that back under civilian Palestinian control.
No, fair enough. And I think,
and by the way, that organization, the Board of Peace, now has a liaison office to the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian Authority publicly supported 2803.
But I guess I'm saying that, we know that we have two sides here for a long time. And you have a prime minister who's a longstanding prime minister, may win election again, who has said very firmly, and others in his cabinet have said very firmly, that they're against a two-state solution. So what are we doing to guide Israel in this case, towards that two-state solution? Because on the other hand, on the other side, we have designated groups like Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist organizations. We've sanctioned them. We've designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We've sanctioned Iran. And so where is the guidance on the other side when, over the years, of course, we have provided military support, foreign military financing, billions of dollars. We now may, at least in the NDAA, there's a provision to strengthen the relationship between the United States and Israel and perhaps develop weapons together, for example. So without exercising any leverage, without the U.S. exercising any leverage on Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu, what makes you think, Ambassador, or why would we think that he's going to change his tune about a two-state solution? I mean, he's flatly said he's against it. What's going to change that?
Congressman, I think it's important to point out in the negotiations on 2803, working with the Palestinian Observer Mission at the UN and all of our Gulf Arab partners and friends, it was everybody came together, including the Israelis, on that 20-point peace plan, which, as the ambassador said, includes...
I'm running out of time, so I'd like to reclaim my time for a second.
That includes a path with appropriate reforms to what you're just saying.
If one side is staunchly against a two-state solution, the Israelis have said, their prime minister has said he's against it, what leverage is the United States going to use to change that? To me, it seems like giving them more and more and more is not going to change their behavior. At some point, it makes the two-state solution, quite honestly, illusory, and it turns this whole thing into a self-delusion. So what are we doing?
I think at this point, Congressman, we are very focused on those reforms and the security of the Israeli state, whether it's from Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, or Iran, to then get to a place where we can have those conversations.
Okay, I'm out of time, so we'll have to follow up on it.
Representative Fahd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's really exciting to see two friends, mentors, and my predecessor here. And on behalf of the people of the 6th Congressional District of Florida, thanks for all the work that you did 6 years. I'm trying to fill very large shoes, so I'm doing my best. But thank you both for being here. I start with the premise that I'm not convinced that the UN is sort of fundamentally, permanently broken and should go away. I often have said, from the river to the sea, let's make Manhattan UN free. So I come from that, but I know that you all are working incredibly hard to deal with the hand that we have been dealt. And so I want to start with UNRWA. And the USAID Inspector General found that 7 employees actually participated in the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7th. They found 14 employees were Hamas affiliated, including an UNRWA school principal who commanded a Hamas battalion on October 7th, as I'm sure that you know that. How do we make sure that there aren't terrorists that are working for the United Nations?
Well, I think when it comes to UNRWA Gaza, the organization just has to go. And that's Secretary Rubio's made that clear. I think we've made that clear across the board. Actually, the vast majority of what it does is education. We are working with many of our partners, namely Morocco, namely UAE, to reform that curriculum that radicalizes the next generation of Palestinians, that teaches them that there is no two-state solution, that there's only one state solution, and that's Hamas. So handing that over, those functions over, and we've had these conversations, whether it's the Palestinian Authority or the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, they have to take over their own educational functions. That's an inherent part of being a governing institution. And the humanitarian functions that it conducts, we need a much better vetting process, and where those conversations are ongoing with how to vet those individuals. But at the end of the day, Hamas rules at the end of an AK-47. Hamas will disarm. The president's made that clear. It's going to happen the easy way or the hard way. Let's pray they make a more peaceful choice and do it the easy way.
Okay, so we've talked about UNRWA, but now as you move up into the UN itself, I think one of the most concerning developments of the UN is rampant, unabashed anti-Semitism by high-level employees at the UN. This isn't just UNRWA. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, given they're okay with Hamas terrorists being on staff. But nowhere has the anti-Semitism of the UN been more blatant than Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied, quote-unquote, Palestinian territories. She used her position to advance extremist and inflammatory claims against Israel. She's falsely accused Israel of genocide and promoted false narratives under the guise of her role. Ambassador Bartos, what reforms have you been putting in place to fight anti-Semitism at the UN itself and to prevent anti-Semites like Albanese from being placed in these kinds of prominent positions?
It's a great question. Thank you. It's good to see you, Congressman. As I said, as I never tire of saying, the UN is at a crossroads. And on the one direction is this vital humanitarian work that we see out in the field, with people risking their lives to do that work. And the UN should be commended for that. And there are successes and failures within peacekeeping, and we've talked about that today too. But right there, in the other direction, is this bewildering, despicable bias that has been around for 60 plus years. That has really, if you think about it, infrastructure that has been built within the UN system. And former ambassador, former Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan spoke about this brilliantly and beautifully in his 1975 speech, calling out Zionism as racism resolution, which was, of course, a Soviet-era, Soviet-driven process. So the UN comes to this over many decades of picking on the one Jewish state as a way to get to the West and America. Right? It's anti-Americanism, anti-West, anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel. It really is all of that. We have a whole team dedicated, of course, with the Secretary's push and leadership on these issues. We have a whole team dedicated to rooting out anti-Semitism throughout the UN. So the Commission of Inquiry, UNRWA, as you mentioned, this lunatic Albanese, who the UN allows to put on their uniform. But I think it all comes back to, in the here and now, it comes back to making sure that we select the right next Secretary General, who will have the leadership, the moral clarity, and the courage to tackle this. It's an existential issue for the organization about whether it wants to be a hotbed of hatred for the one Jewish state and for the West, or whether it wants to get back to basics, its core founding mission of international peace and security, humanitarian aid. And that's a big decision for the UN. We're trying to guide them in the right direction. It is not always easy, as you know, but the work is really important, and we get at it every day.
And I would just add, Representative Fine, that the administration has defunded these inherently anti-Semitic organization. We are trying to shift this culture, but meanwhile, not a single dollar of U.S. taxpayer dollars should go to these organizations like UNRWA, like the so-called Human Rights Council, UNESCO, and others.
Well, I'm not sure anybody can fix it, but if anyone can, I think it's the two of you. So thanks, keep up the good work, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative McBride.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to you and the ranking member for holding this committee hearing. Thank you both so much, both of you ambassadors, for joining us, for making it down to the bottom of the dais. We are well over 4 years into a war Vladimir Putin started by invading Ukraine. And during the course of the 2024 election, the president promised at least 53 times to end the war on or before day one. On January 20th, 2025, as the sun set and the president pardoned more than 1,000 January 6th insurrectionists, when the sun set, the president failed to deliver on his promise that he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ambassador Waltz, why did the president fail to deliver on his promise to end the war?
The president is doing everything he can to end the war. To date, neither Vladimir Putin with Russia or President Zelensky has seen fit to enter into the final deal. However, the president has put significant pressure, this administration, by sanctioning Lukoil, by sanctioning Rosneft, and is doing everything he can to stop the killing.
So I guess we're in agreement 538 days into the administration, the president has not delivered on his promise that he made at least 53 times during the course of the campaign to end the war on day one.
The president has found, despite incredible efforts from him and his team, to be a very frustrating effort.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have made those grandiose promises.
I'm proud that he has tried.
Speaking of the pressure that is being brought to bear, on February 24th, a month after the president failed to deliver on that promise, U.S. representatives at the United Nations voted no on a resolution advancing a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Earlier today, Representative Titus brought up this vote, and you incorrectly stated that the U.S. abstained from voting on the February 2025 resolution. That's not true. The U.S. voted no alongside Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. Really, really great company. Would you like to correct the record that the U.S. indeed voted no?
I understood, and perhaps I misunderstood her to be talking about a General Assembly resolution just this past summer where the United States abstained.
My understanding, the words that she specifically used was referring to the February 2025 resolution, which the U.S. did indeed vote no on. Then on February 18th, 2026, over a year after President Trump failed to deliver on his promise to end the war on day one, U.S. representation at the UN under your leadership refused to vote on a resolution expressing support for lasting peace in Ukraine. Ambassador, I'm curious why the United States is scared to call out and stand up to Vladimir Putin at the United Nations.
The United States under this administration has put more pressure on Russia to come to the table. Their economy is reflective of that, and this administration sanctioned their top two oil producers and the dark fleet, not the last administration.
Well, they're now getting more money because of the Strait of Hormuz, but that's neither here nor there. Why did the United States vote no and refuse to vote to denounce Vladimir Putin's
I'll have to come back to the record. That prior vote was obviously before my time, so I'll have to look at the wording of the resolution. Like legislation, which many of you know, there can be specific phrases that we find objectionable or who cross our red lines.
Yeah.
The title says one thing and the actual legislation resolution.
Apparently the only other countries that objected to any of the specific language in that resolution, at least in February 2025, were Belarus, North Korea, and Russia. So not very good company.
My memory is we were shifting to a more neutral mediator position.
A strategy
as we try to end this war, unlike the ill-defined victory.
A strategy that did not work has not worked. And if
has worked a lot better than the last administration's.
Well, I don't think that that's true.
They're at least in the room talking, which is the art of diplomacy.
Wow, there was a photo op in Alaska that the president gave Vladimir Putin, and I think these votes, lack thereof votes, no votes, only send a message to Vladimir Putin that we are not there.
Zelensky
but I want to say, while you're treating Vladimir Putin with kid gloves, you are insulting American allies, including our longstanding ally Denmark, whose soldiers fought and died alongside US soldiers. Have you gotten any positive feedback from your colleagues at the United Nations about the president's desire to seize Greenland?
As one of the soldiers who fought alongside Danish soldiers in southern Afghanistan, they're a fantastic ally. At the same time, they were paying very little to zero attention to the Arctic, and they now are. And we are in meaningful negotiations to secure our northern border.
I'll take that as a no, you haven't gotten any positive feedback. Thank you, I yield back.
They've actually given a lot of positive feedback to the ongoing negotiations to answer your question.
Sure.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today. And Mr. Ambassador, let me apologize on behalf of California for the disrespect and dumbfounding ignorance of my colleagues. The gentlelady mentioned that the Ayatollah was better off before the war. Maybe she missed the memo that Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, and he is definitely not better off than before this war. And maybe if they had their way, he would still be alive.
To him.
He would still be alive directing attacks against our allies and also against our American soldiers. If they had their way, they would be much further along in their nuclear program instead of being decimated in their nuclear program, as is the case today. And I do think it's interesting to hear the other side, Democrats, especially from California, talking about high gas prices. As of today, the average gas price in California is $5.50 a gallon. On the East Coast, in a state like North Carolina, it's $3.70. That's a function of policy. In California, there's been a war on oil and gas. There's been crazy policies, Green New Deal mandates that have led to that highest gas price. And I want to thank you for the administration to help stop the International Maritime Organization from imposing what would have been the world's first global carbon tax on shipping, which would have raised all of our costs. And so going on that vein, what are you doing, at the UN and in your role to help stop these kind of California policies from going global and raising all of our costs of energy through the roof?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, talk about taxation without representation. This was the first attempt by an international body to levy fines, which would have amounted to a tax on all global shipping. I guess in some ill-fated effort to push these massive tankers towards EVs, I don't know. And by the way, we've asked directly who would then manage the upwards of $12 to $15 billion that would have passed on to consumers and then put into a UN slush fund, and the answer was unclear. It was kind of like what we heard in this body, Mr. Chairman, just vote for it and you'll figure it out later. But thanks to the president, secretary, and our intervention, we stopped that effort. It's also an argument, though, of why we need to get into these organizations in a meaningful way. We can't just walk away, because if we do, our adversaries and in some cases our partners who don't share our industry's interest and want to advantage their industries will pass global regulations that massively disadvantage the American people and our businesses. We stopped it in that case. We are blocking, fighting, and tackling. For example, I just worked with Secretary of Agriculture Rollins on some regulations in the Food and Agriculture Organization that serves as a global FDA, for lack of a better term, that would have advantaged European farmers and disadvantaged American farmers. So rest assured, we have a team that's in there in all of these organizations fighting for us.
Thank you for that work. It's much appreciated. And it brings me to my next question, which is roughly 12% of global trade passes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And we, currently the Iran-backed Houthis are threatening to blockade this critical waterway again. If successful, this would force ships onto longer and more expensive routes around Africa, which would undoubtedly disrupt our global trade. There has been a resolution, 2826, that simply extends the Secretary General's reporting mandate on Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. Is the United Nations capable of organizing a more meaningful international response to keep this vital waterway open?
I think you're certainly speaking to a broader issue here, that no state, no terrorist organization can choke off international waterways that are vital for commerce. The Iranian regime right now is acting as the Somali pirates with drones and cruise missiles of back years ago, where we did gather an international coalition and took that problem on. Thankfully, the president, the Defense Department right now, as we speak, is massively destroying and degrading Iran's ability to choke off that waterway, which 146 nations have agreed with us is in violation of international law.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And again, I mean, I think if my colleagues had their way with their diplomacy of enablement, we'd be in a much worse position, from that standpoint as well. So I thank you for your leadership and for coming here and testifying today, despite some blatant hypocrisy from the other side. But I appreciate your efforts and appreciate the administration and what it's doing.
Congressman, it is incredibly rich to see one side of the aisle now suddenly in love with oil and gas that they have sought to degrade our own domestic capability. But thank you for your leadership in a very tough place. I don't know if being a member in California is tougher or easier than it is in the United Nations. But
well, I'm here to bring the voice of the forgotten Californians to this body. So thank you, Representative Bouquet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us.
Thank you.
Without going into detail, just naming names, what 3 countries are the greatest adversaries to the United States?
From a broader sense, I would refer actually to our national security, national defense strategy.
3 names is all I'm looking for, not the narrative. Please.
That are working against us: Iran, China, Russia, North Korea.
Thank you. Have you ever been to Cuba?
I have not.
You have not? Okay.
No.
Did you get a chance to read the report that came out this week from the State Department on Cuba, 95 pages?
I have not read the entire report, but as a native Floridian, I'm familiar with the antics and adversarial
Gotcha. But you haven't
actions of the
read
Cuban
report.
regime.
Gotcha. Can you explain to me, on July 7th, there was a vote in the UN to continue debate about the U.S. blockade of Cuba, and we opposed that. We kind of had an embarrassing defeat, 136-9 with 30 abstentions. But given what this report said, why are we afraid to have that debate if there's so much information we want to share with the world about Cuba? Why did we not extend
That's a mischaracterization. What we opposed was Cubans or others, for that matter, abusing the General Assembly to have the same debate over and over again.
It just seems that if we had such damning information that this report claims to have, that would be a great venue to have that. I guess my question is, it's been over 65 years.
That's what we opposed.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's been over 65 years that we've had essentially this blockade, this embargo on Cuba. And have we moved closer to a democracy, steer them towards human rights? As the other ambassador said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Has that 65 years brought us to where we want to be?
I would encourage you to read that report.
I did, and you didn't. I did, and you didn't. Correct. Yes.
Oh no, I have not read it word for word, but I am very familiar as a native Floridian.
I did too. I read it. I highlighted it. I felt like, I put on the Kinks and the Who, because everything's about the 60s and 70s in here. And then there's this giant jump to today.
A blockade is a ring of ships. A blockade is what we have right now.
This is a blockade of fuel, of medicine, of food, of supplies. Even in war, we allow medical supplies to go through. We don't allow medical supplies to go through to Cuba. So my question is, do you think that we've had a noticeable change?
The corruption of the communist regime.
Okay, can I just ask my question, please? Because I respect you were in this role, and so I just asking, do you think we've had a measurable difference in 65 years of the policy we've had?
I think we have, much of which is in statute, have had a meaningful effect on not allowing the Cuban regime to expand its revolution, its communism, and its anti-American, anti-left revolution, as it calls it, across the Western Hemisphere and into the United States.
So Secretary Rubio just a few hours ago said the goal is to have a Cuba where people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward. I just got back from there 10 days ago. I've been there 30 years ago. I was there 3.5 years ago on an official delegation, and I was there with a nonprofit most recently. And what I've seen is a crushing of the Cuban people, and it's not a
Cuban regime.
Oh, let me finish, please. Give me the respect I've given you, please, because the rest of this drives me crazy. we're not allowing medical supplies. So we've doubled the infant mortality rate because of our actions. We're the ones blocking that. It's not the Cuban government, that's us. We're blocking fuel, which means while I was there, 42 hours of no energy, we had an hour and a half. Surgeons literally finish surgery sometimes with their cell phone lights, right? That's because of us. Do you think that what your goal is, we're running completely counter to that? And I just don't understand that.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah, please. But with like 30 seconds.
During your visit, did you visit the private island from the Castro regime? Did you visit their private jet, which seems to have fuel?
Well, considering you've never been to Cuba, I'm not going to take your advice on where to go. I know, but considering, you've never been there, I'm not going to tell you how to groom your hair because I can't give good advice on that. I don't think I need your advice at Cuba. Are we going to have a military action against Cuba? It seems like that's what this report is setting up.
I am not going to take options off the table for the President of the United States, but I would hope that you would not allow your visits to be used for Cuban regime propaganda that has oppressed.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I wish, I understand, but I would strongly urge you, Marco Rubio, who's never been to Cuba, so many others who have strong opinions.
His entire family is from Cuba, and
they left before the revolution. That is decades ago. That's a ridiculous answer.
It's Cuban Americans who have fled the regime.
To be fair, that is a ridiculous answer.
For being oppressed.
It's worth going there if you're going to have such strong opinions. I think you maybe look at it a little differently. I yield back.
Representative Moore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Waltz, and Bartos. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Ambassador Waltz, July 5th, 2026, the UN supported the launch of the Global Network of Centers for Exchange and Cooperation on AI Capacity Building. As the AI risk pushing the world towards even greater inequities. So what do you believe is the U.S. role, should be the U.S. role closing the artificial intelligence gap to face this regarding connectivity, infrastructure, and energy access?
I think we have to be incredibly careful, and I've have been in touch with a number of leaders of our private sector, our Office of Science and Technology Policy, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Treasury, on efforts within the UN towards AI governance that are not in line with our values and that would hinder our entrepreneurial spirit and our innovation. I'm also in touch with them as we kind of gather the framework or understand the framework we want here federally in the United States to understand that and how we should propagate that outward to the rest of the world. I like to talk about AI freedom. Countries from, say, the EU and other places like to talk about AI governance, and that's a very slippery slope.
I appreciate that. I agree with you. Another question for you, sir. On your confirmation hearing in July, you stated it was absolutely critical for the United States to counter China at the United Nations. So China continues to lead 4 out of 15 specialized UN agencies, including organizations with mandates for facilitating cooperation on technology, agriculture, and food security, aviation safety, and development. So, Ambassador, what do you believe the United States' response to China's position on this multilateralism should be?
Thank you. I just give you a few examples. One, I gave earlier, the World Intellectual Property Organization. We supported actively a pro-business Singaporean. In the International Telecommunications Union, we are running, and this is from the prior administration, so it's a bipartisan effort here to support an American to run that's in charge of undersea cables, spectrum, space, a number of critical standard-setting bodies. Not only at the senior levels, it's important that we recruit and support Americans at every level to staff these bodies. And I can come back to you with figures, but I think it's a little bit misunderstood. The United States has the largest number of our nationals across the UN system. It's actually followed by France, the UK, and Germany before we get to China. It's something actually China complains about, that it doesn't have greater representation. So we are active in making sure that us and like-minded countries are effectively represented around the system.
Excellent. We're taking care. Go ahead, sir.
If I may, sir, we are still underrepresented, though. The ambassador is absolutely right. It is in the number of nationals that work there, but we, the United States, are still underrepresented relative to our contributions to the UN, and it's something that we are we're very much in the ear of UN leadership often, as are the Chinese.
Yeah, I'm glad you're well aware, and we need to correct that. Thank you. Thank you. Speaking of Ambassador, the U.S. has historically been the leader within the Convention on the International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. So how do you envision maintaining the U.S. leadership on wildlife trade while balancing sustainability and the community interests that depend on healthy marine ecosystem?
Well, I mean, this is where, even though we're not a signatory, we abide by its conventions and the UN Law of the Sea that establishes standards for nautical waters and particularly for EEZs. And one of the things that we're working with both the small island states in the Pacific, but also in South Central America, are violations of their EEZs, often by illicit fishing, most often by large Chinese fishing fleets. Not only there, but then the protection in terms from a conservation standpoint, we support international organizations that set those standards around the world and a number of key nonprofits.
I would just say, sir, that when our allies have a choice, when other countries have a choice in certain, whether it's the Africa group or whether it's other nations that we work with, whether they have a choice to have U.S. leadership or other important powers leadership, they're yearning for U.S. leadership. And when we do step in there and provide leadership, we have meaningful impacts across the system. There's a lot to fix. But with Ambassador Waltz's leadership and with the team's focus, we're present as many places as we can be.
I appreciate the hard work you both do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ambassador Waltz, UN peacekeeping operations funding is a principal source of support for the new gang suppression force mission in Haiti, which will be critical to driving back the control of violent gangs in the country that are wreaking havoc on communities in our own hemisphere and worrying millions of Haitian Americans as they watch Haiti suffer. In fact, just the other day, you even said Haiti is only a few hundred miles from Florida. What happens there does not stay there. According to a 2024 Government Accountability Office report, approximately 73% of firearms recovered in the Caribbean between 2018 and 2022 originated in the United States. Additionally, the UN Security Council also adopted an arms embargo on Haiti in 2022 to prevent weapons from reaching these gangs. So let me ask you this. First, what are you doing to ensure we are not violating the Security Council arms embargo? And how does the administration justify defunding the United Nations, including slashing its peacekeeping operational budget, while simultaneously expecting it to take on a greater role in supporting the UN authorized gang suppression force?
We are mission by mission evaluating the effectiveness of these peacekeeping operations. As I mentioned earlier, some have been around for 30 to 40 years at the cost of $1 billion a year and have not worked themselves out of a job, have not put peace in place. As it pertains to the gang suppression force, that's actually a hybrid funding model. The UN budget is supporting basically the logistics. And we have a separate trust fund, the Haiti Trust Fund, that a standing group of partners is contributing to. And we have effective oversight over both of those funds, and we are supporting both of those funds. And again, we will evaluate as that mandate comes up for renewal, whether they are meeting the metrics and whether they are actually suppressing the gangs. I could tell you, having just visited there, the gang suppression force just conducted its first clearing operation and was fairly effective. Long way to go. That's coupled with training the Haitian National Police and standing up the Haitian Army once again to take these paramilitary gangs on. And of course, we have the embargo in place. I visited the Dominican Republic, whereas a lot of these arms are smuggled, and we are coordinating with their foreign ministry and their law enforcement, both the foreign ministry and INL, to better interdict illegal arms that are flowing into the gangs.
Ambassador Waltz, when you served in Congress, you were a staunch supporter of our Kurdish allies. In fact, you frequently emphasized the importance of standing with the Kurdish forces that fought alongside the U.S. against ISIS. Recently, President Trump has called President Erdogan a very good ally, end of quote. And a good ally to me is an interesting way of describing a leader who simultaneously placates Putin and other dictators, degrades democracy and human rights in Turkey, and harbors and supports terrorist regimes. On top of that, Erdogan has a long record of targeting Kurdish political and military groups. In the early days of this unauthorized war with Iran, reports indicated that Erdogan personally prevented Iranian Kurdish fighters from taking part in President Trump's proposed operation. Erdogan himself has publicly celebrated preventing that Kurdish operation. Do you also agree that President Erdogan is a very good ally, even though he harbors Hamas, supports terrorist regimes, and has actively gone against Trump and his unauthorized war?
Well, you mentioned my time in Congress. I was co-chair of the Kurdish caucus that's primarily focused on the Iraqi Kurds. So when my statement that they have stood with us was the Peshmerga, and that has been going back to the early 90s. Obviously, Turkey, led by Erdogan, is a NATO ally. We just had the NATO summit there. In fact, years ago, Turkey shot down Russian fighters as they were penetrating their airspace from their incursion into Syria. It is sometimes a difficult relationship. We are taking action against Hamas charities, Hamas-funded charities that are funneling goods into Gaza that are based in Turkey. We are actively looking and working with the Turkish government on how to shut that funding source down.
Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for putting this together. I cannot explain to you. I thank you very much for, I'm delighted to be in front of you. We don't have words. You know, I represent the city of Miami, and there are no words of gratitude that we can express on behalf of the constituents of millions of Cuban Americans who saw your testimony the other day at the United Nations, and we thank you very much, because now more countries than ever are voting with the United States against the Cuban regime. And not only that, but the fact that the Trump administration has been able to convince companies like Sherritt from Canada or Meliá from Spain to leave and stop being an accomplice of making the Cuban labor force a bunch of slaves. So I once again, thank you on behalf of the people that I represent, the Venezuelans, the Nicaraguans, people that just want to see freedom and feel the freedom that we have in the United States. So thank you, Mike, for being here with us. Now, can you tell us what else is happening? What other countries are thinking about changing their votes and being with us? Thanks again.
Well, thank you for that. And as you know, the Cuban regime has used the United Nations for far too long for its propaganda. To see other countries repeating that propaganda about a blockade as though there's a U.S. Navy fleet around Cuba stopping things from coming and going to heck. We just listened to Representative Pocan here repeating that propaganda after his visit, where apparently he didn't visit the political prisoners. He didn't celebrate July 11th, where they rose up to try to throw off this yoke of oppression, nor did he see the Castro family private jet that apparently has enough fuel, or the Castro family private island.
Mr. Chairman, I know he's speaking for me, but I'm still here.
You're not recognized.
And I have talked to folks. I just want to, since he's speaking for me.
I know you want to, but you're not recognized. No worries, Mr. Chairman.
So I'll point up here instead of over to the place where you were sitting. The Cuban foreign minister was so upset about having his corruption called out, he broke his earpiece, banging it on the table. They're not used to people pushing back. on their ongoing years of propaganda and using, I guess the logic of why do we still maintain pressure on this regime? I guess we should lift the pressure on North Korea as well and other countries around the world that want us, for that matter. But I will tell you, on a positive note, if the Abraham Accords were the story of the first Trump administration, what is happening in the Western Hemisphere, I believe, is the story of the second Trump administration. Argentina had already come our way, but now to see Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, the inauguration that we're about to have in Colombia on August 7th, Honduras, El Salvador, to be down in the Dominican Republic where they're talking about alternative space launch sites and the ongoing economic growth there. And of course, we have a horrific situation in Haiti. I hope this new hybrid model will work to save the Haitian people from the devastation of the gangs. But there is a positive trajectory that's going on. And of course, I know you'll want to talk about Venezuela.
And Nicaragua.
And Nicaragua as well.
Because of my time is running away, and I would love to talk to you for the next 30 minutes. Daniel Ortega said yesterday that clearly and openly that he was not planning on conducting any more free and fair elections in Nicaragua. He said it openly that he is going to become another dictator. What can we do to the Nicaraguans? We also have hundreds of thousands of Nicaraguans in District 27 in Miami, all over the United States that love the system. So what can we do so they can have a free country?
Well, what they're no longer getting is free energy and oil from Russia. And like Cuba, they're no longer getting the hundreds of thousands of barrels of free oil from Venezuela. That's the story of the blackouts in Cuba, and I think it's going to be the story of Nicaragua as well. They no longer have their sugar daddy, Maduro, who's now in jail, thank God, outside of the UN building right there in New York.
What can we do to force Ortega to change his position and feel the pressure from the United States like Cuba and Nicaragua have felt?
I know we're running out of time. I will come back to you and sit down with you in terms of the actions the Treasury Department, the Commerce Department, and the State Department will be taking, and us here at the UN, to take on yet another communist dictatorship in the Western Hemisphere.
Good. Venezuela. Finally, if I have 2 more minutes, Venezuela, we know that. 30 seconds.
You can have about 5 seconds.
Thank you. Venezuela, Secretary Rubio said that the transition was going to start early August, sometime this year. What can you share with us about that? We want free and fair elections in Venezuela.
We are providing life-saving aid, as you know, in response to the earthquake. We are clearing out the Cubans, Russians, Chinese, Iranians out of Iran. They are out of Venezuela. They are working with us and taking on the gangs. And the secretary has announced the beginning of the transition, which is moving the country in the right direction compared to where we were just a few months ago. This is an immense and positive trajectory.
Thank you. And I will take you up on sitting down. Thank you again. Thank you. And you go back.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Ambassador Waltz, thank you for testifying today. Welcome back to the committee.
Good to see you.
Since the start of the Trump administration's war of choice in Iran, tragically 18 American service members have been killed, hundreds more have been wounded, tens of billions of dollars have been spent. More is coming. The administration is asking for significantly more resources to fight this war of choice. Back in America, gas prices are on the rise again. The Iran war has cost the average American household an extra $1,000 out of their pocket just since the start of the conflict in February, as families are paying more and more for basics like groceries. Ambassador, in March, you went on CNN to tell the American people that the war in Iran was, quote, a dominant victory, the likes of which haven't been seen in modern military history. Just last month, you doubled down on your claims that Iran's military was, quote, devastated, unquote, and its nuclear program was, quote, destroyed, unquote, in an interview on June 21st on Face the Nation. I believe the American people see it very differently. Trump's military venture has accomplished little. Iran still possesses missiles and drones necessary to hit American bases 1,000 miles away. You testified earlier today that when the president said he had, quote, obliterated, unquote, Iran's nuclear program, he was talking about enrichment capability. But intelligence shows that that activity continues unabated at the Pickaxe Mountain and underground complex with enough room to accommodate several nuclear-related facilities. Experts have said that fully eliminating Iran's nuclear program would require, quote, much more forceful intervention, unquote, including U.S. troops on the ground, something, of course, nobody in America would accept. Ambassador Watts, I think a similar question may have asked earlier in the hearing, but I would like to ask it directly with you. Do you stand by those previous statements that the United States has achieved, quote, dominant victory, unquote, in this war?
The context of those statements were from a military standpoint, which was the question asked of me, and with its Navy destroyed, Air Force destroyed, air defenses destroyed, with dominant air superiority over Iran and its leadership seriously degraded, and its industrial base seriously degraded, then yes, I stand by that statement. And from a broader standpoint, I stand by the statement that I made again today. Iran has never been in a weakest point since it started attacking the United States since 1979 between Lebanon, Syria, the Houthis, Iraq. Its proxies and Hamas, for that matter, are seriously degraded. Its currency is tanking. Its foreign reserves have never been lowered. No one is buying its oil. China has cut its oil purchases in half, according to Secretary Bessent. So we are negotiating from a position of strength, and the president continues to try diplomacy. Iran has made it clear that it's not interested in serious diplomacy as it attacks civilian shipping in the middle of negotiations.
That's why I might suggest that rosy outlook is not agreed with by the vast majority of our fellow Americans. I would suggest that is a significant minority opinion in the United States of America. In fact, it's very clear that the United States has not achieved a, quote, dominant victory in this war. The American people unquestionably are worse off, burning through taxpayer resources. Middle East is in turmoil right now. Our ally Kuwait is now rationing electricity after Iran hit its power grid. American allied troops are exposed to Iranian missiles and drones, tragically, like we just saw in Jordan a few days ago. Let me turn to Taiwan. Ambassador Watts, I admire the position that you took on Taiwan while you were here in Congress with us. You've been a major proponent of our relationship with Taiwan, from working to modernize U.S. military foreign sales process while you were in Congress, working to advance Taiwan's standing at the UN. However, following his trip to Beijing in May, President Trump disclosed that he and Xi had, quote, talked the whole night, unquote, about Taiwan during their meeting in Beijing and was pausing a major arms package for Taipei, calling it, quote, a very good negotiating chip, unquote. Ambassador, you insisted in an interview with Fox News immediately following the president's trip that U.S. policy on Taiwan is, quote, going to be status quo going forward. You can't possibly be suggesting that using arms sales to Taiwan as a bargaining chip with China is the status quo, are you?
What I refer to is, as the president said, there's no change in policy. Strategic ambiguity remains. And it is worth noting, to be clear, that President Trump this term has authorized more arms sales to Taiwan than the entire Biden administration just last year.
And you and I know there's strong bipartisan support for that, authorizing it and getting those weapons in the hands of the Taiwan so that they can defend themselves.
But you and I both know there's a multi-billion-dollar backlog from industry to actually get those arms off the production line, and President Trump is working, as is Secretary Hegseth, to reindustrialize and pull those supply chains back home, reindustrialize America, and expand our defense industrial base.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Watts. I have further questions, but I think I'm out of time, so I will yield back and submit those in writing. Thank you.
Representative Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, good to see you. I'm sure you saw what Zohran Mamdani was up to this week. Instead of working to lower costs for New Yorkers, Zohran spent the week trying to figure out how to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And after days of using his taxpayer...
Look at this guy, Mike Lawler, all butthurt. Hey, Mike Lawler. Mamdani was saying for Trump to arrest Netanyahu, you clown. This guy, Mike Lawler, tried to do a town hall recently, and that fool got booed off the stage.
Lawyers to examine this nonsense. He released a scripted video filled with propaganda, sharing what we knew from the start, which is that he doesn't have the legal authority to arrest a democratically elected.
And there were his own constituents.
Prime Minister. Ambassador, can you confirm for all of us that Mr. Mamdani does not have the authority to arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Man, this guy's just like all the MAGA cult members, just extremely low IQ. You know what I mean? Like, they can't comprehend, like, they don't listen to what Mamdani was actually saying. Mamdani was saying that Trump needs to arrest Netanyahu.
And congressman, and it is, as probably one of the only Floridians actually moving the other direction into New York now. I'll leave that commentary aside. To answer your question directly, the United States is not a party to the Rome Statute, which underpins the International Criminal Court, which is a corrupt organization who had just had to fire its head prosecutor for sexual abuse and assault after he chased or is chasing after.
Hey, William, that's Mam Daddy to you, pal. Spell it correctly. Mam Daddy.
Prime Minister Netanyahu with prosecution.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Not a party. We don't have authority of the ICC. There is head of state immunity, and under the UN headquarters agreement, heads of state are allowed to come and go to the UN General Assembly. But the bigger picture is, why isn't he so adamant about the thugs that come in and out from Iran or from North Korea or from others as he is about Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Not only that, he was opposed to the arrest and capture of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, who was twice indicted by our own court system. The Southern District of New York twice indicted him, and Zoran called for his release. Meanwhile, he wants to arrest a duly elected prime minister of an ally based on the International Criminal Court, of which we are not party to. It's truly remarkable.
It's also remarkable that one of his key cabinet officials is reaching out to quote unquote like-minded governments and trying to meet with the Iran regime in the midst of an ongoing conflict.
I'd expect nothing less from an anti-Semite. This is the fundamental problem. Look, you understand full well the challenges that you deal with every day at the United Nations. But sadly, we have a mayor of New York City who believes it's his responsibility to uphold international law. But meanwhile, this is the same person who wants to release dangerous criminals back out onto the streets in New York City, who refuses to cooperate with ICE to turn over violent criminals for deportation to federal authorities, who believes in sanctuary jurisdictions because, well, we don't want to hold people accountable for breaking our laws here in the United States, but somehow we're going to enforce the laws of the ICC that we are not party to, a corrupt, anti-Semitic, anti-American, anti-Israeli entity, all because of politics.
Which, by the way, and I'll defer Ambassador Bartos, which, by the way, has ongoing investigations against American soldiers from Afghanistan.
Yeah, Congressman, thank you for your leadership on so many issues, including UNRWA. On the eve of Tish B'Av, the saddest day in the Jewish calendar, which will start at sunset tonight and go for 25 hours and fasting and everything else, it's fundamentally offensive that the mayor is spending any of his time on this issue. And the ambassador is absolutely right. Ambassador Waltz is absolutely right. The ICC has been weaponized by globalists to seek with one mission, and that is to take down Western democracies like the United States and to try to imprison our leaders and our soldiers, and it's the Trump administration. It's worth noting that the Clinton administration and every administration since did not join the Rome Statute, but it's only the Trump administration with the leadership of the president and Secretary Rubio with his tour de force of remarks last week that pointed out this and said we're going to dismantle this corrupt court if necessary, brick by brick.
Well, speaking of dismantling, we also need to dismantle UNRWA. And I have legislation with Josh Gottheimer to do that. And I would encourage the administration to support it and to push Congress to pass it.
We've read it and it's terrific. And thank you for putting that forward, and look forward to working with you and your team on these important issues.
Thank you.
Last and least, I'm going to take my own 5 minutes to ask questions. I want to talk about the sexual exploitation that's alleged within the United Nations. Can you just begin by giving me an overlay of what you know about it? What silos has this been identified in? I've heard most prevalently, of course, UN peacekeepers, but can you identify other silos that this has been an allegation?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. It's every one of us in our confirmation hearings were asked about this issue. Democrat, Republican, didn't matter from which side of the aisle, everybody's concerned about this issue. It's something we talk about whenever we meet with senior officials within the United Nations. And so we are aware, we look at, I'm going to have it right here, the trends, the trend lines, and then broken down by whether it's industry or whether it's peacekeepers or whether it's civilians.
Regurgitate it to me.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. In 2025, a total of 520 allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse were recorded across the United Nations system. It's important to note these are allegations. We believe there are many more that are not reported or not alleged for all sorts of reasons. Fear from coming forward, the fact that family can't feed itself if someone is using food as a weapon to exploit.
Any charges? Is there even an entity within the UN to charge, because it's all these different countries?
You got to the heart of the issue. Nations will protect their own. Too many nations will protect their own. And the process of the OIOS investigation and others working within the UN system to refer those to host countries, to countries, their nationals have been accused. And then the process of that is abysmal.
Are you aware of any situation where it's gone beyond an allegation to somebody has been criminally prosecuted somewhere for this?
I'm not aware of any. If memory serves, it's less than 5 that I'm aware of, and I've asked these questions.
You're saying UN history. You're to your knowledge.
It's going back in like the most recent past.
Okay, to some history. You're not saying it's a last year's stat.
I'm not like no, and they don't have statistics here about going it from investigation to charging to trial and then conviction.
One of the numbers that I read, I can't exactly attest to its authenticity. It said over 100 sexual abuse allegations, 65 births that were given. This was a stat for last year. Are you familiar with that stat at all?
I'm familiar that it's the fact that innocent people are exploited like this, and then fathers don't just run away or go away and are not responsible it's a stain on the organization. And
your knowledge, has the UN done any paternity tests with those allegations that resulted in births of children?
I'm aware that there's a unit that solely exists to look at paternity and trying to make the father responsible for the child, but to my knowledge, sir,
or responsible for their criminal activity, their rape, their sexual abuse.
Yes, sir. Your point is well taken.
Do you know the name of that entity within the UN?
It's an acronym, and I will get back to your team with that.
Please get back to me with that. The ICC, ICJ has no jurisdiction over this. They have not been a part of bringing anything against something like this.
No.
To your knowledge. Do you know, has the United Nations paid out any settlements, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
For sexual abuse? Do they have a fund to pay out settlements for sexual abuse?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there anything that I've not asked about the sexual abuse allegations that have gone on within the United Nations that, again, many have heard about for years, that you think I probably should have asked this because this would be information that we should know or anybody would want to know?
Yeah, one, sir. Mr. Chairman, why did it take so long for administrations to be shining a light on this, or to shine a light on this issue and to hold the UN accountable? Sitting in a Central African country in February with a force commander who said to me, quote, "Thank you for withholding payment." Now, we don't get told that very often. Thank you for withholding payment, because it allowed me to repatriate poorly performing, as I said in my opening, poorly performing, which means abusive troops in many cases. It allowed me to repatriate those troops, send them back. I had the political cover to do it. We don't often have the cover. In fact, what he said is we never have the cover to send them back.
In the remaining time, what could you see as a proposition, as our representatives there within the United Nations, to actually create consequences and penalties so that this is an issue that is addressed, so that individuals would be imprisoned or castrated or whatever would be the appropriate?
Yes, sir. The common sense a solution, Ambassador Waltz, I know you may want to have something. The common sense solution would be simply you lose your ability to be a troop contributing country if you're not going to adequately, if you're not going to make it the highest priority to try and get and hold accountable those who commit exploitation and abuse of innocent people living in these very war-torn and tough areas.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go to closing statements. Do you have any closing statement, Mr.
I did not, Chairman. Thank you.
For my closing statement, I'd simply offer you my 5 minutes of closing time to say, is there anything that you'd like to say, respond to from your time here today?
Well, we just heard, I think, a lot of rhetoric about whether President Trump is a president of peace and that whether we work or don't work well with our allies. I can tell you when we talk to Azerbaijan and Armenia, they believe he's a president of peace, as they have the free flow of goods for the first time in 30 years. It is imperfect, the border situation in Thailand and Cambodia. It's imperfect, but moving forward between Pakistan and India, DRC Congo, the president is putting political frameworks, peace deals in place. The UN should be doing a lot of that. The next Secretary General should be leading those efforts. We are trying hybrid models in terms of Board of Peace or the Gang Suppression Force to overcome a lot of the shortcomings of the UN to try to bring stability in efforts around the world. But I find it laughable when critics talk about President Trump as not engaged around the world. He is truly trying to solve some of these problems, even forgotten conflicts like the Polisario in Western Sahara. He has charged us to go out and find a solution. It's not easy. The UN is a part of that. And our charge isn't to walk away, but is to clean this organization up so that it can then take care of some of these issues in a much more meaningful and effective way. And I guess I would just conclude, Mr. Chairman, with thank you for holding this. We are taking a hard look, and we welcome the committee's oversight and expertise on outputs. You know, all too often government, and particularly multinational organizations, focus on dollars going in and people going in. We're looking at effectiveness going out, whether that's in the humanitarian space, the development space, or the peacekeeping space, because ultimately we owe that to our constituents that are paying 25% of this bill. I do think this is an organization that can be effective. That's where the president is. His charge to us: help make it great again, help it realize its potential. And it's an honor to have this team working in that regard. And every time we, in a chair behind a placard that says United States of America on the world stage, every time as a former soldier, we are using words and not bullets. And every time we actually conclude a deal, not always easy and not always easy to implement, that we conclude a peace agreement or a step in that direction, representing the United States of America, it's an honor.
I would thank you both for your testimony. I would thank you for your service at the United Nations. Tough service there.
All right, so that's pretty much the end of that Mike Waltz hearing. All right, let's go see what else we got. What up, everyone? It's a Thursday morning out there. What's up with this?
I'm gonna get you guys some stuff. So you ready? Go ahead, go.
Mr. Secretary, you had quite a long meeting here with your Chinese.
Well, shit, it looks like Narco Bubio takes some questions about the Iran war, Cuba, and the Saudi nuclear deal and more. Let's see what this is all about. This just came out 18 hours ago.
What the hell is that? What is that? Are you a court reporter? What's wrong? That's good. No, but why don't you guys have one of those? I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's okay. It went quite long. Is that does that give the impression that the meeting was tense? Could you give us a sense of what?
We have to translate. You know, translations always take longer and back and forth. Well, we talked a lot about the visit in September, and that was really the gist of it. It's just to create the groundwork for another positive visit. I think President Xi will have a very positive visit when he comes to Washington. Look, these are the two most powerful countries in the world, particularly economics, but also, I mean, we have to have a relationship. And obviously there are areas of great differences. Both sides will acknowledge that. We'll have to work through those. And I think these differences will exist for the foreseeable future. And our job is to sort of manage those so that they never get out of control. we're obviously always going to defend our national interests. And I expect they'll do the same as they define it. But I think there are some areas of potential cooperation. So the work we need to do between now and September is to identify what those areas are so that we can lay the groundwork for a very positive visit to Washington and in September. And so we talked a lot about that.
Is there agreement on election interference?
We didn't discuss that topic.
Mr. Secretary, are China and Russia giving targeted information to Iran? These last few attacks have been very devastating to U.S. troops.
Look, all I would say is that, anytime you're in a combat zone like that, there's danger associated with it. I mean, at the end, this actually proves the point that this is what Iran has been investing its money in for the last 20 years. I'm not going to discuss that other than to say that nothing that's happened, nothing that China has done has in any way changed the trajectory of of what you're seeing in terms of the conflicts we're having with Iran. And in fact, in some cases, they've actually been quite cooperative. With regards to what they potentially could have done but didn't do. I think the Chinese, and I'll let them tell you, but I don't think they're big fans of what Iran is trying to do in the Straits. In fact, they've said so publicly that they oppose tolling or any sort of restraint on freedom of navigation in the Straits. And, we hope they'll continue to say that. And it's important that other countries say that as well.
President, I would ask a similar question. I'd like to pose it to you. Is the U.S. strategy to strike Iran into submission? And why do you think Iran is not getting in right now?
Well, look, the United States is, Iran's in a lot of trouble. I mean, at the end of the day, they obviously don't have a free press that reports on for example, you guys will report on, the impact it's having on the U.S. economy and gas prices and this, that. They don't have that in Iran. But I can tell you they're facing hyperinflation, runaway inflation, high food costs. These are all pre-existing. They've all gotten worse. They suffered a tremendous amount of damage to their military infrastructure, but they've also spent 20 years taking every penny they have and not spending it on their country. They spent it on sponsoring terrorist groups and building up their missiles and their drone systems. And this is what you're seeing them use now, which is greatly diminished, is exactly the conventional shield that they were going to hide behind to pursue a nuclear program and challenge the world to do anything about it. Or face the wrath of what they were doing. A year from now, Iran would have had so many missiles and drones that they would have been behind a conventional shield that would have given them immunity to do whatever they wanted. So right now, however, I can just say, here's what's happening. It's pretty straightforward. Ships are trying to go through the Straits and they're getting blown up. Commercial ships are going through the Straits and they're being blown up. The United States is defending that shipping and in addition is targeting the places that are launching against those ships to continue to degrade Iran's ability to target and harm global shipping. So that's what's happening here. And that's what we're focused on.
It's important that Iran isn't keeping its commitment. So even if MOU is revived, what can be done to yield different results?
Well, look, all these things are compliance-based, right? I mean, if you make a deal, if you sign on to an agreement and then you violate the agreement's no longer valid. That doesn't mean you can't have a future agreement, but ultimately that future agreement will have to be judged on whether or not you're complying with the conditions. And that deal called for the opening of the Straits, free and fair navigation. In fact, they were supposed to put out a statement to that regard a week and a half ago. And instead, on the day they were supposed to put out that statement, instead of doing that, they targeted and blew up or hit a ship. So we remain open to diplomacy. We remain open to working it out in a negotiated way. But right now, they don't seem to be serious about that. And so we're going to continue to protect shipping. We think other countries should join us in that endeavor. We don't need them to, but they should because they're more impacted by it than we are. And at the same time, we are going to, when the opportunity presents itself, degrade their ability to target global shipping.
China's been sending its Coast Guard in toward Taiwan, patrols near Taiwan. I know the U.S. has said this has been destabilizing. Do you agree with that?
It always comes up in every one of our meetings because we obviously disagree with those actions. And we actually think that they run contrary to the spirit of what we're trying to work out with them with regards to strategic stability. But the bigger point to make in that regard is that the U.S. will continue to, we're never going to accept that international waterways are somehow under the control of other countries. We'll continue to sail through international waterways and freedom of navigation efforts of that kind. And we'll continue to live up to our commitments, for example, with the Philippines and other countries in terms of the treaty commitments that we have. Again, it speaks to areas of disagreement when it comes to our policies with China. Those need to be managed very carefully because obviously a conflict, be it economic or otherwise, between the U.S. and China would have a dramatic global impact. So the difficult job of geopolitics and foreign policy is managing your differences and not doing anything that runs contrary to our national interests, but at the same time trying to avoid conflict that could lead to something really catastrophic for the world. And I think we have an obligation to do that, which is why it's important for us to continue to talk to China, irrespective of our differences. It's important to, you go back to the height of the Cold War. Even in the height of the Cold War, even in its most tense moments, the United States and the Soviet Union were communicating, at least at a military to military level and even at a diplomatic level. And in many ways, that prevented catastrophe. So I'm not saying we're at that stage with China, but what I am saying is it would frankly be reckless and irresponsible for the U.S. and China not to have a relationship, given the impact our countries have on the global economy and on the world.
Did you discuss with China, with Minister Wang Yi, the working group, or any more details of the Board of Trade, Board of Investment?
Yes, we did, and we're moving towards implementation of that, and I think that's one of the potential, concrete deliverables that we can have before September when that visit happens. And again, those are good ideas, and they come in the aftermath of the visit we took to China earlier this year, and so we did discuss that, yes.
Russia's growth energy that is going to be meeting with you tomorrow.
Yeah.
If that happens, are you going to press him on Ukraine or basically?
No, we're gonna. I don't know if the term is press him. We're gonna talk about it. Obviously, the war in Ukraine, I think, has in many ways impeded the ability of Russia and the United States to find areas of agreement on other topics. That doesn't mean we won't seek to find other areas of potential cooperation. But by the same token, we'd like to see that war come to an end. We think it would be good for Russia if that war came to an end. So we'll raise it. And as I said, the U.S. remains open and willing to play a constructive role in bringing that war to an end if that opportunity presents itself. And it might, we're open to it, to playing that role, because we think right now, and I think the Russians would agree, we're probably the only country in the world that can play that role in trying to bring that to an end.
What kind of role is the U.S. playing right now? There's still some kind of quiet talks going on, or how we expect?
Well, I think that these things kind of fall off a little bit over the last few months. Perhaps there are now new conditions in place that will allow that conversation to happen. It's one of the things we'll explore tomorrow in our conversation. I saw the Foreign Minister Lavrov last night. Briefly, we didn't talk about any of this, but I saw him last night when he arrived at the opening dinner, and we'll talk more tomorrow. Obviously, to be fair to you guys, a lot of stuff I'll talk to him about, I'm not going to put in a press release because it undermines the ability to find understandings, but we'll talk about it and see if there's an opening now or an opportunity for us to play a constructive role. But there are other areas that the U.S. and Russia can cooperate on that we, again, going back to the point I made about China, this is very simple. Russia possesses we are the two largest nuclear armed countries on the planet. For us not to talk would be reckless and irresponsible. We have to have a relationship with the Russian government, even though we have areas of disagreement. And in the case of Ukraine, perhaps an opportunity to, if we can play a constructive role, to bring it to an end. So, I'm sure that'll come up tomorrow, there's no doubt. But we'll talk about some other stuff too.
So Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump has approved a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia. Do you have any details on that?
Yeah, I'll let the White House officials sort of put out an official statement about anything with regards to that. But I saw the same reporting this morning. But let me let that go through. I prefer it be put out when there is something to say, that we'll say it through official channels.
Has the U.S. asked South Korea or other Asian allies to contribute naval assets or something like that?
We didn't ask them that today. Look, I think it's to their benefit, right? If you look at the region, they heavily depend on oil and natural gas that comes from this part of the world. Now, one of the interesting things you've seen is that the supplies that are reaching many of the countries in the region have begun to change. They're buying more LNG from us than ever before. They're also buying more oil from us than ever before. So I think some of the changes you have seen and where people are getting their energy are going to be permanent after what you've seen here. But nonetheless, the Straits remain an important source of energy for many of the countries in this region. It's about 20% of the global oil that's purchased. So I think we think it'd be to their benefit to participate in an effort. We didn't ask directly today, but we've had those conversations with them in the past. Every country has different restrictions on what they need to do in order to authorize that. Some have to get legislative approval. Some can do it unilaterally. Every country is different. But we've certainly raised it with different countries. We don't need them to do it, but we think it would be beneficial if they did. And some of these countries have unique capabilities in terms of mine clearing and things of that nature. So it'd be great if they join the effort, and I think some of them may eventually do so. It's in their interest to do so, but we didn't reach any agreement on that today. Frankly, it wasn't the cornerstone of what our conversations were about.
Mr. a lot of the ASEAN countries have expressed how terrible the war is for them when it comes to economically and the energy front. But Israel's finance minister sort of struck a tone in a different direction, said that the tit for tat is actually the best possible situation for Israel because it's weakening with Iran. Does this show that there are some differences between the United States and Israel when it comes to how they view this war? The United States is trying to end this for the Israelis, and hostilities continuing is in their benefit.
Yeah, look, I can't comment on what one individual in government said in Israel. You know, I can just generally tell you that by and large, we think that a nuclear armed Iran is an unacceptable thing. It can't happen. And that's what they were going to do if they hid behind this conventional shield that they were building. And the president just was going to stand by and allow that to happen. Within 2 years, Iran could say, we're breaking out to a nuclear weapon. You can't do anything about it, or we're going to overwhelm you with tens of thousands of drones and missiles, which they were on pace to build. They can't do that now. That certainly weakened them. As far as the impact it's had on the global economy, I mean, Iran is targeting global shipping and international waterway and demanding to control which ships can go and which ones cannot. That just is unacceptable. We're not going to accept that. We're not going to allow that to be the status quo. But ultimately, there are other countries that should feel just as strongly as we do because they're actually more impacted by it than we are.
Did you discuss with Minister Jaishankar, did he raise at all any concern by India about the tariffs announced by the president on generic drug makers? A lot of Americans buy their generic drugs from Indian companies that import. Is that something that came up in your discussions at all?
I mean, not with me. I mean, we didn't get into depth on pharmaceuticals today. Obviously, I would expect them to be concerned about it, but they didn't raise it today. But they might have with others in our system because we obviously deal with the Indians. We're very close to them.
So you and the president have been very blunt in your anti-communist language. Recently, you put out that recent report on Cuba. Don't you think it's inconsistent in that you haven't addressed the same issues with China? They're the largest communist party in the world, 100 million.
Yeah, but our issues with communist interference inside of our country. Like that report was about what these different elements do to interfere in our country and to undermine our foreign policy.
We recently talked about Chinese election interference in the U.S. And as we know, there are many other ways in which China has influence within the U.S.
Well, again, what the president put out on Thursday, that was a declassification of documents from our intelligence community. That's what he put out. He declassified intelligence assessments from our intelligence community. But your question was about communist influence. Yeah, the United States doesn't want to be a communist country. We're never going to be a communist country, and we're not going to allow communist influences to undermine our politics or our society. So I don't know what the inconsistency you're referring to is. It's very clear. Obviously we understand the Chinese system and other systems, but I can tell you our system doesn't want communism, and we're certainly not going to allow communist efforts to undermine American society and drive wedges into our country, and that's what we're seeing. And by the way, one of the leading culprits of that for many years, the intellectual authors, particularly in our hemisphere, is the Cuban regime, which our report on Monday outlined.
Did you express concern regarding the clash between China and the Philippines in the substantial?
Did we discuss it with?
Crash between China and the Philippines in the South.
Oh yeah, it's been a high-profile issue. We've all seen it, and it's sort of an escalatory thing that we think is very negative, and benefits no one. And obviously, we've reiterated in every meeting we've had that the U.S. has a treaty arrangement with the Philippines. I believe we're the only treaty partner the Philippines has. We intend to live up to our treaty obligations, and I think we've done so, and we'll continue to do so.
With sense of isolation, how difficult is it to inspire confidence at these meetings, such as the ones you've had today, that the U.S. can bring a quick end to the war?
I'm sorry, what was the?
Is it difficult to inspire confidence that the U.S. can swiftly and effectively end the war?
No, I think everybody here understands that the U.S. would love to reach a diplomatic settlement. We'd love to reach an agreement if it were possible with Iran that would ensure they never have a nuclear weapon and obviously help stop them. And we'd love to have an agreement where they say we'll no longer sponsor terrorism and we will not pursue a nuclear weapon or the things you need for a nuclear weapon. I think if there's a lack of confidence, is the lack of confidence that the Iranian regime will ever agree to any of those things. That would be the lack of confidence. And the bigger lack of confidence should be that they've already made commitments very recently in a memorandum of understanding and within 2 weeks have violated it. So I think if there's any undermining of confidence, it's confidence that the Iranian system, as it currently is structured, can reach an agreement. And so you wonder whether they're serious about an agreement in the short term. But look, the president always prefers to negotiate and reach a deal on these things. And we're willing to do that. We've tried to do that now for a year and a half, but we're also not going to sit by and let ships be blown up or Americans be attacked.
Do you see any hope for a compromise? If Iran refuses to negotiate seriously, if Iran refuses to negotiate seriously, what is the next step? So more sanctions, more military actions? Are you prepared for long-term confrontation?
Well, the president has many options available to him if they continue to insist on not being cooperative, and I won't get ahead of the president on any of those, but I think Iran knows we have many options as well.
The president suggested that Iran should be added to Russia's Sanctions Act. Is this kind of acknowledgement of Moscow Tehran growing alliance?
Of what now?
Are you guys acknowledging this growing alliance between the two? Because you're adding, suggesting to add Iran to Russia's Sanctions Act.
Oh, I just think the president views as a legislative vehicle that's going to pass in Congress and provide some more authorities to impose higher economic costs on Iran if it's necessary to do so. So I don't think it has. I think it's just a bill that's moving, and it's a sanctions bill, and so it makes sense if you're going to add additional sanctions to do it to that bill.
On Cuba, is the goal still creating regime change through economic collapse, or is military option?
I think the goal is to have a Cuba where the people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward. The way Cubans are able to do all over the world when they leave Cuba, and we're prepared to be very realistic about how you do that, and patient about how you get in a serious process that leads to that. And we've engaged them from time to time in that regard, and they know where we stand on that issue, and hopefully that's where it arrives. The fundamental problem Cuba has right now is two things. Number one is their economic system doesn't work because that economic system doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. It's completely backwards. It just doesn't work, and that's why people have to leave that country. And number two, they're no longer getting free oil from Venezuela. That's their biggest problem. They're not getting free oil from Venezuela, which, by the way, they weren't using for the power grid. They were taking about 60% of the free oil they were getting from Venezuela and reselling it for cash. So the biggest problem Cuba has is that their regime is a disaster. Their economic model doesn't work, and the people who run the country don't know what the hell they're doing. And all they're most interested in is holding on to power. They are afraid of economic prosperity because they are afraid that economic prosperity and economic liberties they will lose control over people. And that's always been the struggle they faced in recent times. But again, look, just today, we began shipping over $100 million of humanitarian assistance to Cuba, which will be distributed by non-governmental entities on the ground. So, we're willing to engage with them. We've engaged with them in the past. We'll keep talking to them about the kind of changes they can make. But this is 90 miles from our shores. This is a government that has spent, a regime that has spent the better part of 30, 40, 50 years destabilizing the region and the movements that they've supported. And they've lost, 10 to 15% of their population since 2021 because of how mismanaged the country is. We wanted to have a better future, and we're prepared to do things that help them get there. But they have to decide they want to do that. The people that are in charge there right now just don't want to do it. It's unfortunate.
The administration was talking about how they expected their regime, just to follow up, to see regime change or to see big changes in Cuba, economic, political, by the end of this year. That's what a lot of them were saying.
Who was saying that?
People within the administration who work on this issue.
Because I work on this issue more than anybody else.
They were predicting it, but there was an expectation that Cuba was so.
No, look, guys. This global affairs are not we're not a mini-series. You get in 3 episodes and it's over. Global affairs are difficult. You're talking about a system that's been in place, since 1959. You're talking about a country that suffered tremendously because of poor leadership and a bad economic model. You're talking about a regime that survived all these years because they had a foreign sponsor, be it the Soviet Union or Hugo Chavez. They don't have that anymore. So, these are complex things that take time, and obviously we're prepared to do what we can.
Well, that's pretty much the end of Marco Rubio's press conference. Let's go take a look at this other video Marco Rubio did. Let's see here. All right. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this video where Marco Rubio calls Trump a con artist.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio is with us now from Houston. Senator, good morning.
Good morning.
Did someone hit the panic button last night?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I can just tell you that a con artist is about to take over the Republican Party and the conservative movement, and we have to put a stop to it. And part of it is, look at the report you guys just did. Donald Trump last night had no answers on the issue of healthcare. And if you listen to that report that just led into this, the media is pumping him up as some sort of unstoppable force. Donald Trump has portrayed himself now consistently as fighting for the working people, and he has a record of sticking it to working people for 35 years. If any other candidate in this race had his record, there would be nonstop reporting on it. But unfortunately, he's being pumped up because many in the media with a bias know that he'll be easy to beat in a general election. So we're going to put a stop to it now. There is no way we are going to allow a con artist to take over the conservative movement, and Donald Trump is a con artist.
So what do you think a Trump government would look like, Senator?
It would be chaos. No one knows, but it would look probably like the positions he's held for all these years on many of these issues. He is wholly unprepared to be president of the United States. He refuses to answer questions on any specific public policy. He has no plan for healthcare, for example. They asked him about the debt. He claimed he's going to cut the debt by cutting fraud and abuse, which everyone acknowledges, and he didn't get any follow-up or any press on that, and nobody pressed him on that afterwards. I tried to get the moderators to ask them about it. This is the most important government job on the planet. We're about to turn over of any substance on the important issues, the nuclear codes of the United States, to an erratic individual. And the conservative movement to someone who has spent a career sticking it to working people.
Please let us get a few more questions in.
We want to ask you specifically about a meeting that CNN is reporting this morning, that your campaign manager met with top donors behind closed doors and the possibility of a contested convention in order to earn the nomination, to get the nomination.
So there's Marco Rubio from 10 years ago calling Donald Trump a con artist. Let's look at Lindsey Graham calling Donald Trump a jackass. Here's Lindsey Graham calling Donald Trump a jackass.
That he's a jackass.
Really?
That he's bringing his name down and he's not helping the process, and he shouldn't be commander-in-chief. If you want to be commander-in-chief of the armed forces, you need to understand that John McCain and all like him, not just John, are truly American heroes. And then when you put yourself in harm's way, that makes you a hero. But you know what I think makes you a hero? When you're the spouse raising kids when your loved one's deployed. Been in the military for 33 years. It truly is a team and a family. So what he said about John, I think, was offensive. He's becoming a jackass at a time when we need to have a serious debate about the future of the party and the country. We're on the verge of giving an Iranian Ayatollah, who's a radical jihadist, a pathway to a nuclear bomb. The world is literally falling apart. We're becoming Greece here at home. And all we're talking about is Donald Trump and everybody he insults. But he's crossed the line here. There may be some frustration with our border. I get that. That's no justification for slandering on it.
What's the line he crossed?
Saying that John McCain and people like him are not American heroes. The American people will not tolerate what he is doing now regarding those who have served. This is a line he's crossed, and this is the beginning of the end of Donald Trump.
Senator, you seem angry.
I am really pissed because John, come on. You know, John and I have been buddies. Forget about John. What about Bud Day? Medal of Honor winner in Iowa that I got to know through John. I cannot tell you how many prisoners of war I met through John McCain, and all of them are incredible people.
All right, let's go check out J.D. Vance saying he's never a Trump guy.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Here's J.D. Vance saying he's a never Trump guy and he never liked him.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. And I've noticed this willingness from people who think a lot like I do that, look, we told you so. To all these white working class voters, we told you so. We told you that Trump was going to be a terrible candidate. We told you that you were an idiot if you voted for him. The problem is, if you take that attitude as sort of gloating over Trump's defeat, then you're playing into the very thing that gave rise to Trump in the first place, which is a feeling that the elites think that they're smarter than you and just think you're a bunch of idiots. Right, one of the biggest drivers of Trump's support, and one of the things that's most predictive of his support, is that you express cynicism about the future and a belief that your kids.
Voice to every time he makes a campaign stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about the way that he talks about.
Your cynicism is appropriate.
Absolutely,
because those people don't care.
Absolutely. You think about the slogan, "Make America Great Again." The implication is that America isn't great right now, and if you're very unhappy about your life, that's going to resonate.
Do you think this is a large number of people? Do you think this is enough people to elect Donald Trump?
No, I don't think it's a large enough people to elect Donald Trump.
There's JD Vance. All these clowns are just chameleons. They're just all fucking Trump loyalists now. All right, let's go see what else we got. Let's go check out this Jim Jordan hearing. Let's go see what's cracking over here. See what Jim Jordan or the false narrative surrounding the conditions at Delaney Hall. Let's see what's up with this Jim Jordan. All right, Jamie Raskin's in this, so this will be worth it. All right, this is part 2. This just came out today, or technically yesterday now, but this came out 17 hours ago. This is titled Jim Jordan Leads Contentious House Judiciary Committee Hearing on Major Border Security Law. Part 2. We actually watched part 1 last night, so here's part 2. Let's go.
Man from Maryland, close enough to Pennsylvania to be confused maybe. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No, the no's definitely had that one. Definitely had that.
I need a recorded vote on that one, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote being requested. Clerk will call the roll on the amendment by the gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isom? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock?
What's going on here? Let's forward it to when they start talking. Not yet. Nope. All right, here we go.
Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from North Carolina.
The clerk will repeat.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 9773, offered by Ms. Ross of North Carolina. Page 58, line 2.
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Okay,
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As currently drafted, Title V of this bill would make overstaying a visa a crime for the first time in our history. My amendment would amend Title V to ensure that minor dependents who overstay their visas are not criminally liable. It's important to remember that if a person overstays their visa, they are already subject to removal. The addition of a criminal penalty is cruel, unnecessary, and expensive for our justice system and for—
Oh, hey, what's up, Aloha Kitty? How you doing? Good to see you. What's up, everyone? What's up? What's up, Amber? How you guys all doing? Hey, what up, Underboss? How's it going? What's up, Angelic? What's up, John? Hey, how's it going, Lynette? What's up, Derek? How you guys all doing? Just hanging out, watching this Judiciary Committee here on ICE DHS.
in prisons. This bill is extraordinarily punitive, with far-reaching implications that may go beyond what my colleagues have intended. Unless they want to make the following current immigration law a crime, punishable up to 6 months in prison and a fine of up to $1,000 for overstaying a visa. This bill has no exceptions or flexibility when it comes to overstaying a non-immigrant visa, and there are no exceptions based on age or dependent status. As the bill is currently written, if a 2-year-old is on a family vacation in the United States and their parents decide to extend their trip 10 days beyond the validity of their visitor's visa, unless the 2-year-old somehow miraculously leaves the country on their own, that 2-year-old could be thrown into federal jail for up to 6 months and face a fine of $1,000. I certainly hope that this was simply an oversight. Surely all of my colleagues agree that we shouldn't be prosecuting children for something that is beyond their control. If that's the case, we should have no problem passing this amendment. Minors should not be imprisoned for overstaying their visa, something they have no control over. So if we care about protecting children, saving money, we should remove that as a possibility right now with this amendment. Our immigration system needs reforms, and we are absolutely interested in bold ideas to fix it. But as currently drafted, this bill isn't one of them. It's not the kind of policy that I can support and that the American people can support, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Texas.
The under current law, when you're coming here and re-enter, that's a crime, right? A crime that comes with a possibility of penalties, and we don't make exceptions based on the age or circumstance and so forth. The fact is, we're going through the motions here to try to find every way possible to stand with those who don't want to follow our laws. Overstaying visas is one of the primary ways that bad act.
Look, check out this guy's sign failure right here. His sign says 3 hours of Democrats defending the borders. He's got the open part right behind his shoulder, so you can't read the open part. So he's got a sign. these MAGA bootlickers can't even get their signs right. Yeah, we got 3 hours of Democrats defending the borders.
To come to the United States and endanger the people here. 9/11 being the most notorious example, but there are literally tens of thousands of other examples. And this would simply change that. Prosecutorial discretion is a thing. When I was a prosecutor, and as the gentlelady knows, and those that learned in the law, that many prosecutors even here, you have to use discretion. I think, I had to prosecute felons in possessions of weapons, which, by the way, is now being constitutionally challenged, as we all know, in the Supreme Court. And we'll see what the court does on that. Raises interesting questions. But, there was a woman that was, she had a weapon. She was a felon, but she was trying to get her life in order. And she was trying to protect herself against some of the bad actors that she had formerly affiliated with. And I didn't pursue it. I didn't think it was appropriate. I looked at the totality of the circumstances and made a decision not to. There are times that's how you deploy prosecutorial discretion. And, at the end of the day, we've got, as I said, existing examples where we don't draw an exclusion or exception for every category of person. But without question, we have got to have policies in place that make it much stricter when you overstay your visa. This is every bit as pernicious as those who are, and in fact, in many ways, much more so than those who are, using the cartel coyote system to come across the Rio Grande or even coming to our borders and claiming asylum, and the administration allows release under, I think, faulty interpretations of asylum or lack of full vetting and then, releasing and so forth under Flores, all the things we're addressing in this bill. But managing and dealing with the overstays is one of the most critical functions. And again, this legislation is designed to deal with the question of when people are getting here. It's border security, both in the sense of we had pieces that were dealing in the original bill with wall and with all of the things of managing flow at the border. But this has everything to do with how people get here and under what circumstances they get here and how they can apply for asylum, how parole's applied, or in this case, hey, we granted you the ability to be here on a visa, but then you stick around. Stop doing that. And, our current system is not adequately stopping people from overstaying their visas with sufficient penalty. I believe prosecutorial discretion takes care of this. As I noted before, we have, again, if you come in here and you're guilty of reentry, Children would be in the same category. I'm unaware of anybody where we're going to be going after a 2-year-old or a 6-year-old with respect to prosecutorial discretion. I just don't think we have to, constrict every single application of the law.
Those Gestapo goons are out there tear gassing 2-year-olds.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman, the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak strongly in favor of Ms. Ross's amendment. The only substantive reply I really heard there was, well, the prosecutors wouldn't do anything ridiculous. And the prosecutors wouldn't do anything ridiculous, like maybe prosecute someone for throwing a Subway sandwich. We saw that happen, where the prosecutors would not prosecute my constituent, a 3-time Olympic canoeist in his 70s, for putting his hand in the reflecting pool in order to deflect the president's responsibility for the waste of millions and millions of taxpayer dollars. They're prosecuting him right now. They wanted to send him to jail for 10 years. So I'm sorry, this is just a bad time to make the argument that we'll let the statute be drawn in an overly broad, loose way because we can trust the prosecutors. Even the federal judges have said they are now rejecting the so-called presumption of regularity, which is that Department of Justice lawyers could be trusted to be telling the truth and saying the right thing, because they're saying there are just way too many cases where the Department of Justice lawyers are lying or evading the truth and disobeying court orders. So somebody should come up with a better argument than that, because I don't think it's going to work. I'm happy to yield to Ms. Ross.
Absolutely. And these minors don't always have the ability to leave the country even if they wanted to leave the country because they're with their parents. The other thing that this provision, it's so overbroad and punitive, doesn't take account of is people who have been here legally, are on visas, and may have to wait a little bit longer to go through the process because this administration doesn't want to help them get whatever the next thing is. So just say you're a minor and you decide you want to get, and your visa's about to expire, but then you want to get a visa, an educational visa. If you stay for more than 10 days, you're a criminal. Even if your educational visa has been delayed by 2 weeks. This is overbroad, it's punitive, it's ridiculous, and it's frankly a waste of prosecutors' time to deal with this. And so to not understand that this goes too far, that this these are not people who came here illegally. These are people who came here legally. And to not understand, what if somebody gets sick and they have to be in the hospital? A kid gets sick and has to be in the hospital for 2 weeks. They're automatically a criminal under this law.
Ms. Ross, can I just pursue that point with you for a second?
Please reclaim your time.
The gentleman reclaims his time.
I'm reclaiming my time in order to ask you a question, Ms. Ross, about this. Just to be clear, everybody, regardless of age, whose visa is up, is civilly removable from the country.
100%. This is about criminal liability.
So it's about stigmatizing someone as being a criminal and putting a young person in a facility, theoretically, where they could be in real danger. And we're talking about people who are here lawfully, and now we're talking about children. I mean, if our colleagues are not moved by the fact that there have been overzealous and ludicrous prosecutions under this Department of Justice, maybe they're just moved by the politics of it. This just looks ridiculous. It's going to make America look ridiculous in the eyes of the world that we're calling kids criminals.
It's going to be another kid in a bunny hat situation for you guys.
Well, I just think we shouldn't go down this road, and I wanted to yield to the gentlelady from California. I think she also has something to say here.
So, agree in supporting this. And as I'm thinking, there were some hearings ago when we actually were talking about legislation to cut federal funding. So you want to cut the courts, you want to cut funding going to the courts, You're gonna have these federal charges. These are courthouses that are already under-resourced and overwhelmed. We are throwing more things on their calendar because you all are trying to pass these preposterous pieces of legislation that only do more harm to the court system. And they're gonna add to that by detaining kids. Now maybe, and I love it, the colleague from Texas said, I don't think you need to be so prescriptive, but actually we do have to be prescriptive because prosecutorial discretion is all about the discretion that someone has. And so we cannot leave it up to rogue prosecutors. You do need to be precise, which is why we should be supporting this kind of legislation to lay out very specifically that we are not that we don't want to detain children, we don't want to charge children. And there are 2-month-old babies actually in these detention facilities right now.
You're back, Mr.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to speak against the amendment. Mr. Chairman, this is no time to be watering down the visa overstay part of this very important bill. In fact, I believe this is one of the most important parts of this bill. You know, prior to the Biden open border policies, the majority of the illegal aliens in our country were visa overstayers, including at least several of the September 11, 2001 hijackers, including Mohammed Sabre Soliman, who was the Boulder, Colorado terrorist who yelled "Free Palestine" and threw ignited Molotov cocktails on.
Would the gentleman yield?
Let me finish and then I'll yield. At peaceful demonstrators advocating for the release of October 7th hostages, and also including an illegal alien visa overstayer from the Middle East who sexually assaulted 2 female victims in my own county of St. Charles, Missouri. So I think this is a very important part of the legislation before us today, and I do not believe we should be watering it down. Thank you, and I yield back.
Oh, well,
I will yield back to the representative from Texas.
Oh, not to me. Thank you.
You would yield to the point that I'd like to make is we do prosecute under current law juveniles for reentry. We do it under 1825 regularly. Under the Obama years in 2010, 191 cases, 2011, 153, 2012, 138. These are all the Obama years. And then, fast forward and, we even did sentence.
Well, let's move on because I'm gonna get my step on pretty soon here. But before I go, there's this one thing I wanted to kind of check out. So in Maine, where that cold-blooded execution-style murder by Trump's Gestapo goons happened, where they murdered that innocent, hardworking person. In that town of Maine, I think it was Bidford or something like that. I forget the name of it. But they had their first town hall since it happened. So let's tap into that real quick. Let's see if I can find it though. Oh man, it's in here somewhere. Oh shit, no, that's not it. Yeah, where's it at? All right, let me see. I think it's in the history section. All right, yeah, here it is. This looks pretty interesting. Let's see what this is all about. I kind of skimmed through it and I was like, shit, this looks cool. Let's see what these people have to say. All right, this is a Bidford City Council host first public comment since deadly ICE shooting in city. This happened yesterday.
Not another statement, not another investigation of ICE controls. We are not here to ask for a review or use of force policy or wait for a report. We are not here to ask for more training or review ICE procedures and their tactics. We have to make sure that this time is actually different, that the family's grief and the daughter growing up without her father means something beyond the headline that we already see feed in the media. That there is justice. There were no other things added to this very same list. So we're here to say.
Let's see. I don't think the audio is that good on this.
Here in Biddeford, the city admitted that the harm was real.
Oh yeah, the audio is kind of whack. Let me see.
We need a strong abolitionist movement that says we're going to get rid of ICE and we're going to get rid of the whole system that upholds ICE.
Good evening, members of the City Council and audience. My name is Victor Forsley, and I live at 16 Bayberry Road in Biddeford. I've been a full-time resident of Biddeford for the last 8 years. I'm very pleased with what I've seen, what I've found in Biddeford. Now, Biddeford, unfortunately, is no longer unique in the fact that it has avoided violence that we've seen over the last weeks. And it's happening too often, and we're all witnesses to it.
All right, yeah, the audio is not that great on that, but if you guys, someone's interested in watching that, it's on I don't know, it's like on some channel called CBS 13 News. All right, let's go back to that other hearing. All right.
Execute under current law juveniles for reentry. We do it under 1825 regularly. Under the Obama years in 2010, 191 cases, 2011, 153, 2012, 138. These are all the Obama years. And then, fast forward and, we even did some during the Trump years. There was sort of a decline. I can look at the numbers and throw the chart up. And then it would drop off precipitously. There was a handful during the Biden administration. Notably, that means, by definition, they were carrying out, because of the numbers, they were carrying out prosecutorial discretion and choosing not to, for better or worse. I'm willing to bet that if I pry these numbers back, that there's a whole hell of a lot of 17-year-olds and 16-year-olds that were up to no good, that were a part of those significant numbers under Obama. I'd be willing to take that bet, and I'm pretty sure I'd win that bet. And so the reality is,
hey, what up, Amber? All right, yeah, hey, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out.
Do it. We've done it, and the evidence bears out that under our existing laws, that prosecutorial discretion is at play, again, for better and worse. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Missouri.
Yeah, I reclaim my time. I will yield to my Democrat colleague.
I just wanted to know whether the examples that you gave involved minors.
I don't know exactly at what age each of the 9/11 hijackers entered the country. But, again, when we say minors, that can mean 16 and 17-year-old gang members. It doesn't.
Who came legally on a visa to begin with.
And overstayed, and then committed, and some of whom committed illegal acts in our country, which is what brings them to the attention of law enforcement and gets them in ICE detention unless they're in a sanctuary city.
Well, this isn't about that. This is about automatically making them a criminal before they've done anything, before they've committed. All they did was stay here for more than 10 days. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about people who are terrorists. We're not talking about people who committed crimes. We're talking about people who overstay a visa, by definition becoming a criminal.
And again, as my colleague from Texas has pointed out, these things can be handled with prosecutorial discretion. And with that, I yield back.
Well, the last time I looked.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for just a few moments. Again, I'm sorry, it does have to go to a memory. I'm sorry. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to yield some more of my time back to my colleague from North Carolina, but I do want to say I remain fascinated by these posters on the other side of the aisle, these 3-hour posters. And I was thinking, well, it's like 3 hours of Republicans running from the truth. It's 3 hours of Republicans holding a committee hostage, debating a bad bill. It's 3 hours of I guess some pinky agreement that was made about vote for this, to have this kind of hearing. And so I'm amazed. Yes, 3 hours, and we have not heard from the other side of the aisle any real substantive discussion about oversight and about what is happening with Department of Homeland Security and ICE. And now we're talking about overstaying visas.
Hey, what's up, Ren? Yeah, the MAGA meat riding politicians bring the comedy aspect to it.
Short period of time and doing harm to these young people. And so we're talking about, yes, another bunny ear situation, 5-year-old Liam Ramos. There was a child, a minor, who attempted suicide at the Dilley detention facility. There was a 1-year-old in a detention facility that got COVID. There was a nursing mother who was detained with her 6-month-old. There was another 6-month-old child being put in harm's way because of these grotesque practices. And the average time that these young people are in these facilities is almost 2 months. Almost 2 months. I mean, we're supposed to be a free world here. One of the richest, most resourced. And this is what we're doing to children. And not minors like at the 16, 17, 18-year-old mark. Children less than 10, less than 5. I could get into a whole thing about like people we know who could have been deported but weren't, who've overstayed their visas, but I'm not going to get into it. But there's a ton of them. So it really isn't about anyone that overstays their visa. It's about profiling certain folks in our community who may have overstayed their visa and not even really knowing if they have, but picking them up. That's what they do out in these streets, They say, well, there's a 50% chance that this person might have overstayed their visa, might have strange immigration status, might have a weapon. I'm just going to roll the dice, pick them up and see. And that is not how we should be implementing law enforcement. So I'd like to yield the rest of my time to my colleague from North Carolina.
So I just want the gentleman from Texas to know that I'm not applying this to everybody. I'm a lawyer. I actually believe in narrowly tailoring laws to the actual problem. That is what this amendment does. You are talking about giving prosecutorial discretion to an administration that has been admonished by judges of all political stripes for how they use their prosecutorial powers. And we're seeing things that we rarely see. Grand juries refusing to indict. What happened to the expression, you could indict a ham sandwich? Grand juries are seeing prosecutorial malpractice. And you're asking us to take an overbroad law and trust the people who have abused the law? There is something very seriously wrong with that picture. This is the Judiciary Committee. Rarely does it act like the Judiciary Committee. It mostly acts like a
Yeah, pretty much everything she's saying is right. And all the maggots on this panel are wrong.
circus of a bunch of posers. But I'm acting like a lawyer today. Because that is our job. And there is no reason to write an overbroad criminal law that sweeps in minors, particularly minors who have absolutely no ability to have a mens rea for this, to get themselves out of the country if they're here with their parents, and may be under difficult circumstances. And I cannot categorically trust this administration to do the right thing when it can't do the right thing under our current law. And I yield back.
Say, LaMonica McIver is my example of misuse of prosecutorial discretion. That woman was doing her job as a member of Congress.
Lady's time has expired. I recognize myself for a moment. This didn't happen in a vacuum. Again, we look at history, we see what's happened. We see what happened when the borders were open, we see what happened when we had so many individuals overstaying, and some of them, we don't like to talk about it, but some of them committed other crimes much more serious than the overstay. In fact, many of them who were in that 16, 17-year range of age certainly did. So this didn't happen in a vacuum. It's not something that somebody made up just for the heck of it. And I would hope and I would believe that at least the majority of prosecutors in the United States of America have the ability and the understanding to realize what their responsibility is. And if somebody is just overstayed and they're a minor, nobody's putting them in jail, nobody's hurting them. But if it's an individual who's a gang member, who's committed felonies, it's a different story. That's the point. This is just one more mechanism to get those folks that would do harm to Americans. And with that, unless somebody on my side has anything to say, I yield to the gentleman from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was listening to our colleague from North Carolina and her, I thought, well-placed principle that we ought to act like the Judiciary Committee. And I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, because I don't know this answer. I've never been a federal prosecutor, but listening to this, certainly the vast majority of juvenile proceedings in this country are handled in state court. And on very quick research, I've been doing a little reading about the Federal Juvenile Delinquency Act, which is characterized as suggesting that when you have a federal prosecution of a person under the age of 21, not just 18, federal authorities have three choices. First, under federal law, they can refer the juvenile to state authorities. I presume that wouldn't apply here since there's no state crime. Second, they can initiate federal delinquency proceedings, not the underlying criminal proceeding. Or third, if the case is retained in the federal system and involves a serious offense, they can then petition the federal court to transfer the juvenile for trial as an adult. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Chairman, if you know, would the Federal Juvenile Delinquency Act apply here? And if so, would it render the amendment unnecessary because it already resolves the concern of the gentlelady from North Carolina?
Gentleman yields back. I'm going to defer to Mr. Roy because he is a prosecutor. Or was a prosecutor.
Yeah, I was. So your time, you've gone to him, it's yielded to me. I'm unadvised. What's that? Lawyers here, counsel said they believe it would. I'm unadvised. It's a reasonable question. I was going to bring up the Juvenile Delinquency Act earlier. I decided not to because I'm not expert on it, so I wasn't going to dive into it. I would point out, just a reminder here, 40% of the illegal aliens here are visa overstays. I'm just going to use my time to put that out there, but which is part of what we're trying to address. And the reality is, back to my point about this prosecutorial discretion, when you've got whether the gentleman's question is on point, or whether you're just simply talking about 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds, and others that then abuse the system, and then for whatever circumstances find themselves in having overstayed the visa, with or without the parents, or whatever the situation may be. I'm certainly comfortable leaving it up to prosecutorial discretion for them to make decisions about what to do about it. The point here is when you've given a time, then you're given the time to be here and a 10-day extension or a 10-day grace period. If you're not going to follow our laws, then there should be consequences, and they should be significant enough to deter it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to the gentleman from Kansas. We will get you a more robust answer, and maybe in time before this hearing is over as well. Who seeks recognition? The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina. Those in favor say yes.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
It sounds like that to me, Mr. Chairman, but I'm asking for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Issa, Mr. Biggs, Mr. McClintock, Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Massey, Mr. Roy, Mr. Roy votes no, Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Klein, Mr. Gooden, Mr. Van Drew.
No.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Lee of Florida. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Knott. Mr. Harris. Mr. Onder. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Kamlager-Dove. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Klein, you're not recorded. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Correa, you're not recorded. Mr. Correa votes yes. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 10 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Texas.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature.
Objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady from California is recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the provision of prohibiting government funds from being used to provide counsel to unaccompanied children and replaces it with a requirement that the government appoint or provide counsel to unaccompanied children. I think this is just a common sense. Children should not be appearing in the immigration court without legal representation. And just envision what it's like. You've got, and this has been reported publicly, a 6 or 7-year-old child in immigration court. They're facing an ICE trial attorney and an immigration judge, and that kid is by themselves, and obviously they're not in a position to adequately represent themselves. Children fleeing persecution, violence, trafficking, as many of these unaccompanied children are, should be given additional protections such as appointed counsel. We should not expect children to act like adults. They have unique developmental needs, and it's really absurd to think that justice can be served with a small child appearing by themselves in immigration court. This prohibition in the bill would achieve statutorily what the Trump administration sought to achieve administratively, an effective end to the Office of Refugee Resettlement Legal Services Program for unaccompanied children. In March of 2025, ORR unlawfully terminated funding for legal representation of over 26,000 unaccompanied children. Now, federal court enjoined the termination, finding that this action violated, among other things, the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2008. And I would ask the committee to recall that at that time, that trafficking bill was a bipartisan bill. We all realized that childhood trafficking victims needed protection. More recently, ORR has refused to pay legal service providers for essential services, and already one legal service provider has pulled out of the program after they refused payment, I think unlawfully. Now, this bill does really abandon the long-standing bipartisan support for efforts to provide counsel to unaccompanied children. In the Homeland Security Act of 2002, Congress required the Office of Refugee Resettlement to develop a plan to ensure the timely appointment of counsel for each unaccompanied child. And in 2005, ORR contracted with the Vera Institute of Justice to advance this goal. In the TV PRA, as I mentioned earlier, ORR was required to ensure to the greatest extent practicable that all unaccompanied children are represented by counsel. This bill would put an end to those efforts and make it more likely that unaccompanied children would appear without a lawyer in immigration court, while the federal government is represented by an effective and usually pretty aggressive trial attorney from Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I note also that children with attorneys are more likely to appear for their court dates. Children who are represented by counsel have a very high appearance rate, and the Executive Office for Immigration Review, fondly known by those of us in the immigration world as EOR, their data covered completed immigration court cases from fiscal year 2018 to the first half of fiscal year 2021, and it illustrates that this due process imperative revealing that unaccompanied children without counsel were almost 100 times less likely to obtain legal relief in immigration court than unaccompanied children with counsel. Now, the National Association of Immigration Judges has weighed in on this, and obviously those judges are in the courtroom. And some of the observations that they share is that children may feign compliance to please the judge as an authority figure, and it's hard for a judge to need time to figure out if the child actually understands what's being communicated. Immigration judges really need to take more time with children who've been victims of emotional and psychological trauma, and that often is no longer the case in these proceedings. Children in proceedings need time to gather corroborating documentation if they're seeking relief, and immigration judges can conduct proceedings more expeditiously and resolve cases more quickly when children are represented by counsel. Counsel can direct their clients to available legal options instead of relying on an immigration judge to guess what the relief should be. This is a quicker process. It meets due process requirements that we strive to meet, guaranteed in our Constitution. I think it's common sense, and I hope that we can adopt the amendment. I yield back.
Generally yields back. Committee bill just suspend for a moment. We look at the intermediate issue. Committee will come to order. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his point of order concern.
The amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us and therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7.
The gentleman is correct. The gentlewoman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test. Therefore, it is not germane and is out of order. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I disagree with the finding, but having anticipated that that might be the finding, we have a redrafted provision that I believe would meet germaneness.
You have an amendment to this?
I do.
Okay, clerk will report. Point of order being reserved by the gentleman from Texas. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment and then.
Objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, this strikes lines 3 through 9 in paragraph in paragraph 5, and it strikes "and who are not described in subsection A2A have counsel to represent the legal proceedings," and inserts "have counsel appointed or provided by the Secretary of Government Expense to represent them in the immigration proceedings." I think this accomplishes in a less fulsome way the same goal as the prior amendment, which is that small children should not be appearing in immigration court, or frankly any court, by themselves, facing a bunch of grown-ups who are talking about things they probably don't even understand. The idea that we could meet due process in such a setting in that way is preposterous, really. There is no other circumstance in American jurisprudence where we would allow this. I mean, if a child is, in court, in state court, they have representation. And that's only, that makes sense, because we all know we have children, we have grandchildren. When you're a little guy, you don't necessarily understand all of this. And these are important issues. And many of these children, as we recognized when the committee did the trafficking bill, my recollection is it was unanimous, but it was certainly bipartisan. Many of these children are victims. They've been traumatized, and to have them appear in court by themselves and to try and cope with that is just unreasonable. So I recommend this amendment number 2 to solve that problem. And with that, Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman to yield.
I would be happy to yield, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you for pressing the point, Ms. Lofgren. It strikes me that this is a really essential question for the United States House of Representatives Judiciary Committee. Not all of us, but the vast majority of us are lawyers, and we understand, all of us, the difference between somebody going to court alone, by himself or by herself, or going with a lawyer. And if you can't put yourself in the shoes of a 10-year-old kid who's probably terrified and shamed and embarrassed and anxious about the situation, put yourself in the shoes of our president, who has had hundreds of lawyers. He's got 34 felony convictions. He's an adjudicated sexual felon. He's been involved in thousands of cases, and he always had a lawyer. His right to counsel was always vindicated. But now we want to turn around and say a kid can appear before a federal judge or magistrate without a lawyer? Someone whose entire life is maybe flashing before their eyes at that moment? I mean, I just don't know how we do that as the House Judiciary Committee. I really hope that we haven't sunk to that point, and I thank you, Ms. Lofgren, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
I thank the chairman. I oppose the amendment, and there's a number of reasons why. I want to rewind the clock for a second and go back some 20 years or 18 years or whatever the gentleman from California will remember better than I the exact year. But, when we did all this, I'm not even sure I remember the nature of the markup of the UAC provision. I was a lawyer on the Judiciary Committee, left, prosecutor, then I was back. So I got to remember which things happened when, but my recollection was that was then done separately and pushed into the bill. as it was headed to the floor or something along those lines. But we can debate that whether it was happening or not. My main point is, you fast forward just a few years, however the UAC provisions were adopted with respect to TVPRA, and you had President Obama in a letter to then Speaker Boehner on June 30th, 2014, outlining the severe problems with the UAC program and laying to bear those issues and asking for Congress to act, which the Republican-led Congress did act. The Senate did not, in providing the DHS Secretary, this is the language from President Obama, providing the DHS Secretary additional authority to exercise discretion for processing the return and removal of unaccompanied minor children from non-contiguous countries like Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and trying to manage the very broken system that we created and that has now taken what began to be a problem that was being observed under President Obama, was gaining notoriety around the world and kids riding on top of train cars and all the things that we saw that was horrific. And the extent to which the cartels were making large sums of money moving these children for profit. And then we had President Obama highlighting the issue, Congress then failing to actually respond to the issue. And we've been trying to solve the problem now for a while. And we did in HR 2. We're seeking to do it again now. And we note that in the last however many years, there's been significant people observing, and not even just on a partisan fashion, the extent to which our own federal government is essentially closing the loop on the child trafficking cycle and being part and parcel to the entire process, having created the system by which these children are exploited. So now we come to, all right, we have a system that our taxpayers are forced to pay for, to deal with all of this and to process people, which thank goodness this administration under these policies has diminished the numbers massively by virtue of carrying out the policies that we should carry out. And we're again trying to codify them so we can carry that forward. And we're being asked, taxpayers are being asked to foot the bill for that, to foot the bill for the proceedings, to then foot the bill for prosecution, of course. And then in this case, there are myriad NGOs and nonprofits that are funding the litigation defense for or cases for these individuals. And they have significant opportunities to avail themselves of those organizations. But the goal here ought to be to minimize and, in fact, to end the extent to which we have this problem by tightening the policies. That's the goal of the bill. That's the purpose of the bill. And I believe that at the end of the day, if you look at what we have, Section 292 of the Immigration and Nationality Act states that in any removal proceedings before an immigration judge and any appeal proceedings before the Attorney General, the person concerned shall have the privilege of being represented by counsel. Now, that case obviously is at no expense to the government. The government is already having to spend an enormous amount of money to deal with this problem. We believe that it's certainly possible for the NGOs and pro bono counsel. Pro bono lawyers do, as the lawyers here in this room know, myriad hours, in fact, by requirement, typical of their law firms and their often engagement in the bar. They're engaged in tons of pro bono hours and can carry out that work to do this. American taxpayers shouldn't shoulder the burden of funding the expenses incurred by the government during immigration removal proceedings and the other side. And with that, I would yield back. I'd yield back to the chair.
I think the gentlelady from Washington's hand was up first.
Thank you, and I'll yield to the gentlelady from California just for a little bit, and then I have my own comments to make. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would just note that, I went down to the border during the Obama administration, and there were huge problems. The gentleman from Texas is correct, and there were policy issues that related to that. I'm not defending that. On the other hand, we have enough money to spend, $1 billion on a ballroom or many other things, but not a rather modest amount for small children who are in this country, who are in immigration court by themselves. That's unreasonable. And I think I don't agree with everything that the Trump administration has done at the border, but I will say that I think there were failures during the Biden administration in their border policies that were on their way to being corrected. I don't think we should conflate those two as a reason to deny a little kid the chance to be represented in an adversarial proceeding in a court. To me, that's just unconscionable, and certainly all of the things that we're spending in Iran and on ballrooms and settlement funds for J6 rioters, I think we can afford to keep a little kid in court with somebody to stand up for him. And I thank the gentlelady for you.
Thank you so much to the gentlelady from California. I want to thank you for this amendment because I think it is very important and it goes to the core values of who we are as human beings, who we are as Americans. I have been to the court to witness a kid's docket, and I can tell you if you haven't been to one, you should go. It is stunningly horrific. I sat in a courtroom that was packed with probably 75, 100 kids as young as 3 years old, 4 years old. One of them had a stuffy with him that he was just sitting on the benches in the courtroom. And basically the judges give an 18-minute crash course in immigration law to question the witnesses before you. They're talking to 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. And these kids are sitting through hours-long proceedings without any counsel. And how on earth is a 3-year-old or 4-year-old or even a 10-year-old or 12-year-old going to argue against, the judge will say to them, you have the right to question any witnesses that are testifying against you. How are they supposed to question anyone? How are they supposed to go up against an attorney that is skilled in immigration law, which is the most complicated form of law other than tax law in this country? And to watch these children sit through these proceedings without any counsel and then to have to bear the brunt and the consequences of that is actually why we do say right now the law is that you have to provide counsel to the extent practicable. That is what is currently the policy. And I want to say that there are a lot of people we're not providing counsel for. What this bill does is it actually takes away even that language. And I think that if there's, you're asking about how we can ask taxpayers to pay for this. I actually think if we were to put a poll out there and ask the American public if they would rather spend money on this or if they would rather spend money on the illegal war in Iran or Trump's ballroom or the reflecting pool that was done so badly because it was a no contract bid, they would say this. I actually think the American people would want to make sure that children, young children, minors are provided with counsel in these immigration proceedings. I think that is very much what people would want to spend money on, not on all of the things that we're spending money on. And just remember that this is in the context of the Republicans giving $210 billion, billion with a B, $1 billion to ICE and CBP, and now saying we are going to not only not provide attorneys, we're going to cancel the contracts. I mean, ORR has refused to pay legal services providers for their essential services, even though that money was approved. So I think that this is something where if we put this question out to the American public, they would all say, yes, we should pay for children, unaccompanied children, to have counsel. And that is exactly what Ms. Lofgren's amendment does. It's why I think it is so important that we stand up for our values as Americans and that we approve this amendment.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's hard to imagine we're sitting here and having discussions about giving children legal representation when they're subject to deportation. They have, a hearing is supposed to be confrontational between two sides or adversarial. And to have a child without representation against an attorney is not a fair process. And they do have a right to a hearing. You all understand that. At the hearing, there needs to be fairness. The fact that we're discussing that is just hard to fathom. And that Mr. Raskin and Ms. Lofgren's first proposals were ruled out of order. This whole committee's out of order when they can't recognize the fact that children should have help, counsel. They can't make their own decisions, and they don't know how to deal with the system. It's unfair. It's something America doesn't countenance. We've always been the land that saw fairness as part of our due process and justice system. This is the opposite of it. We have it in our laws to require children to have legal representation. What's the name of this law? Anyway, there's several laws that do give representation to states who should try to get it. The Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2008, requirement that ORR ensure counsel for unaccompanied children. The greatest extent practical. Trump administration has appealed that ruling. They want nothing from Trump administration. You got to realize this is coming from Donald Trump. This is what he wants. He wants to deport as many people as possible. That's the message he gave to the Department of Homeland Security, is deport. And Stephen Miller gave them a head count. They wanted, I think, 3,000 people a month or something like that. And they have to meet their head count. And they go out and they do it. And they get people, and they do it sometimes illegally. And they do it. Sometimes they kill people because they make mistakes and they don't really understand what they're doing in the law. The President of the United States needs to resign. He's doing so many just unimaginable things to this country and to justice, to due process. You go overseas, what people say they value about the United States is their system of justice and due process. We don't have it here anymore. He appoints his own people to the different committees that regulate the building of the ballroom, which is unnecessary. He's deporting all the people who'd be waiters and cooks. Who's going to work there for 1,000 people? They're not going to have them. Every great society has people at the bottom who do work. They're necessary. And we're deporting them. We're deporting people who do work and keep our communities active. They've deported a lot of people in Memphis. They've come there with their safe task force. It hasn't helped reduce crime. Crime, just like in Washington, is about the same. He doesn't even know about the killings. He mentioned one time, there was a killing over there in Lafayette Square. That was a woman, National Guardsman, that was killed because Trump made them come here. He's responsible for that death. He's responsible for all those deaths because he's put people out there and created a lot of hate. Now he's talking about putting an 8-foot high fence around Lafayette Square. Lafayette Square, where people go and sit and talk and have discussion, he's going to put an 8-foot high fence. I guess there'll be a gate that gets you open and lets you out. Maybe they just want to swing the gate and lock people in if they choose to do that. That's insane. It's like going in front of the church and holding the Bible upside down and claiming you're doing something in front of the church. The most a-religious, sacrilegious person ever to be in our government, probably. He golfs on Easter. He doesn't go to church. He doesn't believe in religion. He doesn't believe in doing it to others as you do it to yourself. He doesn't know any of the good principles that come out of it about the person that's naked and giving him clothes, the person's hungry and feeding him. He doesn't know Matthew whatsoever. He knows Corinthians 2. What a joke. He doesn't know jack about religion. He's irreligious and he's terrible. His values doesn't exist. It's all about him. It's centered in one person, narcissistic grifter. And that's who's guarding this country. And that's who's put these laws in effect. He doesn't want anybody to have counsel except himself. He wants Roy Cohn and Roy Cohn spirited people to give him counsel. He's got one with Stephen Miller. He's got one with the new guy he's got in to be head of the Department of Justice, quote unquote. It should be a small J. Roy Cohn taught him never admit you're wrong. Never back down. Never admit you're wrong. Roy Cohn was evil and one of the worst people ever on this earth. He's the mentor of the President of the United States. You get it? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of the Lofgren Amendment. You know, a few weeks ago, it was Donald Trump's birthday. And to commemorate his birthday, he had a cage match on the grounds of the White House. And a lot of my friends on the other side of the aisle were there to witness a number of contestants trying to beat the Pope out of their opponent and then stand up and talk about former First Lady Michelle Obama after that. But I mentioned the cage match because I wonder if my friends on the other side of the aisle would go to the White House for a cage match that featured a full-grown male lion versus a newborn kitten. You know, I wonder if you would find enjoyment in that kind of a match. But that is exactly what happens in immigration court for minors and for little babies, little children, preschoolers. So I rise in support of this amendment because the underlying bill strips all legal counsel programs for children and declares that the government should never pay for lawyers for children. Even if by some miracle these children can find and pay for lawyers on their own, the underlying bill gives them at most 2 weeks before their immigration hearing, which is not nearly enough time. I strongly support Representative Lofgren's amendment for the same reasons that I was an original co-sponsor on her Fair Day in Court for Kids Act. Like little toddlers are showing up in court unable to speak English, often traumatized, and perhaps clutching their doll or stuffed animal. Their feet may barely touch the floor when they sit down, as they stare silently at a judge in a black robe speaking a language they do not understand. They are scared and overwhelmed and cannot possibly navigate complex legal proceedings by themselves. They are just like that little newborn kitten. Yet, we have set them up to be alone against a government-trained, full-grown lion, a lawyer, to decide if they should be deported back to countries where they face persecution, trafficking, or death. Do we really think that a toddler should be able to learn immigration law? The numbers show how dire the consequences are for children who cannot obtain counsel. Immigration judges are nearly 100 times more likely to grant relief to unaccompanied children who have a lawyer. And that makes sense. We provide counsel to adults who are charged with federal crimes because we want to ensure their fundamental right to a fair trial. If a grown adult needs a lawyer for a fair trial, it's obvious that a toddler does as well. Children lack the capacity, emotional maturity, and legal knowledge to understand their rights, gather necessary evidence, and formulate legal claims. Yet we just pretend that they do. It's heartbreaking, it's unjust, it's unfair, it's cruel. It's not for the children. If not for the children, at least vote for Ms. Lofgren's amendment for the immigration courts and the immigration judges. A courtroom cannot function when one side is represented by a literal baby. Judges cannot oversee cases efficiently and the court system becomes destabilized, clunky, time suck. Having unrepresented children in court hearings is bad for everyone, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment as well, because we cannot expect babies to serve as their own lawyers. I mean, if you get satisfaction from watching a cage match with a kitten and a full-grown male lion, then vote no on this amendment. If you think that there's no utility or usefulness in watching such a display, then vote yes for this amendment. Now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I've got to say that I'm concerned that so many of our members, I think more on your side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, are not present here. In fact, I want to commend the Democrats for staying here for this important legislation. I'm just concerned that some people are going to come back and then just vote in a way they don't even really understand what we're talking about. This language that's currently in the bill repeals a critical part of the William Wilberforce Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Trafficking victims, that's what's being repealed by this legislation. Minors, kids, who are coming in to court to be heard about a claim of human trafficking or gang violence or government violence, now go by themselves. How many of us would send one of our kids, an 8-year-old kid, a 10-year-old kid, to the movies by themselves? How many would send a kid to the doctor by themselves? How many of us would send a kid to the dentist by themselves? Maybe Mr. Van Drew, he probably knows the dentist already. I'm sure they'd be in good hands there. But you get my point. I don't think we send our kids to the store by ourselves. And yet now we want to say that at a time when, as Ms. Jayapal's pointed out, we're spending billions of dollars, $130 billion already on an illegal, unauthorized, unconstitutional, disastrous war in the Middle East. $1 billion they want to rebuild the bulldozed White House, which was done illegally. Or just take the relatively modest example of just $15 or $20 million for the president to play around with the color of the water in the reflecting pool. During that time, we are going to strip from children the right to have a lawyer with them when their whole future is at stake? How much money do we think we're going to save doing that? I don't know if anybody has quantified it. Is it $1 million? Is it $400,000? So let's say one of these kids, imagine that one of these kids actually has a valid claim. Okay? If everybody can engage in that empathic hypothetical leap. Imagine one of these kids has a valid claim. Say that their family has been targeted by the government because they belong to the wrong political party. And that's why the family sent them to America. Imagine that it's a teenage boy, perhaps the most suspect demographic category in the world, a teenage boy who is running away from a gang that's insisting he join the gang. And he wants to come here to the country, to the land of the free and the home of the brave. Maybe he saw the Statue of Liberty. Imagine the core paradigm target of the Human Trafficking Act, which is being repealed by this language. So you've got a 12 or 13-year-old girl who's being subjected to human trafficking, threats and violence, intimidation. Maybe they don't even speak the language, but maybe they actually have a valid claim to asylum. And now we've reached the point where we're going to strip them of a lawyer under administration headed up by a president who has had literally hundreds of lawyers. He doesn't go anywhere without a lawyer. We know the names of his lawyers. Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani. Todd Blanche declared, I'm his lawyer the other day. That's why he shouldn't be attorney general. He should just go back to being in one of Donald Trump's battalion of lawyers. How about we show the tiniest bit of compassion? What America was made for. That's what our country is. For the tired and the poor, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Have we forgotten all of that? Well, so, a whole bunch of people are going to come into the room and they're just going to go ahead and vote no because somebody's going to tell them to vote no. I warn them they do that at their own political peril when America finds out what's going on here right now. I find it absolutely shocking and mesmerizing that they would walk into this position, and I urge everybody to rethink it. And I want to thank Ms. Lofgren for spotting this subtle change in the language. And they say, oh, well, just get pro bono lawyers. Yeah, the ones that still exist because they haven't been shaken down by the president for hundreds of millions of dollars of free pro bono assistance because he issued an executive order against their law firms. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back to you, Chairman. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Yeah, just a few things to respond to.
I will claim the time and give it to the gentleman from Texas.
Well, thank you. A few things to respond to. First of all, when we talk about the number of NGOs and the amount of people that are out there with money that are funding vast armies of pro bono lawyers in this case, they all receive significant taxpayer funds. All of them, bucket loads. Catholic Charities alone responsible for resettling 600,000 aliens in 2021. Catholic Charities usually receives $1.4 to $3.7 million from the federal government each year. In 2023, it received $18.8 million. The Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society in 2024 received $113 million from the federal government in part to support the resettlement of aliens in the American interior. The Lutheran Immigration Refugee Service, 95% of its funding comes from the government. And all of these organizations are funding enormous armies of lawyers on a pro bono basis. There are literally billions of dollars going out in taxpayer funds for this very purpose. And it's going out through NGOs. And it's literally documented out there. And when we talk about the actual numbers, I have the numbers from 2026 in terms of what we're dealing with in terms of relief granted for the children in question. And I said, well, I don't want to look at 2026 because it might be said, well, the Trump administration is being too harsh. So I asked for the information from 2024 to go back to the Biden information. And I look at the data from second quarter 2024, the last year of the Biden administration, of the 40,000 pending UAC cases, 9,100 decisions at the time, 118 had relief granted. 118 out of the 9,186. The rest were dismissals, terminations, removals, voluntary departures. And my point of all that is not to say that there's not a case that shouldn't have a good, competent lawyer adjudicating the case. I believe that pro bono lawyers are doing that, and I believe that they're getting that. It is to say that we have created the problem. We, Congress, have created the problem with the legislation, and then the administration, the previous administration in particular. But with all due respect, President Obama at least recognized the problem and asked for it to be fixed. Literally sent us a letter begging us to fix the problem that is causing these children to be put in. We talk about we wouldn't put our children out to go to the store by themselves. Well, we sure as hell will put them out to be trafficked by cartels by themselves, to be sent across the border, to be abused by themselves, because we create the very climate that makes it occur. This is what is so galling about this. These children will get representation. I assure you, if you look at the money that is flowing to these NGOs, literally billions of dollars of taxpayer money, they are getting the taxpayer funds. And what we're saying here is that we should be right now minimizing these cases. That is the purpose of this bill. That is the purpose of moving forward to codify what the president is doing, because this administration finally is trying to bring some sanity to the border. With that, I yield back to the chairman.
Could I ask you a question?
I would ask the gentleman the question, if I'm not mistaken, didn't the Biden administration during the 4 years that they allowed approximately 10 million illegal migrants into the country, did they lose track of kids?
They lost track of tens of thousands of kids. Depending on the numbers you look at it, Tom Homan has been very clear about what they've been doing to try to track down those children. And they literally couldn't tell us where 350,000 kids were at one point. We started narrowing it down, and there are still tens of thousands we haven't locked down.
And the goal of this legislation is to stop that from happening.
Correct.
They're giving us a lecture on compassion. I don't see the compassion in that.
I do not either.
I don't see the compassion in those thousands of people we saw under, what was it, the Del Rio Bridge?
Yes.
Day after day after day, living in those conditions, and then being put in these temporary shelters. I mean, where's the compassion in that? Or what happened in Eagle Pass, what we saw there? We saw that for 4 years. This bill's designed to stop that. That's the problem. The Democrats, they don't want to stop that. They want that to continue.
And in my first year in Congress, I'd known this before, being a Texan. I was familiar with working with law enforcement. I was down at the border, and I still have a picture of this little girl. I never did anything with it because I didn't want her picture out there, of a phone number on her arm, which is all she had. And talking to the two fellas in front of her about her status and what they knew about her, because she was not really talking to folks, and what they knew about how she'd been abused on the trail. And they walked through the extent to which this beautiful little 7 or 8 year old girl was abused on that trail all the way up through the process by a situation we created, by a situation that we allowed to occur, and that we empowered cartels and evil actors to carry out. The reason that I feel so strongly about proceeding with this legislation to curtail the problem of the abuse under UACs, under the catch and release Flores, the abuse of asylum and parole, is to stop the madness. This president's doing it. We should codify it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentle lady from, I think, California, and then we'll come to Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say this is incredibly dystopian to have this conversation about young children, unaccompanied minors, not being able to have representation. When we've had a conversation about money, all this money, what the taxpayers are, I don't know, but this president has contributed $11 trillion to the debt. And I don't see anybody up in arms talking about that. This president asked us to cut $1 trillion in healthcare. I'm sure all of us have constituents in our districts that are going to be hurt because of that. I don't see anybody from the other side up in arms about that. And as it relates to these children, I have been to the courts, and going into these courtrooms for these hearings, it is a daunting, scary process if you're an adult. If you're an adult with an attorney, it's even worse if you're an adult and you're pro per representing yourself. And now you're saying children to represent themselves? It actually boggles the mind. In some instances, what I've seen, there are children where language is a barrier and they don't really understand what they're saying. They're hearing words where they don't understand. In some instances, you have children that have developmental disabilities. They're on the spectrum. They're not getting additional help or support for that. And now you have courtrooms that are so overwhelmed that the judges are restricting continuances. And sometimes they are noticing hearings with less than 24 hours advance. So that's even hard for an adult with an attorney to manage, because an attorney probably has more than just that one client. And just all of the machinations to get it together to go before a judge. And you're asking for all of that to be managed by a minor who might be on the spectrum, a minor who might not understand everything, a minor who might have English as a second language, and a minor who is just scared out of their wits. And there's no context about the backstory for that child, how that child got here, what that child is running from, what that child may face if they're deported. And all of those things must be taken into consideration. The courtrooms that I've been in for proceedings, an attorney would bring all of those things up so that the judge could make a coherent decision based on all of the information provided. See, the attorney is the advocate, and you're essentially saying you want a child to go in there without an advocate. And last year, actually, Trump partially terminated the program that would allow children to be represented. So then folks had to file an injunction. And so all of these legal service providers that you all are talking about, they had waiting lists upon waiting lists of kids that they couldn't help because of all of these shenanigans with this administration that you all are trying to co-sign. You're double downing on the co-signing with this bill. But the value proposition is, are you okay with sending a child, regardless of their circumstance, into a courtroom without having an advocate? And you're saying yes. And so all these other hearings where folks have said, what about the kids? Do no harm to the kids. I'm trying to find out what children you're talking about when you're saying do no harm to the kids. Because every single child that you're throwing in a courtroom without an advocate, without any kind of representation, you're doing incredible harm to. And you're not going to recount the story of that child being deported and then raped or murdered or killed or dismembered because they went back into a really terrible situation. You're not going to put that child's name on your note card to read out into the record. So that's why you should be voting yes on this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Vermont's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I associate myself
with the remarks of the member from California, and also strongly support the Lofgren Amendment. So to level set here, what we're talking about is that the bill that the Republicans are trying to push through this committee right now would end any government-sponsored counsel for unaccompanied children. Children. It puts the onus on kids to find and pay for their own counsel in court, which of course is going to force many children to not be represented at all. And as the member from California said earlier, Ms. Lofgren, there's no other area of jurisprudence where unaccompanied minors would have to appear without legal counsel in front of a federal judge or a magistrate. So the only way I think you can get to this position is if you don't think that these children or these unaccompanied minors are worthy of basic human dignity, that you are putting them in some other file in your head, that there are somehow worthy children that are entitled to counsel in front of a judge, and then there are unworthy children. And I can say as a parent of a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old, I wouldn't even want those children who have a highly educated mom who serves in Congress to be in front of a judge without counsel. So to be thinking about kids, as you said, the member from Washington, as young as 4, 5, 6 years old, sitting in front of a judge, having the judge talk about what the proceedings are going to entail. The only way that you can be okay with that is if you don't believe those kids are entitled to basic human dignity. So we can talk about many other provisions of this bill. This one, to me, is just absolutely shocking that we can't all agree on this. That there should be a line for all of us who say we care deeply about children in this country, that we would send kids into a courtroom and claim somehow we don't have the money to pay for this, where we've all talked about all the ways in which this administration is wasting taxpayer money. We haven't even talked about the Qatari jet that has set us back hundreds of millions of dollars that the president can't even use at this point because it's not safe. So it's not a question of money and when we have the money. It's where the money is being spent. And I can tell you, I agree with what a member on my side said earlier. If it were between spending money on those things or actually spending money to make sure that children have representation in court, I think I know where most Americans would come down. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I rise in support of this amendment for reasons that my colleagues have clearly and unequivocally laid out. But I also wish to speak to the underlying bill, because here we go again, marking up a bill by the most powerful to inflict violence on the most vulnerable. And once again, this markup is just a show, because this disgraceful piece of legislation is so extreme that it doesn't even have the votes in the anti-immigrant Republican Party. And that's why we didn't mark up this bill until now. The Speaker and the Chairman know it doesn't have the votes. So the folding caucus threw a longer tantrum on the rule this time, and now we all have to listen to the Republicans pretend that they're going to pass this garbage. But even if this markup is a joke, the policies in this bill are not. They reflect the shameless cruelty of the Trump, Miller, and their mass death squads, and what they're inflicting on our communities. It's real and it's paid for by our tax dollars. They're executing innocent people on our streets. They're racially profiling people. It happened just 3 days ago in my district on a US citizen. They're breaking up into people's homes without a warrant and the Republicans gave them $240 billion to do it. Think about that. Working people in this country struggle to put food on the table, buy a house, and pay for health care. Many don't even make a living wage. And the people elected to represent them spent $240 billion of their tax dollars to pay a bunch of racist thugs to terrorize random people on the street the way they do in my district every day. Not on health care, not on housing, not on nutrition assistance, not on public schools, not on child or elder care. They're paying sadistic criminals like David Brulette, who murdered John Sebastian Duran Guerrero in Maine, or Charles Exum, who shot Marimar Martinez, my constituent, 5 times in Chicago. These are the violent mercenaries who brag about shooting and murdering people. And because the Republican Party has no purpose other than to persecute immigrants, give tax cuts to the rich, and destroy democracy, they have no choice but to double down on the cruelty. And that's why this bill, they want to inflict more violence on children, on people who accidentally overstay a visa, on people who are fleeing war, natural disasters, or persecution in their countries of origin. It's especially sickening that in many cases, people are forced to leave their countries partly because of our policies of our government. We cut off food, medicine, and energy to civilian populations, as in Syria and Venezuela, Iran and Cuba. We fund war and mass destruction like in Gaza and Iran. We overthrow governments in occupied countries like Venezuela. And then, as innocent people flee the only homes they've ever known, we deny them asylum. We criminalize them. And in some cases, we kill them. And while our constituents struggle to make ends meet, because these same politicians gutted their healthcare, education, and nutrition assistance to fund ICE, this is not a redeemable piece of legislation, which could be improved with a few tweaks here and there, or by going back to the status quo, even though there are valiant efforts to try to do that. And this is not a redeemable political vision. This is a vision of persecution and exploitation, of pitting working people across borders against each other, while the rich and powerful rob them over and over again. There is a better way. I saw it earlier today when I stood with colleagues, advocates, and union leaders advocating for a discharge petition to bring the Dream and Promise Act for some sensible immigration reform that Americans support. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the ranking member.
Ranking member is recognized.
And I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from New York for yielding. This thing is actually even worse than I thought, now that I'm able to do some down and dirty legal research on it. In March of last year, the Trump administration abruptly cut off all funding for the nationwide legal services programs that serve unaccompanied children, the Unaccompanied Children's Program. That cancellation order was not explained. It was not justified. There was no attempt to make it consistent with the law, which requires it. And the consequences were immediate. There were 26,000 unaccompanied kids across the country who faced losing an attorney under the dreadful circumstances all of my colleagues have just described so eloquently. There was a group, and I'm not familiar with the group, but I certainly applaud them, COSEPA versus HHS, which brought a lawsuit on behalf of 11 legal services groups and co-counseled with the Justice Action Center and Gibson Dunn and the Immigrant Defenders Law Center to challenge this totally unprecedented and unlawful termination in federal court, U.S. District Court in California. And the federal judge issued a temporary restraining order, then issued a preliminary injunction, and found that the government's actions cannot stand, totally outside of the law. The government has tried multiple times to overturn these rulings, and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has repeatedly rejected it. Okay, so they weren't able to get their way and wipe out legal representation for kids just by cutting off all the money, because it's very clear that that was contrary to law. So now they want to sneak it through this legislation in a few words. I see in parentheses, first it says to get them legal representation to the greatest extent practicable, and then in parentheses, at no expense to the government. Those are the critical words, at no expense to the government. Now, I come back to my friend from Texas, who I must say I'm going to miss so much when you leave, Mr. Roy, and it's always a pleasure to get to work with you on this stuff. I certainly did not understand the full extent of this. I'm not sure you did, because your argument to me seemed to be, we don't need government funding because you've got these not-for-profit groups that will pick up the slack. But the whole point of that parenthetical is to strike at the government funding that those not-for-profits get, which allow them to send lawyers in. They just want to get rid of it. And in fact, there's not a lot written about this, but I found something from the McDowell Social Justice Center.org. Unaccompanied children have the legal right to counsel. The government cannot ignore the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. And then in this, what it says is what's actually going on is that there's an attempt to privatize the whole thing. What do you know? There's a profit motive at the center of this particular effort to strip this basic right that kids and all human beings have in court. And what does it say? As reported by The Lever, it's a journal I admittedly don't know, I don't recognize it. As reported by The Lever in its investigation, President Trump is poised to privatize legal aid for migrant children, seeking to privatize all legal representation for unaccompanied children. So the move likely shifts these services to a for-profit ICE contractor and imposes dangerous requirements, replaces in-person services with virtual videos, slashes funding through fixed-fee contracts designed for private vendors, and results in significantly fewer children receiving any representation at all. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of what the federal district judge down in Florida just found about the completely illegal, outrageous, and discredited $1.8 billion political slush fund they tried to set up for the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, which even Todd Blanche now says is not moving forward, but we need to put that into law for obvious reasons. He says it's not moving forward now, but the judge said that was a collusive litigation. You were on both sides of the issue. And that's exactly what they want to do here. They want to abolish a real lawyer for these kids and put in a for-profit ICE contractor. So you basically have the government being represented on both sides of the issues, and they would impose that on little children whose entire lives are at stake. That is wrong. And we should vote that down today unanimously in this committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
I simply say that the ranking member's observations are obviously correct, and I urge that this amendment be adopted. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California, I believe. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Seeking a roll call vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Leah Florida? Ms. Leah Florida votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Bergman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania? Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania? Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania votes yes. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no.
It is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Washington.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Texas.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 9773 offered by Ms. John Paul of Washington. Page 53.
Not objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a normal world, I would say this would be a simple bipartisan amendment. But I certainly hope that's the case, but not much seems normal. And given the conversation over the last several hours, I have no doubt that my colleagues will raise objections. This title of the section 4 of the bill claims that the legislation is about, quote, uniting families. However, the bill as written allows for the detention of entire families without regard to whether any of the children are U.S. citizens. As the majority knows, U.S. citizens cannot be detained under current law. That is why my amendment simply clarifies that families with U.S. citizen children may not be detained under this bill. If the majority claims that's not what they meant and that's not what the bill does, great, we've got the solution. The bill language is poorly drafted, and a plain reading of it explicitly allows for families with U.S. citizen children to be detained and or for immigrants to be indefinitely in family detention facilities separated from their U.S. citizen children. 5.5 million U.S. citizen children live in households with at least one undocumented person. Just under 2 million U.S. citizen children live with 2 undocumented parents. This bill would authorize the Secretary of Homeland Security to throw millions of children into immigration detention if ICE puts their parents into removal proceedings. Remember, this title is also retroactive, throwing families into limbo even if they lived here for years. The Supreme Court recently reaffirmed the plain meaning of the 14th Amendment that those born in the United States are U.S. citizens, despite Trump's obsession with trying to change it. Now, I want to be very clear. Family detention is barbaric, and it is a traumatizing process to which no child, regardless of citizenship, should be subjected. The harm of detaining children is clear. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, there is no evidence that any amount of time in detention is, quote, safe for children. In fact, even short periods of detention can cause psychological trauma and long-term mental health risks for children, end quote. According to a physician and psychiatrist who investigated the family detention facilities for the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, quote, shorter lengths of detention did not sufficiently mitigate the harmful conditions that we observed and their deleterious consequences. Most of the harms we documented were in families detained less than 20 days, end quote. We have seen the effects of detention on children under the Trump administration. Children detained in the South Texas Family Detention Center in Dilley, Texas, have gotten sick and received improper medical care. They have received inedible food. They have become depressed. A 13-year-old girl attempted suicide with a plastic knife and hitting her head repeatedly. The idea that my Republican colleagues would not only endorse these horrors, but actively seek to impose them on more children, including U.S. citizens, is grotesque. But sadly, unless there is a drafting error, that is exactly what this bill does. And before my colleagues say that's not what was meant and DHS doesn't detain U.S. citizens, we know that's all false. Take the case of Jackie Merlos. Immigration officers arrested Jackie and her family, including her 4 U.S. citizen children, at Peace Arch State Park, where they went to see her sister, who lives just over the border in Canada. When Jackie went to hug her sister, agents arrested the whole family, accused them of attempted alien smuggling, and took everyone but the sister, who remained across the border in Canada, into custody. The whole family remained in custody for weeks, and DHS was working to get passports for the U.S. citizen children so they could deport the entire family. Fortunately, family members and friends were able to get the children out of custody, but ICE detained Jackie for several months until the case against her was thrown out. Jackie's family is not the only one to experience this. We have heard countless stories from across the country of U.S. citizen children being detained and even deported, including multiple children with cancer. And with this bill, Republicans want to subject even more families to this horror. My amendment would make a horrific bill just a little bit better by preventing U.S. citizen children from experiencing this nightmare. And again, I would just call on my colleagues across the aisle to have a little bit of humanity here and also to follow the law. You cannot detain U.S. citizens. I hope my colleagues will join me in protecting U.S. citizen children and accept this common sense amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas calls his point of order and is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Guess my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are for family separation now, because that's effectively what they're calling for. The purpose here is to make sure that we keep families together. That's the point. When you have someone who came here illegally, you have illegal alien parents, and they have a child, for the vast majority of cases would be an illegal alien child. To the extent that it is not an illegal alien child and it is a alleged or actual citizen child, it is almost certainly often going to be the case that it is the product of so-called birthright citizenship, notwithstanding the Supreme Court's erroneous ruling. The reality is that's going to be almost certainly the case in a number of these situations that the hypothetical put forward. My point is just this. We have already, by the way, in the funding mechanism in the OBBB, we have this exact language in place, very specifically. And this would be in alignment with that. And it is purposeful to hold families together. That's the point. We are trying to make assessments. By the way, if we embrace the policies we're talking about, we're decreasing the pressure at the border. We're taking power away from the cartels. We are trying to make it to where you can manage cases, which the evidence is now bearing out. We're putting more immigration judges in place. We're processing these claims and cases faster. We're making decisions where in the limited cases, as the day and President Trump, in the cases of asylum, there's a tiny fraction that are granted asylum or a tiny fraction that are unaccompanied alien children who can stay, etc. We're processing them quicker so the backload is reduced. That is the point. And so rather than the current system, which is everybody come in, everybody be able to claim asylum, everybody be able to get categorically paroled, everybody get released, hope you show up one day, and you can't, by the way, deal with the situation of a family unit. You're stuck in this impossible decision where it's either flout the law and hold the family unit together or release the entire family unit. You can't manage the problem. All this would do is say, look, keep the family together. And if it's a citizen child by virtue of birthright citizenship or otherwise, it is better for the family that they be together. And while we're adjudicating whatever claim that they allege to have, which, by the way, is statistically improbable based on all of the evidence we have, that it would be highly likely that they don't have a claim. But to the extent they do have a claim, that it would be able to be adjudicated under asylum, whether it's parole or whatever we might be dealing with, and it is better served if you do it as a family unit. That's the point. We believe this is the humane thing to do. We believe this is the right thing to do. Keep people together, adjudicate the claim, and then make the case going forward as a family. When you separate them, when you empower cartels to intervene, when you create perverse incentives to make false claims about citizenship or not, when you make incentives to be able to claim children and be able to use them for fake family units and so forth, we think that is harming children, harming aliens, empowering cartels, undermining our security, and so forth. So for that reason, I oppose the amendment. I yield back to the chairman.
Would the gentleman from Texas yield?
I'll recommend Mr. Baskin yield.
I yield to the gentlelady from Washington, but save me some time.
Okay, you got it. I just wanted to respond to the gentleman from Texas's comments because we are explicitly fixing an error in your bill that says that either you have to detain U.S. citizen children with their families or you have to separate them. We are saying, no, let's exempt the families who have U.S. citizen children so that you can keep families together. This is all about keeping families together, uniting families, which is in the title of your bill. And so I want to clarify that if you support not separating families, you should support this amendment because it fixes the language in your bill that essentially says you can detain entire family units or with U.S. citizen children, or you separate them. That's what your bill does, and I'll yield back to the ranking member.
Now, I'm glad you clarified that. It's an essential point. But, you know, we've now reached a moment, I think, that really the whole country's got to pay attention to, because Thomas Jefferson was someone who warned that if the government was to be allowed to violate the rights of non-citizens, it would inevitably come to violate the rights of citizens as well. And this particular language is a very vivid demonstration of that principle. Why is that? Because in the United States of America, U.S. citizens cannot be held unless they are convicted of a crime or unless they're charged with a crime. That's what habeas corpus is all about. If you're being held by the government and you're a U.S. citizen, you've got the right to get out. The government can't hold you. The only two exceptions to that I'm aware of, I think, are enemy combatants in war, if they constitute a threat to society. And in certain cases, I remember, and somebody maybe can look this up, there were certain cases where U.S. citizens who were material witnesses to a crime could be held even without charges until they testified or until they gave a report. In any event, none of that has anything to do with what's going on here. This legislation, which the gentlelady from Washington is trying to correct with her excellent amendment, this legislation would actually say that citizens of the United States who happen to be minors can be held against all due process, against habeas corpus, and I take it indefinitely. Am I right about that? Can we get that on the record, Ms. Jayapal? They could be held indefinitely as U.S. citizens under the language of this bill.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's an old story. Thomas Jefferson warned about this during the Alien and Sedition Acts. He said, if we are willing to sacrifice and surrender the rights of non-citizens were being rounded up and arrested and deported without any due process at all, it is going to come back to haunt us. And we know that they're US citizens, and one of them was in my district who've been held for many days in ICE deportation or detention facilities. That's happened to lots of US citizens. Somebody please find me the numbers on that. We know there's lots of citizens, but this is an attempt to codify it and to say that US citizen children can be held indefinitely by Homeland Security and ICE because one of their parents is being held, and we'll just sweep in the whole family. And they rejected, I believe it was Ms. Ballant's amendment to deny the right of family detention. I can't remember if that one was yours. That was Ms. Jayapal's amendment. They rejected that. So now they want to sweep the whole family in, whether you're a non-citizen or a citizen. Look how far we have come. And this is an old story. It's an old story, not with democracies. Democracies like to respect everybody's rights, but it's an old story with empires. Empires would extend their reach over lots and lots of land. And so you had to be a citizen and not a subject in order to exercise rights. But inevitably, because of imperial practices, the rights of citizens would be sacrificed and denigrated and diluted, just like the rights of the non-citizens. Let's get back on the path towards being a democratic republic and not acting like an empire with paramilitary forces that kill US citizens without warrant, that kill immigrants without any reason. I yield back.
Someone yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by gentlelady from Washington. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Pin the chair, the noes have it.
All right, I'm going to have to ask for a recorded vote on that call.
Being requested, the clerk will now call the roll.
Mr. Gordon?
No.
Mr. Gordon votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee of Florida? Ms. Lee of Florida votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania, you are not recorded. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes yes. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Gill, you're not recorded. Mr. Gill votes no.
And we're very, very generous with people from other countries. Every year, about 800,000 people come here and are naturalized. 800,000. We're at a point where 1 out of 6 people in America was born in another country. That's more than even was in the late 1800s. So we're very generous, but I don't know who thought up this idea that if you come here and you shouldn't be here, the only people we're going to remove are people who are like committing murders. We'll remove them too. But if we're going to have an immigration law, we can't just say anybody comes here. So we should be removing those people. Then I don't know if this bill is going to get to the floor, but if it gets to the floor, I feel in the interest of trying to hold families together, there ought to be a provision in which our immigration laws do not allow families to break up because they come here. In other words, if there's a woman from, I don't know, Honduras, and she comes here with her child, and the father of the child is still staying in Honduras, we shouldn't allow it to happen, right? In this country, if you go through a divorce proceeding, you may have an order that, you know, the two parents have to kind of stick together in the same town. One parent can't just take the child and then moves to California. And it's the same thing with our immigration laws. If there's a mother and father and they're both in wherever, Colombia, we shouldn't say that one of those parents could take the child to the United States and break up that little child's home. So I think in the future when we do one of these bills, or if it gets to the floor of this session, we should say that we're not going to allow a child to lose one of their parents because one parent's going to the US, right? We should keep those parents together. So I'd like to thank the chairman for indulging me, and I never heard of those worst of the worst stuff. That's not the ship I'm on. So thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 9.
Without objection, it will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment will add the mens rea requirement that to be criminally liable, a person must knowingly and willingly overstay their visit. As Ms. Ross pointed out earlier today, Title V would make overstaying a visa a crime, really for the very first time in American history. This is an egregious bill that has no exceptions or flexibility when it comes to overstaying a non-immigrant visa. Currently, there is no intent or knowing requirement provided in this new proposed crime, meaning that an individual can be punished even if they make an honest mistake about when they need to depart the country, or they're physically incapable of departing the country, or are unable to return because of circumstances beyond their control in their home country. That is why my amendment adds a common sense requirement that the person only be guilty of this crime if they knowingly and willingly overstay their visa. For example, a person who has a medical emergency in the United States cannot leave within 10 days of their visa expiring. You know, that would violate this new law, and they'd face up to 6 months in prison and a fine of up to $1,000, even if they're under medical care in a hospital or they're recuperating. So take into consideration that maybe a natural disaster prevents an individual from returning home for more than 10 days past the expiration of their status. They would be guilty of this crime and face 6 months in federal prison. My Republican colleagues have repeatedly called for mens rea reform, citing existing criminal statutes that fail to explicitly require a mens rea standard. But it appears Republicans' commitment to due process simply does not extend to immigrants, even those that are here legally. Last summer, we marked up H.R. 59, the Mens Rea Reform Act, which would insert a knowledge requirement in every existing criminal or regulatory statute that lacks an explicit mens rea standard. Republicans passed that bill out of this committee over Democrats' objections to an imprecise, one-size-fits-all approach that could lead to unnecessary, unintentional mistakes. My amendment would make sure that this new criminal statute embodies the drafting standard that my Republican colleagues claim to favor by explicitly requiring proof of knowledge and willfulness to obtain a conviction. Without my amendment, this bill would create yet another statute of the kind that Republicans claim to dislike. And it's not an adequate response to claim that prosecutorial discretion will address this issue. As Mr. Roy said earlier, we're Congress. We write the laws. And the idea that we would leave this level of ambiguity in the statute on purpose when trust in the Justice Department is at an all-time low, that's mind-boggling. It's ludicrous, and it's just plain old cruel. This Department of Justice tried and failed to indict a man for throwing a Subway sandwich at a DHS officer. It indicted an Olympian for touching the water of the reflecting pool after Trump's no-bid contract buddy miserably failed to make the iconic location American flag blue. And it indicted former FBI Director James Comey for posting a picture of seashells on Instagram. So let's not pretend that federal prosecutors under this administration are not bringing absurd and frivolous, unfounded cases. Without this amendment, this bill opens up a whole new avenue of cases federal prosecutors would be able to bring against people who had no intention whatsoever of breaking any laws. Our immigration system so badly needs reform. We have all said that over and over again. We're absolutely interested in bold new ideas to fix it, but this isn't one of them. If this amendment is not adopted, this bill would just imprison people for falling to circumstances beyond their control. This is not the kind of policy that I will support, and I vote yes on my amendment. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thanks, Chairman. I oppose this amendment. You know, we debated this amendment, the last markup, in the last Congress. My friend from Texas, I believe, was the one who offered this particular provision in dealing with visa overstays, Mr. Moran. And, you know, he gave the example of probation. I think it was the example that he gave, that we put people on probation and they're given terms or conditions to comply with the probation. And, you know, they do or they don't. And this happens all the time in state and federal courts. You know, you can't go, if you're on probation, into certain places that serve alcohol or there are other issues where you might violate it. And in many cases, maybe they didn't intend to be in a place, but yet they did. And so then it's a violation. And then that does yield back to the gentlelady referenced, which is something I referenced before, which is prosecutorial discretion in making determinations of whether somebody was, breaking the limit on their visa, with some sort of malice or whether it was a good faith effort. But the point here is to put real teeth when someone is offered the ability to be a guest in the United States. And this is one of those things where I think we've culturally gone amiss, and certainly legally, where we've now got a situation where 40% of the people who are illegally here, at least historically, some of these numbers have shifted a bit in the last few years, but 40% are visa overstays. That's just unconscionably wrong. We've created a system where people are rewarded from ignoring the law. And again, it's just hard for me to believe that we have much sympathy here when it was the 19 hijackers were all visa overstays. And all we're trying to do here is draw a very clear line and say, look, you know when your visa is going to expire, and then you got a 10-day grace period. But you gotta know when you're a guest, when you're no longer a guest, and to manage that. And again, I go back to prosecutorial discretion. If somebody's here on a tourist visa and working in good faith, and they had some period of time and they overstayed the visa and they missed the thing, they thought they had a certain period of time and got it wrong, the odds are pretty good that it wouldn't be pursued with force with respect to the criminal statute. But
all right, y'all. It's been stimulating, but I'm out of here. Hey, I hope you guys will have a great rest of your day. Hey, if anyone wants to watch the rest of this, though, you can catch it right here. There's the title of it right there. And it's left off. Looks like there's still about an hour left of it, so it's at like the 2-hour 25 mark if anyone wants to continue it. There it is right there. All right, everybody, I'm going to bounce out. Hope you guys all have a good day. All right, peace out.